following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. Are we alone? Or does other intelligence exist? Rise above anonymous. Make unknowable legendary. M4 Jakarta. Who are you? What do you want to become? The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets around the world, welcome back to the 2022 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. Today, 3 more teams will be eliminated in North America. You will have your top 4 finalists by the end of the night. I'm your caster, Assassin Dave. With me on the caster desk today, a man with so many good-looking outfits, and he's not even my Jamaican roommates back in college, the one and only sexy and charming Trax. We have also invited the man who woke so early that his hair turned white overnight. That's right, the MPL Indonesia legend, our very good friend Mirko. How you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing very good, Dave. Very excited to be here. We're definitely in for a big treat tonight. We have not 1 or 2, but a full 3 series to be casting over, and none better to cast with other than Mirko.
Man,
Absolutely.
it hasn't been a good day for sleep, but it's a good day for NACT, 100%. NACT is going to be my caffeine for the morning, I guess.
I had my coffee before the tournament, but guys, before getting to talk about our morning routines, we're gonna go ahead and remind everyone how we got here in NACT fall season. We had over 100 teams who signed up to compete. The top 64 teams were then carefully selected based on the highest current season rank to battle in a brutal round of elimination. The remaining 32 strong then fought their way through another round of knockout stage to only 8 teams standing. Today, 3 more teams will be completely crossed out from the board, from the chopping block, leaving only 4 teams behind to compete for the chance to Vegas and for that one singular ticket to Jakarta, Indonesia, the world's M4 World Championship. That's right. Trax, why don't you go ahead and walk us through the prize money for our regional M4 qualifier?
Well, Dave, we have one of the largest prize pools we've ever seen for Mobile Legends in North America. First place will be walking home with $10,000, 75,000 in-game diamonds and a ticket to M4. Second place also leaving with $3,000 in 50,000 diamonds, and even third place getting a little bit of something with $1,500 and 25,000 diamonds. Then all the teams up to the top 32 will also be getting some diamonds to walk home with. Definitely something big for the NA scene.
Yeah, we call a lifetime supply of skins and, everything in game. That's right. Now, Miracle, I know you've been watching the stream, you've been watching the broadcast. Why don't you go ahead and walk us through the bracket and some of the matches that really caught your eye?
Well, man, honestly, the Valley versus ACKERMAN, I guess that was the one I really just paid attention to. Just crazy skill ceiling on that matchup. 3-1, close game. ACKERMAN, unfortunately, had to take a loss there. They got knocked down to the loser's bracket, and that's exactly what we're going to be focusing on today, where in the first match, the Simpsons will take on BloodHounds. Then the winner of that will go up against ACKERMAN, but also Team First Blood will be going up against LEGACi.
That is right. We had a gruesome series last night. It really took a lot of people by surprise. Now, Trax, why don't you go over the detail of today's schedule and really go over some of the nuances, some of the stuff that the viewers should pay attention to in today's broadcast?
Well, I think we're going to have a lot of close games tonight. I don't think I mean, of course, sweeps can always happen, but looking at the first series tonight, we have the Simpsons up against BloodHounds. Personally, a little bit of a Simpsons fan here, but don't count the BloodHounds out. They look hungry. They've been evolving as we moved through this top 8. Even though they took a loss, they still had some great games. After that, Team First Blood versus LEGACi. Team First Blood being the second place in the last NACT, but honestly, feels a little shaky right now. And looking at LEGACi, who just got done sweeping Team Gosu and knocking them out of the bracket, it is not going to be an easy game for them. ACKERMAN, they fell down from glory and are trying to get back to those finals. So whoever ends up going against them is definitely going to have a beast to deal with.
Absolutely. And speaking of the entire schedule for today, we also have the roster for the first match. Now, with this entire roster here, Merkel, why don't you go over with the viewers some of the players that you've been paying attention to and that you want to pay attention to their performance today?
Well, you know, in this current meta, there's going to be a heavy emphasis on that gold lane as the main carry. And, you know, I'm also a gold lane player, so obviously I got to go for the gold laners here. Cole World and Dim Sum, both of these players have had phenomenal performances so far in NACT, and I honestly just can't wait to see what they're going to show today. You know, maybe different heroes in that gold lane. We've seen a lot of different heroes already, but it's just got to be that gold lane, man.
Yeah, you know, I guess that's why a lot of players just flushing into that gold lane position, including me. You know, when I start playing Mobile Legends, Layla is my first, and best character now, I gotta say. It's just such a fun position. We have all the gold, unless we got ganked by the Detonus welcome, right? That's when you're like, oh no, dude. No, I just want to play Layla. Trex, which match are you looking out for? Are there any players that you're looking out for today's matches?
Well, seeing as you guys are the gold lane mains, I've always been an EXP myself, so I got to keep my eyes on Promise and on Templess, right? So I think these are recently the EXP lanes have been such a present when we creep into this end game and how they can create the space for the team. So those are the players that I'm going to have my eyes on, Dave.
All right, guys, now we just got this in, that the first game ban draft is already underway. So without further ado, let's quickly send it over to our incredible, amazing, brilliant, and handsome Caster's desk.
All right, Mirko, here we are in the first ban, first draft. Definitely excited for it. Hopefully this can be the coffee that you need, and the teams are already ready. Simpsons will be on the gun with first ban, first pick, taking out that ACKERMAN.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when we're talking about the first bans or picks here, it's going to be that template, right? We've seen this many times before. ACKERMAN, Paquito, the Grok, the Bauman as well. Just all these prio heroes. But I'm very curious to see whether or not maybe we will see a little bit of respect early on in the series, right? It is a best of 5, so they can just start to read them themselves out here by going just for prio bans early on. But I'd really like to see just that respect given all the way in the first game.
Yeah, it's definitely rare, right? It's definitely, you keep things simple sometimes in the beginning, and then as we move on, the bans just completely change by game 3, right? Now, respect bans, Boca Roscoe has kind of done well on the Lilia. It already hasn't been an uncommon first round ban. That could be something we see come up, but there comes the Melissa. Again, just kind of sticking with some simplicity here, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so that's what I actually didn't expect, right? The Melissa to be banned out this early on. I actually feel like the Melissa is kind of situational. It really depends on what kind of composition you're up against. If you do want to go for that front to back composition up against the heavy dive comp, Melissa works really well. But right now, maybe it's just because BloodHounds have shown that they really like to go for those dive compositions before. Here though, we're just going to take a look at the ban for BloodHounds. They are going to go for the Dyroth ban, so perhaps they're trying to go for an Esmeralda pickup early.
Yeah, I mean, we were wondering if things were going to be typical, but already getting a little bit of flavor here, right? So definite possible Esmeralda, but also kind of scary, right? Because OSP has first pick here. They have the prio, so you may have just forfeited over that Esmeralda, but maybe part of the plan, right? Maybe BloodHounds have something up their sleeve. They're almost trying to bait them into pulling that Esmeralda up front. Now, Dim Sum has done pretty well in the Melissa, and BloodHounds have been known sometimes to want to go into that late game, right? They really want to try to extend it out, and Melissa has definitely thrived on that. OSP playing it smart. One thing I do like is both teams really taking their time, not rushing these first games. A lot of times we'll see teams just jump in like bam, 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 bam. We have the plan set out, but there goes the Fermis ban, Mirko.
Yeah, that's also just very interesting, right? Because we had a discussion right before the show started about whether or not Fermis is still prio in this meta. Even though, yeah, I do still think that it's a very good pick, prio might be, it really depends on the team, right? It really depends on the users as well. If they can actually utilize the team fight potential of the Fermis, it's deadly. But here, for the side of the Bloodhounds, they go for the ban towards Bellman, leaving the Grok open. There's actually so many heroes open. Wan as well here for the Simpsons. And this just goes to show, Valentina, okay, completely forgot about the Valentina. We also mentioned this hero literally before the show, and it gets picked up right away. I think the plan from the Bloodhounds is, yeah, we're just going to go for the respect bans early on, leave a lot of heroes open so that we can trade that first pick for 2 of our picks here in the first phase.
And a lot of times that's what you have to do when you're in that, when you're in that second pick, you got to try to swing back hard. If one thing is going to get left open, then you got to try to leave 2 or 3 things open, right? So you can come back hitting hard, and there goes that Esmeralda prio. And with that picked up, now the Grok. So we have a nice front line now already. We have some nice early game invade possibilities with that Grok, some pressure to be laid down, and even some late game insurance, but OSP firing back quickly, Mirko.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever to pick up that Wan. The Valentina pickup, obviously self-explanatory, but the Wan pickup here, I think is a solid one, right? Esmeralda doesn't do too well up against this Wan later on in the game and in the team fights. Wan's going to have a really good time just picking off those weakness points, getting that crossbow tang down. And for the side of Bloodhounds, I do want to touch a little bit on this red side, right? Because a lot of teams have found so much success on the red side just because of the fact that you get to pick 2 heroes as your first pick, and later on in the second phase as well, you get the first pick and the last pick, right? So there's definitely got to be some sort of way you can actually utilize that really well. And right now, I think for Bloodhounds, they're doing it pretty well, just forcing these bans out and forcing those 2 heroes to be opened up.
But one thing I like this Atlas pick, though, that just comes in from the side of Simpsons. Oh, whoa.
All right.
I'm sorry. This is a first. We wanted flavor. They're giving it to us. Does Bloodhounds actually have something up their sleeves? Forget the Atlas, because we just got picked up on a Gushin, Gus, whatever you want to call him. That is definitely spicy. I'm wondering, is this going to be, I'm of course probably jungle, but Bokarosco is the one who picked it up. Are we seeing something really crazy, like, mid lane, something like that, Mirko?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, actually, it is a pretty solid flex pick. I mean, I actually wanted to mention that maybe they kind of ruined their flex pick here with the Grok Esmeralda pickup initially, right? Because usually when you first pick that Grok, you can actually use that as a flex pick. It can go to the XP lane, can go as a roamer, but because you pick up an Esmeralda here, you kind of know where they're going, right? It's XP lane Esmeralda, it's going to be the roamer Grok, but then again, they might just pull off something crazy here, because we've seen this in Indonesia before. Esmeralda go into the jungle, Grok XP in, and they'll pick up a roamer later on. And again, right now, this is where the Simpsons need to be pretty careful, right? Because if they just don't ban the Diggy, if they don't respect it, that flex potential could come in handy for Bloodhounds. And from the bans, you can already see just heavy emphasis on the jungle from Bloodhounds, getting that Julian and Amon out. And for the Simpsons, they're taking away the gold laners. Thamus gets picked up, and now you really don't know who's going where, man.
Maybe, so here it is. Maybe I guess no, I was going to say Thamu's jungle, but still, where's that Gus going? Bloodhounds definitely has me on a roll right now, but focusing on those bans, they've definitely been targeting hard on to Fallen right now, the jungler of the Simpsons, right? The jungler of OSP, the Paquito, who, yes, can be flexible, but now the Julian and the Amon, which, of course, the Julian's been a flexible pick, but not a lot of players are like, always prioing that for jungle. And the Amon, not a lot of players always prioing that as a jungle, but Fallen's one of those junglers who is known to not only play tanks, but also bring out the assassin here and there, bring out the burstiness. So BloodHounds knowing that that could be a problem and maybe picking up this Gusion, who's going to be a bit squishier here and there. Maybe they're trying to save themselves from those possibilities.
Yeah, but they just lock in the Barats and also the Lapu Lapu. Good source of engage, honestly, right here. It's a solid front-to-back composition, honestly, now that I'm looking at it for the Simpsons. And for the BloodHounds, I still don't know where they're going to go. Again, this could be a Gusion mid. The flex potential of this composition is pretty scary, right? But I think for the last pick, they're going to have to secure themselves a solid gold laner that can actually take them to that late game, right? Because they are kind of lacking in the physical damage department when it comes down to that late game. There's a whole lot of magic, a whole lot of physical burst as well from the Grok, but that DPS is lacking. And I think a solid pick here would be that Clint or the Bruno. Up against the 1-1, it's so solid.
Oh, and we did actually, it does seem like there was a slight mess up on screen, so it did get locked in. I'm sure we'll figure out what it is in just a minute here. I'm wondering, maybe even because there's these 3 front divers, possibly the Brody to try to get those stacks on, something like that. The Clint does do well as well. I like the burst damage, and it would really even out that some late game possibilities if we get that far, right? So excited to see how this plans out, and it does look like we finally had some switchovers. Dim Sum picks up the Gus. So hold on, is this a gold lane Gusion right here? That can't be right because Bokarosco, they maybe picked. I'm lost, especially not being able to see this last pick. I'm lost right now, Mirko. Lilia.
Yeah, so apparently we got a confirmation. Yeah, the Lilia. So that just confuses me even more. It just arises more questions than and it's just really unique, I guess, from the BloodHounds. Again, it's a best of 5, so they can use game number 1 as more of a reading out game, right? They use it just to read out their opponents, maybe just to see, because here we're just gonna jump straight into the Land of Dawn. We'll see if they can make this very unique composition work as we jump in straight away for the first match of the day, and it is going to be Dim Sum on the Gusion in the gold lane with Petrify. Okay, yeah.
I mean,
wow.
It sounds like it's possible, right? And you do have some range. I mean, theoretically on paper, it does sound possible. He does have some dashes, some ways to get away, and it looks already like Sushi on this Grok is going to kind of be hovering up there, trying to make sure that 1-1 doesn't get the better of him. So, yes, there could be some burst damage from this Gus, especially if BloodHounds can make sure that he stays ahead, right? My only worry, my big worry for that is if he takes a death early on, 1 or 2, it's going to just be GG's for him, I feel like. He's going to be very useless to the team, I think. So a lot of it's going to come down to how well they can feed this gold lane.
It's a very snowball type of composition that BloodHounds have gone for here, right? And the Simpsons, obviously, I think if they take it slow, if they are able to weather the storm or just play the gold lane really well in terms of the farm, is going to be really good. But here, you're already seeing just an invasion coming in from Easy Peasy, instantly securing the orange buff as well, putting a whole lot of kill pressure down, even in the mid lane. And even though he's not really able to take a kill, that damage is going to pile off. Top side though, Cold World dealing a lot of damage and getting a lot of damage placed onto him, forced to place the Inspire there to actually survive and to back up to the turret. Meanwhile, down below, Damien caught low, forced to flicker out as Tempest, who is there, he's trying to go for more here. That's gonna be the Lilia as well, looking just to cancel that recall out, buying a little bit more time, and it's just perfect setup for the BloodHounds to take the first turtle.
So I love the pressure right now from BloodHounds. They have Sushi up on the top side dealing with Cold World on this 1-1. And then to make it so you can't go up there and help out, we have Easy Peasy invading. We're pushing into your orange buff. We have Tempest also pushing into you. And we're applying pressure on 2 opposite sides of the map. And Simpsons kind of in a spot now, where do we go, right? Now, of course, this isn't nothing too major. No deaths happen from this, but we did have a buff steal. We are seeing a little bit of gold start to lean into the sides of BloodHounds here. So if they can keep this up, maybe this this possible iffiness of a composition, they're making it work right now, Mirko.
Yeah, and more importantly, it's gonna be that XP lead that they have, right? Meanwhile, though, down below, you can already see that the Simpsons are trying to just take something back, go for a trade here, because this Tamiz is very dominant in terms of just clearing out his jungle. His pathing has been phenomenal too, and like you mentioned early on, BloodHounds are putting a whole lot of emphasis just to get the Gusion rolling in the early game. And the Simpsons, so far, they don't really have a response to anything that BloodHounds are doing on the map. And you can see already Nate going to be forced to use that flicker now. Has to use the black shoes as well to pop off. Dim Sum jumps in with a petrify. He has it, goes in for the stun. Nate going to be taken low, but he's still able to dash out as the Grok is also going to be taken very, very low. All weakness points popped up, but he gets out of the range, and that's going to be first blood picked up by easy peasy over towards Damien.
What a play. Dimson able to come in and do some big burst damage, and for a second it looked like it was going to fall back, but wait a second, Coldworld in trouble here.
Crossbow Tang is ready, goes in for that pop with the Inspire as well, taking Dim Sum down. A very good trade, and maybe for BloodHounds, a little bit of an overcommitment there to dive under the turret.
Yeah, I mean, BloodHounds definitely pushing in very hard, and they felt like they had a rhythm going there probably, but you don't want to get too overconfident. I think they got a kill. They could have maybe backed off, and of course maybe some miscommunication there possibly, but Turtle is up now. Gold at about a standstill, wondering who's going to be able to take this.
All right, Nate with a wild charge. He steals it with the IMU, able to dish out a lot. Death to this welcome. Over to the Tam is going to be able to chain him down as Coldworld is going to be able to actually dodge away from the damage from Dim Sum. Turtle slain by Fallen as he's still alive. Coldworld going to be able to get that kill down on towards the Gusion. It's a 3-for-1, a massive trade for the Simpsons. They get the Turtle and even some turret gold down below.
All right, so there's the problem, right? I just saw it was just written down in front of me. Dim Sum, once he blew his load there, I mean, you see him come in, he's not able to get the kill, and then he's essentially just walking away. No way to attack back, no range at all, and once you use all those dashes, you're kind of like a sitting duck, right? So and now with him having these 2 deaths, he's got the magic wand in, maybe he can get back into this, but it's still not going to be easy. Coldworld just dancing around right now.
Oh my god, Coldworld with just the movement there. He's able to actually dodge away from everything. Damien comes in. He's able to outplay that situation. He dodged away from literally everything. He was 1 HP right after Dim Sum popped that Petrify. What a play over from Coldworld, and this just enables the Simpsons to actually go for that mid lane turret now as Tempest is coming down. He's looking for a play here, maybe looking to collapse, but they just don't have enough damage to take anyone down right now. Black Shoes popped in, Falling going to be caught there, but look at that. It's going to be the Fatal Links caught, taking 3 members as Promise jumps in, dealing a whole lot of damage with the Bravest Fighter in the top side. Another solo kill there for the Wan, and it's just a disaster for BloodHounds right now as they're not able to find a single trade except for Fallen.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying for the BloodHounds in the beginning. They had some nice pressure, but the Simpsons were able to bide a minute or 2, and that was it. And Coldworld on fire, but if you're watching, you can be on fire too. If you want to receive a unique gift code, all you need to do is tag a friend on Facebook or go to the Discord, the Esports Discord main chat, and type hashtag NACT Fall Season. Now, back to the game. Mirko, Coldworld right now, the man is 4-0-2, and we just saw him bobbing and weaving. He dodges that wild charge, and if he can continue to play like this, and we're only 7 minutes in at this point, he's already dominating right now with a stellar performance, so it's looking a little rough for BloodHounds.
Oh my god, again there's gonna be the Fatal Links connecting onto 2 members. A good pick up by Dim Sum right now as Fallen jumps in with a wild charge, comes in as well from the Grok. Fallen gonna be caught and everyone falls. This is it, the comeback moment once again to turn the tides for BloodHounds. They take 4 members down, they secure the turtle, and now the Simpsons, they gotta be very careful. They need to play with the Wan that's 4-0.
Yeah, she was, I mean, Wanwan's stuck up in the top lane during that turtle fight, and I think maybe it was a better idea to just, I mean, you had a lead, you could have given up the turtle, right? But BloodHounds, on the other hand, really able to hammer in there. Sushi with a nice wild charge, and Dim Sum and the rest of the team just following up. So right when we think BloodHounds are counted out, they come back, they even the playing field. Gold back to a standstill. One thing I can say is Simpsons holding a nice lock on these towers, though.
It's just going to be really tough for BloodHounds as we enter, the mid stage and especially the late game, right? as now we are going to take a look at the item builds for the 1-1. You mentioned it, 4, 0, and 2. 3 of those items built up, and he's not even going to go for the Wind of Nature, right? I mean, at this point, you don't really need to go for the Wind of Nature. The damage output mainly is going to be magic. You might go for an Athena, but I think he might actually go for, yeah, either Berserker's Fury or Scarlet Phantom at this point. I would actually say Berserker's Fury just to deal a lot more damage when you go for the crossbow Tang.
Yeah, and that would definitely help get through Tempest if he needs to, right? Get through some of the bulkier front line, but wait a second, they are not stopping.
Okay, Fatal Link's over. They're going to be able to secure the Lilia, who's still able to run away. That's going to be Death's Welcome as well. Crossbow Tank popped in, though, into the back line, melting everyone in his path. It's a triple kill for Cold World. And again, BloodHounds, they cannot withstand the damage, the team fight potential that the Simpsons have with this gold laner.
He could have picked up a defensive item and still destroyed through them right now. And at this point, the Simpsons are just on a roll, far ahead. Taking a look at this replay for a second, it looked like we were going to see a play from the side of BloodHounds, but keep our eyes on Cold World here. He gets bursted down, but just in time, picks up that crossbow Tang and just starts melting through them. Back on the live screen, though, Cold World is working in onto this Lord right now. BloodHounds maybe wanting to contest.
A desperate play here for the BloodHounds. They go for it right here, but they are going to be able to split off. Damien just jumps in onto easy peasy. Crossbow Tang is ready there, but look at the retribution. It's actually stolen away by Fallen, and the Crossbow Tang gets popped up. There is a trade, however, it's only onto the Roamer as everyone falls. Every single member from the BloodHounds now caught. Tempest going to be caught as well by the Bravest Spider. Promise trying to deal the damage as Nate helps him off as well. Dim Sum still able to recall, but it's just a massive win for the Simpsons once again.
So there's the thing with that Barats, right? He was really just able to sit there next to Lord, and once Easy Peasy tried to come in on the Thamus, the Daytona's welcome was there to welcome you with open arms, right? And was just, it made that retreat so easy for them. And on top of that, you know, we said it already, we're gonna say, hold on, Cold World.
Just nasty, man, honestly, right? Just the maneuverability, the fact that he's so low and he's still just playing so far ahead in front of 4 frontliners practically from BloodHounds, as now the Simpsons are looking to go for the siege up top. Fatal Link's connecting onto 2 members, and it's instantly comboed in by Promise's damage. It's another wild charge onto the back. Nate just disrespecting them at this point, diving under the base turret, still able to survive for some time. And again, it's a disaster for the BloodHounds, as that's gonna be Cold World getting every single weakness point except for one. He needs one more. He goes for the crossbow. A Tang translated over. Even under the base, it does not matter. He picks up a maniac under the base. It's GG for game 1.
That is disgusting. That was that. I mean, Cold World. I think he ended that with like 14-0, 15-0. Just annihilated in that game. You know, before we jumped on, you were asking me about the 1-1, and there it is. I got a feeling we don't see that slide through the bands again, Mirko.
Man, the 1-1. If you give the 1-1 that much room to play in the early stage of the game, if you let him snowball, that's what you can expect, right? Getting the Windtalker that early on, 3 items, that's something that you don't usually see early on. You really want to just shut him down, especially considering that for the BloodHounds, they actually put a whole lot of pressure in the gold lane, and it still just didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they literally, Sushi's up there for the first 3 or 4 minutes, and Cold World, even when they were trying to get those ganks, they'd send 3 or 4 members up there, and Cold World was just dancing, having fun with it from start to finish, and he definitely gets a well-deserved MVP there. The KDA of 19, not something you see every day. Went through that, I mean, never got touched the whole game, never went down. So a very amazing performance from him. But even the rest of the team, Damien securing some very clutch fatal links there, and the rest of the team filling out all of their purposes. Fallen in that last Lord, able to secure the retribution by taking Easy Peasy off the map with that Daytona's welcome. So definitely a great game from all the members of the team.
Yeah, and again, right, just take a look at the items for Cold World. I mean, at this point, I really don't know what he's going to build there for his last item. again, it could just be the Berserker's Fury that I mentioned, but it can also just be a BOD, right? If you are that far ahead, you can't just go for the BOD. You can melt down through everyone. And with the Malefic Roar, at this point of the game, with the goal lead you have, you technically do true damage over, even to the tanks, over at BloodHounds.
Yeah, and I mean, even with the BOT would have helped to scale through the 5 members even quicker. Right now, taking a look at some of these replays, I think this is the point where Cold World really knew he had the advantage. He kind of played it slow in the beginning, but this is the point where Dim Sum, we see he can't burst him down with one combo, and Cold World's like, oh, game on now, let's do this. And from there on, we start to see Damien connect with these Fatal Links back to back, and even Promise in this play coming in from the bottom lane into the backside, and the rest of his team knows they're ready to follow up with him. And this, I think, is really just the moments where the deal was sealed. Cold World in the midst of things, able to get a 3 or 4 man wipeout here. I mean, it was just a rough game for the BloodHounds. It looked almost promising for them in those first 2 or 3 minutes, but then it was just over.
Yeah, and we just need to talk a little bit about the gold lane presence, right? Because earlier on, I did mention that the gold lane is going to play a massive just role in the game, but that was more than massive, man. In the late stage, basically, it was 1v4, right? When you're a gold laner with 5 items, you're going for a BOD last item as a 1-1, no defensive items whatsoever. You know that the gold lane has taken control over the game 100%.
Yeah, I got this. Listen, guys, hold my beer. I got this, you know? So definitely did an amazing job there. Now, game 2, right? BloodHounds gonna need to change something up, of course. I mean, I get it. You said it. Sometimes game 1, you try something. You see if you can get something here. You have a possibility of 5 games to make things work. So let's see if they can change things up and make it work as we jump into the second draft.
All right, here we go. In the second draft, it is going to be a swap of sides for BloodHounds. Now on the blue side, it's going to be the Simpsons on the red. And now you're right, you know, for BloodHounds, they need to adapt and they need to improve from game number 1. Game number 1, sure, done and dusted. You can use that as just a learn, you know. But if they go for the same exact bans right now, it actually still enables the same kind of draft from the Simpsons, right? It really depends on the first pick, but I think getting rid of the 1-1 has to be your priority, unless you want to first pick it, right? But again, 1-1 really, at this point with the nerfs onto her, it really depends on how you use her, and it really also depends on the matchup. If you're up against maybe perhaps a Gusion, where you can pop the weakness points pretty easily, it's going to be not so much of a good time. But up against a Clint, a Bruno, the heroes that we mentioned, even the Irithel that was very wisely banned out by the Simpsons, it's a good matchup.
Most definitely, and it does seem like BloodHounds are going to ban out this Claude. I got a feeling they may actually favor into a gold lane prio here. Kind of limit out OSP with some of these first bans. Take out the Claude, maybe take out the 1-1 or secure for themselves. Or there goes the 1-1 though from OSP. I think they're on to them. Now, this has been happening, right? Like 3 or 4 sometimes even marksman bans, and that what we just saw, I think, is the reason why this heavy gold lane meta and the possibilities of one hero just swamping through and carrying a game on their shoulders. And honestly, it's been enjoyable to see people have to dig deep, you know, go into the Aerithel, go into the carry, go into the Bruno or the Brody, you know. So I'm wondering how, if they're going to continue up with this and just keep on hammering home with these marksman bans.
Yeah, at this point, you know, the gold lane, again, plays just a massive role. It's going to sound repetitive because it shows, right? When you have that gold lane snowballing from the get-go, it really adds so much to your team. But here, we're going to have to see a Faramis and a Valentina ban for both of the sides. BloodHounds have first pick. They're going to go straight for the Balman instantly. They're not going to go for the Grok. And remember, right now, technically, yeah, I actually really like the pick coming in from the BloodHounds now that I think about it a little bit more with the Balman. But instant response as well from the Simpsons. They pick up a Melissa and the Lilia.
Now, the Lilia has been strong, right? I like it. I like the swing back from the Simpsons here. Yes, you give it the Balman, which has been a very important pick for a lot of teams. Objectives, early game aggression, But OSP does come back with a strong swing back, right? They come back with a nice solid 2 picks. And then the Melissa can kind of, you're not going to, once she gets that go away, the Ballman isn't going to be able to just jump right onto her. And if BloodHounds decide to go for a divey comp, she will have that escapability, or at least that opportunity to sit there and kill some people before you take her out, right?
Yeah, and we kind of mentioned this as well, right? The Melissa has been rising in popularity, even in the prio list, but instantly here we are going to see a Beatrix pickup, which is going to be very unique considering the nerfs towards this hero and also the Dairoth. So the hero that we saw banned out by the BloodHounds in game number 1, now we're seeing them pick it up. Maybe it's to counter, again, just that tank potential, the sustainability of those tanks, and just the tankiness in general. The Dairoth is just such a solid hero when you're up against a tanky composition, and right now, Fallen, he's staying comfortable, right? He says that, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We picked up the Barats in game 1, we'll do it again here, up against the Bellman.
Yeah, definitely a little iffy, though, with the Beatrix. Not something we see all the time. Now, of course, it can... I mean, a good player can still possibly make it work, but BloodHounds still, they continue to kind of keep it a little different here, and that's what worries me, right? There was some other possible marksmans open that I think could have worked here, especially like in the early game, dealing with the range of Cold World. Maybe with the sniper, he can at least stalemate Melissa, not get too bullied by, you know, her kind of ability to push marksman back in that gold lane early on, but we are seeing the next phase of bans coming in, and OSP honing in on to these mages. There goes that Farza ban. Going to be something, maybe even a Yve after this, possibly, is my guess.
Yeah, I have the same guess here. I think if you take a look at just the compositions that the Simpsons have right now, with the Lilia, the Melissa, and obviously the Barats, they don't really have that backline diver. So getting rid of these backline heroes that do so well up against this composition, which is the utility and overall burst, is going to be a solid choice. Farsa, I'm guessing Yve, but they actually go for the Grok ban here, just trying to limit the heroes that can actually disrupt this clean front to back that the Simpsons are trying to go for, right? And for the side of BloodHounds, I think they're going to have to lean over to, banning a few roamers perhaps right now, or even XP laners that can actually disengage really well for the team. You know, Mathilda would be a good choice of ban here, considering that we have seen this combo many times before. The Barats, Mathilda, a hero that's not mobile, combo with the Mathilda, it just really helps with the rotation.
Most definitely, but BloodHounds are definitely taking their time with this last ban. Now, the Matilda definitely could work. It brings them into that. So, and I think that's what BloodHounds, they're, you know, it's like, they go for the Raf. I do like the Raf too, with the Barats, just adding even more sustainability, and similar to the Matilda, giving you that speed boost to move around. But Damien does lock in the Matilda, and this could give that opportunity to get to Dim Sung and really just kind of that could be one of the finishing heroes right there to help seal the composition for OSP.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for, obviously, the team in general right now, because if we're taking a look at the Simpsons, they have a little bit more roaming capabilities, a little bit more mobile on the map, but it really depends on how they draft into the XP lane up against a Dairoth later, right? Firstly, though, we got to talk about BloodHounds, because right now they're going to have to wrap up their drafts with their last 2 picks in this draft for game number 2. They need a mid laner and a roamer. I don't know right now. Oh, yeah, well, there you go. They go for a very unique pick. Once again, the combination that we have seen, but not so much. Sicilian, Carmilla.
I mean, so here's the thing, right? If I want to try to look at some of the good points of it, you have some late game potential with the Sicilian, and the Carmilla does have the stun, and you do get, if you can pop that combination right, so Carmilla actually gets all of her skills recooled down, right? So like she can pop the ultimate or get the stun, get swallow, whatever you want to call it, go with Sicilian, and then very often, I could say.
Oh man, and that last pick is so brilliant actually from the Simpsons, right? I was thinking more maybe perhaps in the for like Uranus. I was thinking Uranus perhaps in that XP lane just to add a little bit more sustain, but they go for the Masha instead. You have the same level of sustain, not as much as Uranus, but you're pretty tanky, right? With the 3 HP bars, and guess what? You're so good at actually disrupting that back line. Beatrix is going to have a hard time up against the Thunderclap, and obviously just a disarm, right? You can't basic attack if you get hit by that ability, and that just enables the entire team from the Simpsons here to do whatever they want in these team fights, because the main damage dealer later on is going to be Beatrix, Sicilian. If Beatrix gets nullified just by the Masha, Sicilian alone can't deal enough DPS to actually take everyone down here.
This is true. So I think BloodHounds, it's really kind of going to be a effort to find it into the late game. But the problem is even like you just said, OSP still has some sustainability in the late game. They still have options for the late game. They have the Melissa. So it's not going to be an easy game for BloodHounds. Let's see what they can do as we jump into game 2. This is BloodHounds going up against the Simpsons. Simpsons are up 1 right now. Now, the lanes have been laid down. That Carmilla is going to be the roam. And I got a feeling that the Simpsons are going to have a little bit of an advantage in these rotations and the early on mid lane clearing.
Yeah, it's about mid-control nowadays, right? When we're talking about how to control that early game, how to control neutral objectives, mid-control has just become so important in this game. And right now, looking at it, the composition for the Simpsons definitely is drafted more towards that mid-control, as they are already going to go for the first Lethal Wanderer. Fallen there, not able to get the Retribution. Tempest already rotating very early on. Damien not going to use the Flicker just yet there. Fallen stunned up, very low, but he's still going to be able to actually get out of that sticky situation. And just like that, man, the mid-control doesn't really matter if you have that XP lane that can just sacrifice his own lane to rotate quicker with the kill pressure that he has.
Most definitely. Now, talking about EXP lanes, we haven't really, Masha just kind of, like she was so popular, and then recently she's kind of just, I wouldn't say fallen off, but she hasn't been as much of a pick. But I will say that when we do see her brought in, like you said, she can be very important to a team and normally make those plays. My question is what was the thing that kind of, took her out recently?
Yeah, for the Masha, I think the damage of just her damage in general was kind of nerfed from the Thunderclap and how she scales with HP. But I do agree. Right now, he's kind of a shadow OP hero, right? You don't really see a lot. You don't see the prioritization for this hero that much right now. But again, in this mid lane, it's going to be that control that they're fighting over, as Tempest has already rotated a bit faster. Damien going to be caught, has the Flicker to get out of the Abyssum Strike. Good baits right now for the Simpsons. They're able to take away a few resources as they go back into the turtle side to control. Promise has a better setup. He cleared out the waves. Tempest is going to lose a whole lot of XP and gold as Promise just jumps in onto Easy Peasy, trying to zone him away, but there you go. The lethal counter Retribution comes in. Fallen goes over to Death is Welcome, able to lock Easy Peasy down for the first blood to come through. Turtle secured, traded in for a kill.
I mean, I think it's a good trade for the Simpsons there. You take down Easy Peasy there. Yes, you give up the turtle, but Cold World in a bit of trouble there, but he will be able to get away. But as I was saying, you get a nice, especially with the Ballman, you want to try to scale up early on. You want to be able to get those objectives, which you did do. But this is where this Barats has just kind of come in clutch recently for so many teams. Because I think a lot of people had trouble against the Ballman and that lethal counter, or had trouble against the Akai and the heavy spin. And Barats has kind of been the answer to that. The Daytona's welcome. You want to come in here? I got you. I'm going to let you in, and I'm going to try to get you off the map in time so that I can get the Retribution down. Not only that, but you're nullified to CC when you're in that state of trying to do the ultimate, so the heavy spin can't push you away and things just kind of work out. Nate does use these black shoes, but I like the way that OSP is utilizing this hero right now.
Ooh, clutch escape there from the Carmilla, very low. We can see already just a little bit of a skirmish there in the bottom side. But yeah, I do agree, especially in the Barats point, right? The Barats just adds a little bit more of that multi-dimensional level when it comes down to neutral objective takes, right? You can just zone them away or just start a team fight with Death is Welcome, or you can just choose to trade like what they did just now. They go for the turtle. If it doesn't work out, Death is Welcome. Easy Peasy has to use his dash over to actually secure the objective, but now read from Cold World.
And now taking a look at the items. Speaking of gold lanes, Dimsun actually holding its own. We were worried about the Beatrix, but has just done a great job. And Damien struck him down. Now they may move on to Fallen here, but easy peasy just on a roll right now.
Oh man, Nate as well, a little bit overextended there in the mid lane. Even though they did get that tier 1 turret early on, they're not going to be able to actually play that far off with a member that just got picked off. A roamer, and easy peasy just uses that again, the pressure that they have in the mid lane to go and invade into the enemy jungle. Cold World, good trade, but there's going to lose his life for this one. It's going to be just a massive pickup, but no, Cold World is actually able to get out. No defensive battle spell. He actually went for the Inspire, but BloodHounds weren't really able to punish him completely here, as the Simpsons will still be able to survive. BloodHounds have the maneuvers better set up here on to the turtle. Lethal counter and the retribution. It's going to be Nate. Just melted down completely. Abyssum Strike comes in as well. Stunned up and chain CC'd. Nate taken down. Easy peasy. Secures a mega kill. And the Simpsons, they're going to have to weather the storm.
And just to let you guys know, after that mega kill, we're going to have a very mega giveaway coming up. You're going to see a code popping up on screen in just a minute. What you're going to do is you're going to type in the code in the description below. Now, on to this game, right? I'm wondering, is there an answer for the Simpsons? What I can say is Cold World has been very slippery, right? Cold World has been able to, even when we thought, I mean, you were calling it like, oh, he's done for, but we saw him on the Wan, able to maneuver around, and now even on this Melissa, he could end up being the saving grace if Simpsons can buy enough time to get him online here. But Dimsun has been answering back to Cold World, using that sniper, keeping up with the range, and that with easy peasy, as you said, just melting them down enough for the rest of the team to burst through. It definitely is a huge problem for the Simpsons right now. I think the BloodHounds just need to keep up this pressure, keep on hammering in, and not give the Simpsons any space to breathe.
That's exactly what they're doing right now in the mid lane. They're utilizing just that poke from Dimsum, from the wait, this is the name, Bakurasko. All right, there you go. Nate, though, he's looking for a play. But again, yeah, it's just kind of a tongue twister, Bakurasko. Sometimes I read it right. Sometimes I fondle.
Now, we know there was a slight issue. We went off air for a second. We're going to see a replay here in just a minute to kind of give you guys an idea of what happened, what's been happening with the last turtle, etc. But what I can say right now is BloodHounds, after what we saw in game 1, it was not, they've just come back and are really dominating in this game. And now with this Lord, I'm wondering if Simpsons can even try to contest this.
Let's see right here. The Simpsons, they have the better setup actually right now with more members on the board. Beatrix is all the way down below, and Fallen has taken control of the Lord. 14,000 HP. Sanguine Claw is going to be popped up there. A lot of damage placed onto the Roamer. Fallen going to go for that Retribution battle, but up against a Bauman is not really going to be good there. Lethal counter with the Retribution secures it. Fallen gets the death to his welcome, but there's no follow-up on that stun. Fallen going to be taken down. The Simpsons, once again, they go for a 50-50 up against the Bauman. It's never a 50-50 against a Bauman.
Definitely not. He definitely has a huge advantage there. And Fallen uses that to Tona's welcome, but he gets it onto Sushi, not onto Easy Peasy, right? So a little bit of an issue there. And I'm starting to see right now with the kind of dive composition that the Simpsons had with Nate on this Lilia and Fallen, Promise, Damien. They can't, they're walking right into Easy Peasy, and it just continues to be a problem, even with that first death he took early on. But now we do have the redeem code up on screen, so if you want some free magic dust and some tickets, the first 50 users who use this are able to get it. The redeem link is in the description, but please do not leave too long, because these teams are bringing action to the land of Don Mirko.
Yeah, and they're going instantly. Speaking of action up top, right? There's not much the Simpsons can do right now to defend. They're just going to have to poke and wait maybe for a mistake to happen from the BloodHounds. But they're staying disciplined here. They do not want to overcommit with the Lord. That's pushing in. They're able to get the tier 2 up top, and that's about it. Good wave manipulation, honestly, from the Simpsons to deny any further commitments and siege potential from BloodHounds to happen.
Yeah, I would say the Simpsons are doing, I mean, for being to 7-1 and being this pushed in, a lot of times you'll see the gold lead just be like getting close to the 10K mark. Yes, it is at 5K right now, but I've seen it much, much worse at this stage of the game when games start going like this. So the Simpsons are staunching the bleeding, right? They've got some band-aids on, they've cleaned themselves up a little bit, and they're just trying to hang in there. Once again, the thing we have to point out is Cold World 0-0 and 0. Yes, no deaths, yes, no kills, but also no deaths. The problem is what they're facing against is BloodHounds right now. Everyone has zeros on their death counter, right? Everyone is fed. They're eating good right now. Carmilla tanky enough to be able to sit up front, and Boca Roscoe has just been racking up these stacks. So the problem is if the Simpsons are biding time, what's going to be their answer to Boca as we creep into the late game?
That's a big question right now, as the Simpsons are looking for a play down below. Tempest caught all alone, flickers backwards actually, going to try to buy some time for the other members to perhaps look for something else on the map. But unfortunately, I don't think he bought enough time for anything to be converted on. The Simpsons able to find a very good pick here in the 12th minute of the game. And honestly, at this point, that's what they need to play with, right? Work with. As if they are going for these 5v5s, 4v4s equal, it's not going to work out well for them.
Yeah, just keep on finding picks, and once you get them, try to get something. We are seeing promise in that bot lane, kind of macroing up down there, and I got a feeling we may see him try to sneak in through the back, and if he can get onto Dimsun or Boca during this big fight, it could be huge.
Good position from Promise right now. He might actually pull the trigger right now. Dimsum dealing a whole lot of damage onto Damien. He jumps in with a Thunderclap. Dimsum zone away. The damage comes in from Cold World, but a massive Sanguine Claws stops their momentum. The Simpsons, though, they're buying enough time. They're zoning very well to actually go for the secure onto the Lord. Very good right there. Secure from the Simpsons, even though it was actually the Melissa who takes it. It doesn't matter. As long as you secure it for your team, it really doesn't matter, right? Retribution from the jungler or the Melissa, it works anyway.
Very, very true. I think the real star in that spot, though, was Promise getting that angle out, zoning in onto Dimsun there, and just kind of pushed BloodHounds back. They had to react quickly, and instead of, you know, leaving Dimsun behind and going for the Lord, they did save Dimsun, but they lost that objective there. And this is, I don't think it's going to be the win for the Simpsons, but it does alleviate this pressure that the BloodHounds have been giving, and we're starting to see the Simpsons regain some map control, regain their presence here in Game 2.
And you can see the clash of game plan, right? The clash of the two compositions that are built up here. The damage, though, comes in out of nowhere. Cold World does so much damage. And with the Death that is welcome, they're actually able to find easy peasy. Immortality popped out, and his life as well taken by the Simpsons. That's a massive resource on one of your frontliners. And again, it comes down to that game plan, Trex. The Simpsons, if they go for a messy team fight, if they are able to disrupt that clean front to back from BloodHounds, they have a massive advantage in the team fights.
This is true. One thing that's been really interesting to watch, though, has been the way that Carmilla, every time she's about to die, Boca Ross was quick to scoop her up, spit her out behind the team. Now, I got a feeling that could work against them, though, because they're constantly doing that, and you immediately lose that front line. And sometimes it's okay for your tank to die. Sometimes you need them to die so that you can enclose in onto the enemy team. So it has been something that's worked as we've been through the early stages, but I'm wondering if it's going to keep on favoring, because once she gets melted down and is pushed back, the Simpsons are capitalized, and we just saw it. Easy peasy goes down. The rest of the front line is instantly, you know, brought to its knees for a second there because you lose one of your members. So an interesting mechanic, but we're starting to see some of its failties here.
Yeah, you're starting to see as well from BloodHounds, right? As we enter the later stage of the game, right now, they are going to have to rely more and more towards Boca Roscoe on the Sicilian with the snacks. He does so much damage, but in the bottom side, you can see the Dyroth already just falling here in that 1v1. Promise is able to bait 4 members down, and this, again, just creates so much space for the Simpsons to take. The control that they have in the lanes will be very good setup, actually, for the Lord that's going to be coming up in 20 seconds, forcing the Bat Feast as well. These resources are going to start to add up. It's going to be the Simpsons who can look for a collapse very, very soon.
Yeah, and you can feel it, you know, the tension building up. Promise has finally kind of come online, had a rough start against Tempest in the early stages, as a lot of people do against Dairoth, but wait, Damien, gonna be able to flicker away from that one. Lord up, but Promise has, now that he's got some items in, he's got the Guardian's helmet in, he's bulky enough to really just be able to go toe-to-toe and actually come out on top against Tempest, which is having him just dominate this bottom lane. They're actually sending Boca down now to deal with it.
Very good by Promise here. Again, this is just very good management from the Simpsons, right? The fact that BloodHounds need to send their ultimate poke damage, their poke potential down below, just alleviates so much pressure, gives the Simpsons so much room to play, and it's just a macro decision that worked out for the Simpsons right now. They utilize that Masha really well with the side lane presence. No one can really 1v1 Masha, maybe the Beatrix, but that's it, right? If you send the Beatrix, you lose your team fight potential 100%. You're not going to be able to deal that much damage onto the Barats without that Beatrix.
Well, they're going to need to come up with an answer to Promise soon, because that right now is being the deciding factor in not just the last Lord, but now this Lord, right? And the macro from the Simpsons right now is what's kind of keeping them ahead of all of these neutral objectives right now. And BloodHounds just really having trouble finding an answer to it. They send Boca down, but like you said, you lose all your damage. You try to send your other damage dealer, the Beatrix, down, you lose everything. There's no way you can even compete for the Lord. At this point, the only way I see them getting objectives is with easy peasy. Oh, Damien deleted though.
Man, Baka Roscoe does so much damage, and exactly this is what they need to play with. Baka and Dim Sum. They're able to get 2 pickoffs just with the Beatrix and with Baka. Coldworld, though, looking for a play, jumps in. He needs to be careful. Dim Sum has the win of nature. Coldworld gonna be popping off that go away, able to disengage for now. Lord cleared out. BloodHounds, they can play the long game. If you want to go for a siege, it's not really gonna work out. The Simpsons need to somehow force BloodHounds out of their base, because with the Sicilian and the Beatrix and with the frontliners that they have, it's so hard to actually dive towards that backline inside of the base. And they're looking for more here actually for the BloodHounds. Promise though has just a whole lot of HP, has a sprint as well. I don't think he's going to be at risk at this point. No threat.
Yeah, he's as G likes to say, that Masha's thick right now. Not something easy to take down. But you mentioned a really good point. Like, the goal for Simpsons right now is take out Boca Roscoe or take out Dim Sum. At this point, it's kind of a toss-up. I'm almost feeling more threatened from Boca right now, right? But Masha is kind of your person who needs to do that in a sense, or get to that backside. But once that Bat's Feast come out, it's going to be hard to catch up. The escapability is there for him, especially with just one person going after you. Fallen not really going to be able to get into the backline. So an answer for Simpsons, yeah, pull them out of the base. Try to maybe set up an ambush, and then once you can get out one of those people in the back line, you have the answer. BloodHounds, though, they just need to keep on waiting. They just need to keep on sieging up, getting Boca Roscoe more and more fed, and as long as they pocket around him and keep him in a safe position, him and Dim Sum, they should be able to come out on top in some of these team fights.
Yeah, and speaking of that pressure, speaking of that poke damage coming in from Baka, that's going to keep on stacking up. The damage is just going to increase over time. This is where those questions start to be, you can start to ask those questions for Coldworld. Do you want to go for the defensive item? Because now even the Beatrix with that Renner shot. Remember, the Renner shot was nerfed, right? And in the top side, wait a minute, Promise, going for that 1v1. Templess doesn't have the flicker, already burnt out. A solo kill from Promise. And again, this is a disaster for the BloodHounds, as now Baka is going to be the one who has to maneuver over to the mid lane, trying to stop Promise from dealing too much damage onto the base. And again, this just creates so much space for the Simpsons. Another beautiful macro play, and it just shows that side lane pressure from the Masha. That's what they were going for in the draft, and that's what's being displayed here in the 20th minute of the game.
How do you even answer that? Do you just let him take the tower? Do you maybe try to ambush him knowing that he's coming, maybe send Easy Peasy down there, send someone down there with Templess and wait for the bait? But then once again, you're giving up your position on the Lord. And this is just a riddle right now that BloodHounds don't seem to have an answer to. But still, Simpsons, eventually, will they be able to crack these inhibitors? It's taking them some time, but the inhibitors are getting a bit lower every time. They're getting a little bit more. So I think if the Simpsons can keep using this, they could still come out on top in this game.
Remember though, that high ground gonna play a huge role in this game right now, as that's gonna be the top side pressured in with the Evolved Lord crashing in, picking up the second base turret of the game. Just in the bottom side, you saw Promise and Fallen picking up another. Mid lane gonna be the focus now, as the Bloodhound members are gonna go on to that Evolved Lord, taking it down with the help of the Bennett and Baka, obviously on that bad impact, but the Thunderclap takes away a whole lot of HP, forcing a bad feast, forcing a sprint, and the damage here won't be free. Look at the free hitting coming in from Cold World, but one bad impact is enough to take him down. My goodness, 2 members fall just like that, but honestly, it should be worth it for the Simpsons right now. But Promise comes in out of nowhere in the bush. He finds a pick that literally kind of saves them from this position. Bloodhounds can't look for a crazy push here. They can't look for that one straight push N anymore.
That is insane. Promise. The perseverance there to wait, but wait a second, Promise.
Yeah, he's taken very low. Dim Sum needs to be careful though. Force that flicker out. Circling Eagle gonna be coming in with the help of Promise again with the Thunderclap, getting a double kill for himself. But I think this is gonna be a kill picked up. Nope, not by Nate. It is a double kill from Promise. This man is just the MVP so far in this game. Clutch flanks, clutch moments, and again, the targeting that's so precise.
Man, I wish I could be in the comms right now. I wish I could be hearing the call out for the response when the 2 Fallen and Cold World goes down. And it's like, Promise, wait in this bush right here. And he comes in, risky play, but knows he's tanky enough to do it and is able to escape. And then Bloodhounds continue to push forward and fall right into it. Damien with that Soaring Eagle, the Circling Eagle, is able to bring Promise right back into it and just shred through Dim Sum there. So a beautiful answer to what Bloodhounds thought was a clear possible victory.
And again, right, it's another example that the Bloodhounds, once they set their sights onto something, sometimes they do actually tunnel vision. They forget about maybe perhaps just the kill pressure that the Simpsons have from Promise. And Temptless, he's trying to go for that 1v1 again. They need to look for something at this point for Bloodhounds, right? Either you go for the commitment onto Masha, or you go for the 5-man onto the Lord. I don't think going for the 5-man Lord is going to be wise here, because just the Masha can punish you instantly going for that base.
Most definitely now with Lord up, towers put in. Masha has even, I mean, Masha's not only not only pushing on the top, but the mid as well. And this time Simpsons aren't even trying to go into this. They're just dealing with waves. Literally the Mega Minions are macroing themselves right now, right? It just gives you such a huge advantage to have all of these lanes with such, you know, having those minions coming at you. So Bloodhound's in a bad spot. I think at this point, what they need here is to really just let the Simpsons in for a second and hope that that bad impact and that Dim Sum can just take out the backline, can burst them down, and try to get what you got last Lord push, but this time don't falter it, right? Don't mess it up by getting too overambitious.
Don't get poked down too, because remember, even though so far in the last 5 minutes of the game, it has been the Simpsons dominating, that damage coming in from Baka is still alive. Promise up top, dealing the damage onto Temptless. They're trying to deal the damage here slowly but surely, but Promise just goes into that backline, diving in with a Thunderclap, getting the immortality down. Dim Sum popping the Wind of Nature. That's going to be Baka actually caught in the midst of it all with a Wind of Truncheon, able to buy some time, but with the Evolved Lord onto the base, they can just target it down. They're going to be able to secure match point here with a 4-for-1 as well in the trade. They come back this game, not as dominant, but still a clean game for the side.
The Simpsons, most definitely. I mean, definitely 2-0, an amazing game. And I think that game right there just showed the Simpsons, like, even though we were losing in the beginning there, we were able to drag it out. We were able to wait for our moment, get some of our heroes online, and it just showed that they have a little bit more depth there. Now, to the Bloodhounds' respect, they were coming in strong there in the beginning, and even towards the end there, it felt like they could have had that game with that final push there. Promise though, I mean, that was the play right there, man. Taking Bokarosco down there, having that, whoever made that shot call of wait for them. They're going to try to push down mid lane, wait in that bush, and just take out Boka. A beautiful play there from him. And even in that final push, Cold World comes around the side and is able to take out Dim Sum and just kind of seal the deal to help them secure that final base tower there.
Yeah, and you can see, right? It has to be Promise here, the MVP for the game. 3 KDA, not a very impressive KDA, especially after game 1 with the 19 KDA that Cold World was able to get. But still, as a Masha, you're not looking for that KDA, right? You're looking for that backline threat and obviously the side lane pressure, and he does exactly that. You can see as well, this is just a very unique build from him. Everything else is pretty standard, but a Wind of Nature is something I do want to highlight, right? He goes in for the Wind of Nature knowing that, again, the Beatrix can burst her down, can melt her down, actually, in the late stage of the game with the DHS, Melphic, and Hunter Strike. So just a solid pickup, honestly, with the Wind of Nature.
Yeah, very solid pick for sure. Now, looking at BloodHounds here, taking a look at the composition, right? We got a little bit spicy, and I'm wondering if we're going to get to see them just get back and keep it simple. Easy Peasy had a great start in this, and Fallen was a little bit off. They were able to take some objectives. They were able to really hone in. I mean, in the first start of this game, it was, 7-1 around the 7 or 8 minute marks? I was almost calling it quits, right? Because Easy Peasy was just on fire throughout the whole first 10 minutes. None of them could deal with it, and even Dim Sun right behind him every time, Templess as well, as we just saw there. But this is when I think things really started to go into the favor of the Simpsons. And that pull right there at that mid lane tower, Promise diving into the back, and that is where the Matilda, I think, also came into such clutch, able to provide those dives, but also the escape for the team of the Simpsons here. And this final here, Promise cleaning things up with Cold World, just a chef's kiss finish for the side of the Simpsons there. A very well achieved game.
Feels good, man, for the Simpsons, and it definitely feels bad, man, for BloodHounds, right? Because in game 1, when it's a stomp, you kind of build that mentality when you get stomped, right? You're like, all right, it's fine, we can always just go next. But the fact that you have the lead as a late game composition in the early game, and you're able to just go even to that late game where your composition should be a little bit stronger, the fact that the enemy team was able to out macro you, that's got to be a little bit tilting, right? So we will see how the BloodHounds are going to be able to adapt to that right now, as we are going to go again, I think, into the drafts again for game number 3. We're going to have to see significant improvement from the BloodHounds here if they want to actually take a game off of the Simpsons, who are looking really solid from behind and even while ahead.
Yeah, I mean, because this could be it, right? This could be it for the BloodHounds. We're at match point. Simpsons are looking good right now, and it's not going to be an easy road if BloodHounds want to try to take this the long way. You got to get 3 of them, and right now the Simpsons just beat you at your own game, as you said. So I think we don't only need to see some maybe slight improvements on the draft, but just overall holding it together, holding it together in some of those fights and being prepared for everything the Simpsons bring. Because right now the Simpsons, they seem like they're on point. They seem like they were ready, they're prepared, their calls are great. They are definitely holding on, whether they're losing or winning. They seem to bring a steadiness. So that is what we need to see from the BloodHounds if they want to continue through this, if they want to try to even take a game, let alone move on to farther into the bracket. Now, bans are starting to come out, the Akai, the Faramis, and the Bakito, and the Claude from the side of BloodHounds, Mirko.
Consistency is key, right? Especially when we're talking about a best-of-5 series. And so far in the series has been the Simpsons. The fact that they are able to play both sides of the coin here, again, while ahead, it's a little bit easier, just you gotta stay disciplined, but while behind, coming back from a 5,000 gold lead, especially up against a late game comp, was just phenomenal to see, right? They adapt so quickly in the games, even though they stumbled a bit in the early game, in that late game and in the mid game, they just played it so well. But back again here for the 3rd game actually of the series. It might be the final one. It really depends on how BloodHounds learns from both of those games early on. Melissa banned out from the Simpsons, 1-1 now, so 3 gold lane bans. Every single game we're adding on to the list for the gold laners.
For a split second there, I thought the 1-1 was going to slip through. I was like, BloodHounds, don't do it. Don't do it. But still kind of similar, right? Nate's going to get this Valentina. Pretty sure he was able to secure that in game 1, right? And did a decent job. Even though all of our eyes were on Cold World, it was still well played. And he was able to take that wild charge from Grok in game 1 and use it to its, to its potential. Now, BloodHounds going to pick up the Ballman here. I think it's still a solid pick, even though they lost with the last game. Easy peasy, played it very well. We just need the rest of the team to kind of round out around it now.
Yeah, the Bauman is a very solid pick. We saw it again, right? Easy Peasy was able to utilize this pick super well, especially in the early game, and that's one of the reasons they were able to actually play really well in that game, forcing it to go all the way to the 26th minute to evolve Lords, and they pick up the Beatrix as well. So 2 heroes that got them a whole lot of success in game 2. They're going to utilize that again. They're going to try to build their compositions now around the winning conditions that got them so far in game 2. But what this enables is for the Simpsons to actually punish, right? Because Beatrix, sure, the Balin might be prio, but the Beatrix, that's where we start to have those question marks, right? Maybe it's prio now that the Wanwan, Claude, and the Melissa has been banned out, but I was thinking about the Grok. I was thinking about maybe perhaps the Dyroth as well to be picked up here just to counter the tankiness of the Bauman, but they instead go for the Cho. So again, this is a very good pick, honestly, from the Simpsons, because the main problem they faced in game 2 was how to deal with the Bauman when it comes to the neutral objective control. If you kick him out, there's not much he can do to go for that lethal counter, and I think it's a very good read here from the Simpsons. Picking up a carry, pretty interesting too.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I mean, it has been a fallback for some teams when the Melissa, the Wanwan, and the Claude are banned out. And I think maybe they're just buying into the fact that BloodHounds, they already have the Ballman. We're probably going to see a tanky, here comes the Esmeralda. So I'm wondering for BloodHounds, when they get to the side of picking up a tank here, maybe not go super bulky. You already have the Ballman, you have this Esmeralda, maybe pick up the Matilda like Simpsons did last time. Maybe pick up something like, the Rafaela, something a bit more supportive instead of just adding to food for Cold World on this carry.
Yeah, I honestly agree. And at this point, you don't really want to go for the crazy roamers anymore, right? Because of just the Valentina there. These game-changing ultimates, if it's there for you, it's also there for the Valentina. And that's why the Valentina is still just so prio in this meta, right? Because it dictates the draft. You go for the Valentina, enemy team picks up crazy game-changing ults, you're going to have a lot to play with too. And now we're going to jump into that second banning phase. Sicilian respect from the Simpsons. They know, man, it was very hard to deal with. Baka was an absolute monster on the Sicilian. It's pretty crazy because Sicilian hasn't really found a whole lot of success in this very early game-oriented meta where the snowball, the teams who gets a snowball usually are able to close out the game, right? But the Sicilian was just phenomenal from Baka. Here though, Dyroth, Barat, they're trying to limit down that jungle potential, but this Cho, will we see a jungle Cho?
I don't know. That's where we're getting. I mean, it's been a crazy 2 series. Maybe, possibly, we are going to finally get to see. I mean, it is on Fallen right now. It is on Fallen. Maybe it stays there. Maybe he foresaw the Barat's ban coming. Either way, with the Barat's banned out, we have to see him play something different, which is something I'm a little excited about, right? Because we've seen him run the Barats, and I enjoy the Barats. But I always like to see these junglers have to dig a little bit, bring out something else. And with the Ballman gone, the Akai gone, the Barat's gone, you either have to do the Cho jungle or pull up something a little bit different. Maybe they fall into the Karina here or something.
Yeah, the Karina could definitely work here, but it's just a bit tough up against that Bauman. It does give you a little bit more room as well to play if you want to go for the contest onto the neutral objective. Obviously with the true damage from your passive, but Julian is also up for grabs. They pick it up instantly here. I was also about to say Amon, but yeah, they go for the Julian. We still don't know though. I think it's pretty much confirmed at this point that the Julian should be the jungler unless they pull a sneaky on us here. They go for a Julian XP and Cho jungle and they go for a roamer, but I think it's a bit too creative there. They go for the Mathilda, so it is going to be a Cho XP, I believe, here. And a Mathilda roam. A bit of a squishy composition, unless the Julian goes for the Demon Slayer tank build.
Possibly. I mean, it's definitely a little bit squishy. What I'm worried about too is it's kind of divey, right? It's very divey, and BloodHounds picked up this Ruby, and I think Ruby does an amazing job against those dive comps. You try to come in, and I'm locking you up. I'm gonna hold you still for that half a second, just long enough for Dim Sum and Easy Peasy to do the damage. So they're kind of just going right into that. And before they picked up those two things, and I saw the Ruby pickup, I was like, ooh, that's nice. That can help deal with the Cho. That can help deal with the Karina if they want to pick that, or deal with whatever divey marksman they want. So that's going to be the big thing for the Simpsons here, is playing around that. They're going to need to kind of dodge that. They're not going to want to fall into an I'm offended, or even just walk right into that Ruby. And now with Bokarosco picking up this Lunox, it just adds even more burst damage on top of the possible combos of the team, right?
And it's kind of the same story as well that we saw in game 2, right? With Baka and Dim Sum on two heroes that needs those item power spikes to hit before they can actually go for something crazy. And obviously, the fact that they have, this time I think, a little bit better mid control than they did in game 2. With the Lunox, in terms of just trades early on, if you're comboing it with a Ruby, you're going to have a whole lot more sustain. Valentina does more damage, but with the sustain, you actually win out in these trades up against Valentina and Cho, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see how they utilize this. Again, Templess has been a very selfless XP. He's always just rotated, even giving up his wave entirely to get in and to help in the neutral objective take. So we'll see. Are they going to go for the same route in game number 3, as we are going to jump into the Land of Dawn? Match point for the Simpsons. They need one game right here to secure the victory, to move on over to meet up against ACKERMAN later on.
Ooh, I'm getting chills, Mirko. I'm getting chills. Definitely excited to see how this plays out. Now, like you said, Bokarosco on this Lunox could be something clutch, not only because of the possibilities to win out in lane early on, but Cho, not going to be an easy target for him, right? And he's already going to have a little... Hold on. This is Jungle Cho. Hold on a second. I just looked over. I see the retribution. That is flavor right there. We wanted it, we got it, but BloodHounds knows that with this Ballman, they're going to have an advantage, and with the Ruby, and they're just going to come in and start invading already.
Oh, but Fallen is actually able to secure the purple buff here, and Easy Peasy might actually be caught. Baka trying to deal the damage, Easy Peasy trying to run away. Able to get out for now, but that's going to be Jikundo knocking Sushi up. Nate trying to deal the damage again to take him down. He still has the flicker, but I don't think it's going to be worth it there. First blood picked up. Cold World picking up that kill up top, going for another onto Dim Sum, and he actually wins out in this trade. Gold laner picking up a kill versus the mid lane Lunox. Who do you think it's worth for?
I mean, both of them need some items, right? Both of them need some items. I think in the long haul, though, if we creep very late, that Cold World needs that, right? He's going up against some... You got some bulk on the side of BloodHounds. Taking a look at the predictions, though, 79% for the Simpsons right now. I know there's a lot of fans out there. Can the Simpsons pull this game off? Because I really like I've been iffy about their composition so far, but this time BloodHounds, I'm liking it.
Same. I really like how they're able to actually draft around this right here with the Bauman first pick and the Beatrix, but here you go. Another contest, Easy Peasy, picking up with the lethal counter retribution. Cho gonna go in for that way the dragon to disengage, but look at this! It's gonna be the I'm Offended popped in by Nate, bringing the members over in. Baka dealing so much damage over towards Damien, forcing him back, and this is going to be another invasion. Fallen still has the retribution, can go for the steal. He is gonna be able to pick it up. So low, Easy Peasy. Looking for that last tick of damage. He was waiting for probably the retribution to come up there, but it was not up in time. A very good flicker from Cold World up top as we are going to move over. Wow, just action all across the board.
Yeah, action, but the thing is not a lot of deaths. Both teams have played it well. They've been able to disengage, they've been able to re-engage, they've been able to really walk a thin line in these first 3 minutes, put as much pressure as possible without dying or without losing out. Taking a look at the gold, BloodHounds hasn't gotten too far ahead. It's only about 600 right now, 700 right now. So Simpsons, as they do well in the past, they're still doing well again. They're just kind of staunching the bleeding. My real question, the thing that I just can't really wrap my mind around right now, this Jungle Cho. Mirko, I feel like maybe you're a bit more comfortable with it. Tell me about it, man.
it's really about that utility, right? And it is a different type of utility. For the Bellman, it's more that's just securing your objectives and obviously the invades that you can bring to the table. But for this Cho, you're more of just that enabler in the team fights. You can go for picks, you soak in a whole lot of damage. You're practically just that. You're a roamer, but you play in the jungle, right? And they're looking for that collapse right here. Way the dragon popped in, and this is exactly what they're looking for, that enabling coming in, but it's not going to be enough to actually take easy peasy down. Baka so low, yet still able to get out. Meanwhile, down below, Promise using this to go for the turret gold. No, he actually just recalls, respecting the maneuverability and the mobility that Tempest has on the Esmeralda. Fallen though, still going for a bit more damage, trying to chunk them down, but I don't think BloodHounds can. I think it's just gonna be a free turtle with the lethal counter. Good, I'm offended as well there. Fallen goes over the way of the dragon, wrong way though. Kicked into BloodHounds, back in, enhanced sword popped in by Promise. Good clear, but again, it's just not enough from the Simpsons. The trades are going over to BloodHounds again.
Yeah, I mean, so I think Simpsons a little too trigger happy right now, you know? I think we're seeing that they can possibly win out in some of these team fights, but they just don't have the damage yet, right? Like, Fallen's made some nice plays. Now Promise going down in the boss side as well. Looking very rough for the Simpsons right now. Brilliance coming out.
And it's just, yeah, again, not looking good for the Simpsons, right? Here, there's a very good collapse play there from Baka, forcing 2 flickers out from Damien, actually flickering out with the guiding wind. It was not 2 flickers, 1 flicker, but with the guiding wind, he's able to bring another friend. Another good resource burnt out though, and BloodHounds, they're utilizing this, converting onto every objective they can get their hands on. The turtle, the bottom side turret, and we have to talk a little bit about this XP lane, right? Tempest has just so much more room to play up against the Julian and the XP lane. That's why I thought it was going to be a Cho. The Julian can't really clear the waves as fast as the Esmeralda. You can't cut the waves as fast as well, so that just creates so much problems for the rest of the team to deal with as they rotate across the map.
I think that swap right there, I think the Julian could have done decently in the jungle, right? You can get the knock up on the Ballmond here and there when he's got the spin, but wait a second, a nice pick onto Bocarasco. They do get the kill. Cold World picks that one up, so are finding some answers here and there. I think the Simpsons just need a bit more time, but BloodHounds does not want to let that happen.
Yeah, good falling star moon there by Tempest, but also just very good maneuverability from the Simpsons as well. Honestly, this is the trend that we've been seeing from BloodHounds, right? In Game 2 and now in Game 3. They have the lead, but they're not able to actually transition that lead, the early lead that they have, into the mid-game properly. And right now you're seeing bits of that. They're playing a little bit too aggressive, overextending, and they're going to go for this turtle once again. Lethal counter and the red tree. Not enough, Fallen 2 levels below. Somehow still able to find that steal. Insane play by Fallen as Cold World goes in for the flank now, as that's gonna be the enhanced chain connecting onto 2 members, and it's a disaster from the BloodHounds. A good I'm offended connecting onto a whole lot of members, but the rest of the members from BloodHounds were not ready to follow it up. How did Fallen get that steal?
He clicked the retribution button. He walked up and he
clicked
the retribution. I mean, I don't know, man. I think it might have a slight misplay by Easy Peasy, because yes, that should be a guaranteed at this point, but maybe a little bit of pressure there. Simpsons were kind of bringing it in. Maybe Easy Peasy miscalculated a bit, and Fallen was just able to do it. I don't think there was a big knock-up or anything like that. He was just able to kind of take it from them. So those are the small cracks, right? Those are the transitions, the small problems that you were talking about that we see from BloodHounds here and there. If they want to continue in this, they need to keep it tight. They need to not make any small mistakes, because the Simpsons are gonna capitalize. And there's another one. Cold World picking it up. 4-1 right now, finding a nice mid game.
Oh my god, Cold World so clean with the flicker. He's able to get out from the lethal counter. Granted, Fallen was there to actually help him out, but he dodged away from it. That was just clean mechanics from Cold World, the man that I mentioned to put your eyes on before the game. And again, I guess it's just the caster curse, right, Trex? Right as you mentioned it, they can't make those mistakes anymore. They do it, and here again, that I'm offended from Nate is going to be able to actually force the flicker out from Baka, bottom side tier 2, taken down by Cold World, who's again just popping off, and there's gonna be another 1v1 Baka though. Oh, that was just sad. That was unfortunate. He used the Chaos Assault, but he hit the wall.
That is rough. I mean, that's like a millimeter, you know, that's like you go for it, you think you're at the right part, and you just missed it, decides to walk away in a little bit of a walk of shame there. Now, I don't want to pull away from this because it's not just BloodHounds making a little mistake here, it's plays like that. Cold World saving that second skill dash to be able to get away, but hold on, more damage.
Whoa, what the heck is that damage, man? The Beerus Passion comes in, but the I'm offended from Nate. Once again, brilliant ultimate steal with the IMU. This is just going to be a slaughter in the team fight. Promise hunting his prey down with the enhanced chain. Easy peasy taken out. It's a wipeout for the Simpsons, who are able to come back from a gold deficit, from an XP deficit once again in game number 3. It's deja vu all over again.
That is rough. That is rough. And it's those, you know, we keep saying it's Bloodhound mistakes, but I got a feeling it might just be the Simpsons making the plays happen. The steal with that I'm offended there from Nate, finding the right ultimate at the right time and using it so well. Back and forth, the Simpsons are just making these plays work. Even with a composition that I was a little iffy about, they are just dominating now as we creep through the mid game.
Yeah, you can see, right? Fallen, he's just so annoying here, and even Promise, now, it's literally deja vu. Promise on the Masha was losing in the laning phase, but he came back in the mid stage of the game. Right here on the Julian, same story. As they're looking to collapse in the mid lane, Damien gonna be hooked, and I'm offended, but the enhanced chain connects onto 4 members. Fallen gonna go for the way of the dragon, able to connect onto easy peasy, but 2 members are actually taken down from the Simpsons. Flashy plays from the Simpsons, but very efficient from BloodHounds. They're able to keep their composure even with that crazy enhanced chain getting 4.
Yeah, BloodHounds do a decent job at defending those sieges, right? We saw it last game. They were really, I mean, with no inhibitors, they defended a Lord, right? With barely anything, they're really good when it comes to those tight spots. So can they keep that up? Can they do something, get Bokarosco online? I think what I want to see from them is a bit more like ambushy play, a bit more kind of like what we saw from Promise last game, what we see from Cold World here and there, and what we see from Promise. They need to maybe wait a little bit more. Instead of always jumping into these team fights, prolong it and wait for that right moment to get that big I'm offended, to get those big plays to happen, so they can use all of these possible combos that they have in their lineup and actually make them work together.
Yeah, and again, right, it just shows. Just now, I think Shushi was actually going for the I'm offended onto Nate, but because Nate has that Terrify, he's able to get out. Damien actually taking the half HP. A good I'm offended from Nate as well right now. He's going to be taken out, but look right here, collapse coming in from the rest of the Simpsons. Dim Sum, very good flicker just now, able to get out from the damage, out of harm's way, and that's just a solid trade from BloodHounds. They pick up 1 for 1. It's the mid laner traded in for the XP laner. I do believe it's still worth it in the end because Dim Sum was the one who got that kill.
Yeah, but can they? I mean, but Cold World picks that one up on the top side. Hold on, though. More action.
Oh, man, they just don't stop. Easy peasy, able to actually sustain from that engagement. The way the dragon and the damage was just not enough yet to take them down. They usually need the follow-up CC from Nate to actually take these kills onto their hands. 7 seconds for the Lord, though. Enhanced this time. What do you think BloodHounds needs to do?
I mean, at this point, they're down to the inhibitors. I think they definitely need to go for it. But after this, I don't think they can, Mirko. That is rough.
Yeah.
Whole world, man. I mean, this is game 1. He carried it. Game 3, looking at him, 7-1-5. And he is playing this carry to a T, able to really get in there. Even against the dive competition that the BloodHounds have, he's just able to come in and dance around once again and make things happen.
Promise as well, though, getting a whole lot of HP from the enhanced sword. Will be taken down. A good kill over to Baka, getting a little bit more gold to play with here. But I agree with you. It's looking grim for BloodHounds right now. Damien, though, needs to be careful on where he's opening up the map with a disadvantage in terms of his teammates here. We'll see. The Simpsons, though, with the enhanced lord, they're going to be able to actually time it with Promise's respawn. 14 seconds, not too long. Pretty good mobility as well, so as long as they actually play it really slow, they can go for the 5-man push together. But easy peasy, they're gonna look for something. Baka gets chunked solo. Nate has the Chaos Assault, jumps in. Baka able to get out as well, but look at who's here. Cold World coming in with the flank on a carry. What the heck? Picking up a double kill here for himself. A 1-for-2 trade, and both of the carries for BloodHounds taken out. That's the high ground that they needed, and the Simpsons, they might have found the opening to look for the end right here. Shushi still able to disengage, stopping the momentum. Falling Star Moon, unable to connect onto the other members. Enhanced Chain, though, finally connecting onto Easy Peasy, who has the Athenas. Not going to be a whole lot of kill pressure from the side of the Simpsons. Good I'm Offended coming in. Promise with the Enhanced Chain once again. Easy taken low. Still able to disengage. A good defense once again from the BloodHounds, despite having both of their carries taken out.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to pull that off, right? And after, I mean, I think it was a great Cold World. Yes, he goes down for that, but you saw him. He jumped in. He's like, I'm going to hit my speedy light wheel, stand still, and just take down as many as I can. And it worked out. They did get an inhibitor there. They take that middle inhibitor down to about 75%. But wait a second, Promise in a bit of trouble. Gets taken out from Dinsun. Simpsons trying to respond.
Okay, a good Wave the Dragon there, brought in by the Circling Eagle. No, actually just the Guiding Wind. That was enough to actually gap close. Baka, though, caught, and that's the Circling Eagle, pinning him down. Double kill this time. They lose their XP laner for 2 members. And this is another opening for the Simpsons to go for a siege, but I don't know about this one. We're going to have to see how Dim Sum plays it. He has the Bennett, proper weapons to go for the defense now with the top side pushing in. You're going to have to be very, very careful. I'm Offended connecting right there. As Cold World is still able to be able to sustain back up with the way the Dragon connecting. It's just free hits from Cold World. Dim Sum, can heal, deal the damage towards 4 members? That's the big question right now, as they are going to look for that bottom side first. Taking it slow, disciplined route from the Simpsons. BloodHounds getting their members back up. Easy peasy back up. Cold World needs to be careful, but look at the damage output coming from him. And the sustainability, the backup, the collapse coming in together. Cold World getting out from the Chaos Assault, from the Beerus Passion. A good Brilliance popped in by Nate as well. And this is just chained so well, timed so well to go for the next Lord.
Yeah, and they're Simpsons are cool with it, man. They're not trying to rush things. They take a tower, they move back, they get the next Lord, they take the next inhibitor, they move back. They're not trying to over push it. Yes, they stayed for a little bit, but they did what they needed to, as you said, to be prepared for this next Lord. It's already up. We're 16 minutes in, and I think this is a do or die moment for BloodHounds. Easy peasy has to make this Lord count.
And honestly, I don't think the Simpsons are actually going to go for the Lord take, right? They're just trying to bait BloodHounds into the Lord pit here. Oh no, I'm Offended popped in very early. Falling going to go in for the collapse onto our Sushi, though. Back lines, Cold World dealing out a whole lot of damage to Easy Peasy. Brilliance popped in by Baka. Disengagements coming in from BloodHounds. The Simpsons need to be careful as well. That's a render shot coming in. Only Damien, good body block. Meanwhile, Cold World, again out of nowhere. He just goes in for the base. Easy peasy, can't clear it. He goes for another hit. It does not matter. Cold World every single time. The X Factor for the Simpsons.
Oh my god, what a finish. This is the second one of these we've seen so far in the top 8. But Cold World, the way he did that right there, and just the confidence, like, listen, I got this, I can do this. Ballman shows up, and easy peasy, he's questioning. He's like, do I focus on you? He uses the lethal counter on the minions, and he gets rid of them, but still Cold World's like, I can get it, and just stays there, able to finish it. Not only take the game, but take the series for his team, a clean sweep. Simpsons will move on into the next round to face ACKERMAN later on tonight. And BloodHounds, you guys did a great job. You made it to the top 8, but today we have to see you leave.
It's very unfortunate, again, for the BloodHounds, who, showed glimpses of brilliance throughout the game, right? That early game, they've always actually been able to grasp on that early game with the Bauman pick. But here, you can see, Cold World, way too much to handle, man. And every single time, right? It's always Cold World that's so annoying in this game on the carry. You don't expect him to flank. Did you expect him to flank? That was crazy. The maneuvers and even going for that split push when the rest of the team were going for the Lord. It's a very risky move, but Cold World and the Simpsons made it work together.
You know, and that's kind of defined the Simpsons, I feel like, in the past 3 series. They just, the calls, right? Those risky plays, that high risk, high reward, but they seem, at least against the BloodHounds so far, they have seemed to always get the reward out of it. And Cold World, man, definitely not just MVP of those 2 games, but has come out repetitively through, I mean, the whole series, I feel. Just done a great job, but Simpsons, man, I'm excited to see now, after seeing this, after seeing their performance, excited to see how they do against ACKERMAN later tonight. It is definitely going to be something powerful because at this point, Simpsons are probably feeling themselves. You know, they finished this quick. They did a 3-0 sweep, not something we've seen a whole lot of. I think this is the 2nd, maybe 3rd one out of, 8 games so far. So definitely excited to see how they continue with this momentum, Mirko.
Yeah, that momentum actually helps a lot, right? When you're warmed up early on, when you have 2 matches, sometimes you can say, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes maybe fatigue can come into play, right? Maybe they're burnt out from playing a whole series, but the fact that they got it 3-0 and it was just such an uplifting game for them, it is actually, I think, going to be an advantage for them later on because they're warmed up, they have that momentum. We'll see, again, how that plays out because up against ACKERMAN, Cold World's going to be facing off against Zia, which is going to be a very, very cool matchup that everyone's going to be excited to watch.
Most definitely. Now, we will be jumping into our break. This game went a little bit fast, so it is going to be a bit of an extended break, but during that time, we will be coming back at one point for a nice little round table of me, Dave, and Mirko, plus a giveaway on top of that, and then we will have the next series closing in after that. So make sure you guys stick around, grab some popcorn, use the bathroom, do whatever you need to do, but make sure you come back because you're not going to want to miss out on what's coming up next.
For sure, man. I mean, there's just so many crazy matches up ahead, and we're going to have to see.
hearing some weird noises. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to North America 2022 Challenger Tournament's fall season, the only pass to N4 World Championship. As you know, this is the day that will decide your top 4 contestant, and as the first game being finished, we'll have Team Simpsons eliminating one more team, BloodHounds, from this very, very interesting, exciting series and bracket. We're taking a look at the replays. Look at all the highlights being happened in the last match. Trex, is there any specific highlights that captured your heart in the last series?
I mean, I think this right here captures my heart in those series. The whole world. Man, the man was a monster. Look at game 1, 14-0 and 5 on the 1-1. And then game 3, 12-2 and 5 as well. The man, he put the Simpsons on his shoulders and carried them. I mean, I'm not giving all the credit to him, but he made some amazing, exciting, and stellar plays happen in those games.
Absolute miracle. What about you? Are you completely on board with that? Or is there any other player that you would like to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, right, it was just such a good game to watch, such a good game to cast, and obviously everyone performed really well. I gotta give it to Cold World, though. Again, it's kind of the same, but the Masha as well in the final game, oh my god. I mean, in the second game, actually, the one where he was able to get a few crazy thunderclaps here and there, just overall, everyone played their part really well, but obviously, Cole was the standout, man.
Yeah, I think the EXP laner difference is we saw them in the match and made an influence. You know, the flanks on the back lines, that was absolutely insane coming out from Team Simpsons. But obviously, just like you said, a Cold World just played out of this world, man. You know, what was that, like, backdoor on the base? You know, what was that, like, quadra kill, right? Those 4 kills in the base with one singular 1-1 ultimate. The crossbow of Tang.
Under the fountain.
Somebody may say it. Yeah, Trex?
Getting health back and still getting taken out. That's always like one of my favorite things to see. When the crossbow Tang goes off, they're sitting under the base and their health bar is just trying to go up, but it continues to drop down.
And especially it's in the base. You know, like I literally saw him with one crossbow Tang and the entire enemy team died. And they were sitting in the fountain. They were like, that is just, dude, like, what are you going to do at that point, Miracle? Okay, but before you answer that question, I have another question for you. So, based on the first match you watched today, like, is there anything you noticed particularly different between the NAC and the MPL Indonesia?
Honestly, like, the meta right now, there's a lot of similarities, honestly, right? I got the pleasure to actually cast MDL as well, so I got into the new patch as well, like, what are the teams picking up? Even though they're using the global ban system, most of the picks that we're seeing here, pretty common. Again, the Grok, the Paquito, those are just the 2 heroes that we rarely see. But I guess the only difference here is sometimes you actually, for the teams, they prioritize Grok even higher than the Valentina sometimes, and even the Paquito. Yep. And they like to trade the Paquito out a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, go ahead, Trex.
I mean, the Grok is like, I do think it's extremely valuable, and it's understand how, like, I think it's interesting how there's like always, a lot of times the metas are similar, but there's like those one or 2 heroes that each region kind of really puts favoritism on. Like, and when it comes down to it, a lot of times those all 5 heroes end up looking similar, but it's all about who's prioing what, and like that one hero always comes in the first or second pick, right? I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, and absolutely. I think there are 2 interesting things that Mirko actually brought up, which number 1 is global ban pick. And number 2 is that you got to see some of the new patches. Now, I want to start with the new patches you're talking about. So obviously we have a lot of things that's being changed. Now, one thing when we discussed with Leo was the uprising new heroes that might be used. For example, Jawhead got a significant buff on, like, outputs and everything. Why are we not seeing more Jawhead right now in the scene or on MPL, you would say?
Yeah, honestly, like, that's a really good topic, man. Because you're right, we did see the Jawhead actually. a few times. Someone picked it in the jungle. We saw a high and dry Jawhead in the jungle going semi-tank, actually full tank by it was high. And then Leo Murphy also brought it in the roamer position again. So going back to like season 7 vibes where the Jawhead was just meta in the roam position. But I do feel like it's still very situational. The times where you do see the Jawhead in MPL Indonesia, it's when you're up against something like a Farsa, right? You need someone to just dive in, cancel out those feather airstrikes, or just those big ultimates like the Yve, the ones that can really be stopped by the Jawhead's unstoppable force. And honestly, there's a few other heroes that we've seen actually that has risen in popularity in MPLID. One of those being the Mincetar after the buff in the patch notes, right? With Wanwan being so prio, Paquito as well, so many dashes on the board. We saw Aura pick up the Mincetar and it was pretty cool. But it did lose that value in the next few games because people were able to read it out in the drafts.
Right. Trax, what do you think about Minthar and Jawhead overall? Like, do you think they can be also developed into more positions, like into our, upcoming scene? Like, do you think we can even see Jawhead silent? Because, like we said, Jawhead can dive into the backline to an Eve, to a Farsa. And then Jawhead actually does really well one-on-one in lane against a lot of characters, including some of the most popular meta picks like Dara or Esmeralda.
I think the Minosaur definitely kind of situational, right? And we've seen it very, it's finicky here. Every once in a while we see it. Sometimes it wins, sometimes it loses. Now the Jawhead, so in the top 64, there was a team, I was watching some of the games, or maybe it was top 32. There was a team that ran it, and me and another caster were kind of watching the game. It was just like a watch party. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what? Like, they're going up against the Ballman. I'm like, on paper, this kind of works. Like, Ballman tries to invade, he throws them. Ballman tries to come in, he throws them. Like, and it kind of could, on paper, it looked like it could work against some of the current meta junglers, right? Because some of the current meta fighters. But again, like, there's all the times I see picks like that, and I'm like, on paper, it could work. But then it never seems to fold out like that. Like, for a long time, I stood up for the X-Borg when the tank meta came out, but it just never really came out. It sounded really good, but it just never laid out right on paper, or in the game at least.
Right, Merkel, why do you think that is? Why do you think it never came to fruition for those picks? Like, I mean, like, on paper it sounds good, and I think in practice it plays pretty good too. So, like, why is that? Like, do you think it's particularly related to the pro scene where people are more careful to trying out new things? And then, like, we see a similar phenomenon with Grok. Even Grok was never really changed for a long time after the previous patch where they changed the ultimate to 2-second stun if you use the wall charge properly onto the wall. But then, like, after that, like, we've seen a change from Grok to Mathilda and then back to Grok with nothing really being changed. So do you think it has something to do with the competitive scene, or is there anything else you think why this character is not being picked right now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right, it really depends on, obviously, the heroes getting buffed or nerfed that impacts the whole meta in general, but it comes down to team play as well, right? Because there's differences in the patches coming down to actually like the objectives, how you play the objectives, the damage reduction from the turrets in the tier 2. As you know that like there's shielding now, you can open up the map a little bit more if your tier 2 gets taken down below the 10th minute of the game, the turret passive as well. So with all that, you kind of need to change, and obviously the teams that are playing in the MPL level, that are playing in the pro scene, they scrim a whole lot, they experiment a whole lot, and I'm friends with some of them, so I actually get to ask them like, why do you think this hero isn't really meta anymore? Because for some time as well, I thought about the Wanwan, right? Before it was buffed, actually, I really felt like maybe Wanwan could actually work in these scenarios, and it comes down to team play. Sometimes just the team synergy as a whole, when it comes down to team fighting, it doesn't work with that certain hero, and especially when that hero is kind of gimmicky, right? Let's take the X-Borg for example. You really need to utilize the last insanity properly. You need to use the Firaga armor properly too. If you get bursted down, if people just target you down and you lose the Firaga armor, that's the last insanity practically useless, right? So there are a lot of little things here and there that the pro players can really bring out to its maximum potential in the pro scene, and that just makes the heroes really punishable.
Right.
Big punishing those things that like you think are like it. that one thing is what kind of destroys Xborg, right? There's those one thing that any pro team can completely take advantage of. Yes, it may work in rank, but when you put it in the hands of someone with a coach and analysis, like, oh, this is all we have to do to beat this, and then he doesn't have any value at all anymore after that, right? Like, and at least some other heroes, they're good, and even if you export them, they still have some value somewhere on the field, right?
Yeah, but the same argument can be made for a character like Faramis, though. Like, we know Faramis, even as a really meta pick, but a lot of teams kind of know how to deal with it. For example, we watched Blacklist versus Omega. That's one of the most best examples to take out when Omega was able to punish the Faramis pick. And then you find a pattern why Faramis pick in certain scenarios, even played by a really pro team, wasn't able to work out, is because like they were not playing really what do you call proactively or aggressively with that ultimate. The culture was used. If it's used mostly as a defensive tool, it's actually bad sometimes because you're stuck in place if that, culture is depleted, and it's the easier setup for the enemy team. So I think a lot of time, this is really a balance that pro teams have to figure it out. And another question I have for Miracle here is that you just mentioned this global ban pick. What do you think about that? Do you think that's something we can see in a entire world scene for Mobile Legends?
Oh man, it's always such a tough question when we're bringing up something like a global ban system, right? A new draft system basically for the entire world, because obviously we've gotten very used to just the system we have now. I think just from we know the system, right? It's the normal system that we have. With the global ban system, it does add another layer of just interest, right? It's very interesting to see how the players can play different heroes, because right now, I mean, there are a few concerns coming in for pro players as well, where they're really good at one hero and they can just keep on spamming that hero, right? It really just comes down to how the coach drafts around them. And you can see the same heroes actually from both of the teams in the entire series sometimes. I think you saw that for RRQ against RSG Philippines in MSC, right? RRQ just kept on going for the same draft. And the global ban system, I do like the aspect of, making pro players learn more heroes, play more heroes in the competitive scene. But it adds a layer of like RNG and randomness to the game that is already technically there in the first place. So it kind of takes away from the level of just the skill ceiling of how they can learn this hero and bring it all the way, You know what I mean?
So
yeah, tracks.
With you doing that and watching I mean, of course, global ban, very interesting. Give me a what's some of the have you only casted over best of threes? Have you done any big best of fives or anything like that? That's my first question. And if so, how deep has it gotten to? What are some of the insane picks that you've seen teams be forced to go into after 3 or 4 games?
Oh man, yeah. So in the MDL, I got to cast mostly just best of threes. In the playoffs that I got as well, the day that I got to cast, it was just a best of 3, right? We had a best of 5 only for the grand finals, so I haven't really seen it go all the way. Obviously, it will get crazy if MLBB and Moonton decides to go with this, because obviously, grand finals, you have best of 7, and the playoffs usually we have best of 5s. So, yeah. I mean, the craziest I've seen are, I think I saw Hanzo pick up before. There's just these crazy heroes in the jungle, even in the gold lane, right? I mean, it's not as crazy. There's no Hanabis, all right? No Hanabis yet, luckily. No Mias. But yeah, no. Actually, we have seen a couple of Mias. We've seen a couple of just those weird picks in the gold lane and everywhere. And sometimes this is what's interesting though. Sometimes in the draft, right? Because when you pick up Esmeralda in the first game, sometimes you forget that, and the enemy team just picks up Ovi's first pick, and you're like, oh well, wait, how do we counter that now?
Yeah, okay, Miracle, I agree with a lot of things that you just said, but except for one thing, all right? The Hanzo thing, I gotta push back a little bit, all right? The Hanzo's not a troll pick, all right? That's where we cross the line, all right? Let's just say let's just agree to disagree on the Hanzo thingy, but everything else, definitely makes sense. At the same time, though, like for global ban pick, I think another element to be, argued about is actually the viewer experience, right? Because then finally you don't get to see the same draft every single time, because that's what we're seeing right now in MPL and NA. The M4 qualifier is like we see similar draft every time, but from a viewer perspective, really want to see new faces, new character being developed. And another aspect added on top of that, I think it's more of a chess match. Now you get coach to be more involved, right? Okay, so do we use the best draft in game 1? just to win this for the morale, right? Or do we throw in some like good picks for a balance? I don't know. So, okay, my next question that I have regarding the NA scene and the Indonesia scene, do you think do you prefer like a assassin jungle meta, or do you prefer the current tank jungle meta that is being played everywhere?
You know, I used to be a jungle player myself, you know, before I moved over to the gold lane because of the whole tank situation. I personally don't like playing tanks, right? I like going in flashy, but I actually, you know, you asked me assassin or tank. I'll say marksman, because I love playing marksman in the jungle. Back in Season 7, the Grangers, the Eason Shins, that was my jam, man. I really loved playing the marksman in the jungle, and I really hope that meta comes back, right? Assassin and utility junglers, we've seen it. They have the time to shine. Bring back the bring back the marksman. I think Zane can also, he agrees with me probably with the marksman jungler.
Trax, what do you think?
One thing I can stand up for the tank meta is there is now a good spot for the marksman, right? Like I remember when the gold lane and the XP lane first came up, everyone was like, whoa, like what is this? No more double fighters on each side, no more throwing like a Harith over here. You know, a lot of things changed. But I can say that things feel a bit more like solidified now. So like at least marksman isn't like yes, it would be nice to see some marksman in the jungle. I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, just because how they have this gold lane position now. And I'm just wondering like if there's ever going to be a time again that marksmen go into the jungle, and then it's like, well, what do you put into the gold lane? Do we go back to that fighter meta? And of course, like the meta's consistently changing. It's one of the reasons why I love MLBB, right? Like there's always something spicy coming to the mix. There's always some new heroes. There's always some new patch notes. So I'm just wondering like what would be the next step into the jungle? Because it feels like we've been in the tank meta jungle for a long stretch now.
Yeah. I mean, but one thing that I think everybody should keep in mind, that is like Mobile Legends is a very different game from any other MOBA. So with a thing that comes out every different meta, it's going to be a different playstyle. And that's why like we love it so much, because there's so many things that different seasons you get to see the pro teams adjust to it and have a completely different playstyle, right? We have the marksman jungle, the hyper carry AK, right? That's the meta for a long time. And then it comes to the tank meta. Because the gold lane adjustment with all the gold plates, with all the super gold minion cannons, you get so much go out of it. So like, I mean, by the way, interesting fact, when I interviewed Basic, he said, that's the reason why I moved to gold lane. And same with interviewing Hoon. He was like, Dave, you know why I'm playing. It's like, dude, Hoon, you're a hyper carry. Like you're the jungle. Why you wanted to play mid now? So imagining like, you know, I used to play Ling and now I have to play Akai. You know, it's just a very different feeling.
Big hit.
Yeah. Mirko, what, like, is that the same reason for you? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, literally, like, I was a marksman, assassin player. I played the Granger, the Eason Shin. I played a Lancelot Ling, and then so all of a sudden I need to play Bauman again. Like, no disrespect to Bauman. It's a good hero. It's a solid hero. If you like it, you know, it's your jam. But I don't like playing Bauman. I don't like playing Akai.
No.
I feel like it's very repetitive, the gameplay, you know? It's just one thing to do, especially Bauman. You just go for neutral objectives, you go for invades, have good pathing. That's about it, right?
It's true.
Yeah,
true. But
the retry guy.
Now the marksman kind of takes that, but now, like you said, the gold lane is kind of the ones that we keep our eyes on, in a sense. I mean, honestly, like for me now, it's the jungle, you're right. It's not really the star. The big plays do come in here and there, but it's that mage in that gold lane, right? And even now it's been since like Xavier came out, we're getting to see more bursty. I feel like since that point to now, we've seen a lot more bursty mages. Farza kind of coming back a bit. For a minute there was all like Eve, control mages, a lot of supportive mages. So even now we're slowly kind of creeping back to a bit more of an exciting meta, I feel like.
Yeah, and we also got news that we have some stats on some of the most popular picks in the NACT region. You can see that we're showing Esmeralda being the number one, Lilia and Grok. This is a very, very meta right here, Miracle.
Yeah, the Esmeralda. I think for the Esmeralda, it's the same actually for the Esmeralda in ID. Actually, like Esmeralda for the longest time, I think to this day actually for the entire regular season, is the number one most picked hero. Then I think that's where it changes, where we have Paquito up there. And in terms of the bans, I think Valentina and Faramis just takes it because of just how long we stayed in that meta, right? And that's actually a good topic that I want to try to, bring up and maybe ask you guys about. Usually, so because of the whole, they had to push back the talent emblem update, they kind of like waited another 2 weeks before they had to, they gave us the patch, right? So that additional 2 weeks in MPLID was very visible. The meta became, I would say, kind of stale because the changes weren't happening at the right time, right? The patch actually stayed a bit too long, and the teams got a bit too comfortable. The games that we were seeing, it was all 2-0, and it was mostly like 12 to 14 minutes. So game time and just the series was stomps usually. If a team gets the proper picks, they win. That's it. It's very dependent on draft at that point because maybe both of the teams understand the patch 100% already.
Definitely interesting. I think right now it's draft definitely extremely important, right? And I think when you look at like MPLPH, MPLID, you like all 8 of those teams are like top of the food chain. So I think that's where like you take two players, 2 teams that are essentially an equal skill level. It does come down to that draft, like counters, like Esmeralda, Dyroth, things like this, like those simple little things. And it just comes down like who gets the better draft, which can definitely can be an issue. I would say maybe I'm lucky, maybe I'm not, that there's some slight skill differences here and there, so sometimes even the craziness happens over here. Not only that, but I think we just get like kind of like earlier, we just get surprised sometimes. I think there's a lot of teams also have like a really strong gold laner or something that can really just like change something up, or a really strong like Zane, for example, an amazing jungler, Chicken, an amazing EXP laner, or Shark. Like even when the rest of the team is falling behind and the draft goes a little wrong, you sometimes get that one player who can just like hit the switch, and that's I've been lucky enough to, at least this NACT has been super fresh, man, super fresh. Like we haven't had a whole lot of sweeps. In the past, we've had tons of sweeps until like top 4. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like, and now we're finally getting to a point where it's like we're in top 8 right now, and like teams are going all 5 sometimes. Teams are going, to 4 games, and even those 4 games are close. So that has probably been one of the best things of most recent times for competitive here.
Yeah, and absolutely. With that being said, guys, we got news that our next match is actually going to start a little bit early. Our teams are ready. So with that being said, let's quickly refresh everybody where we at the bracket. You can see right now, with next match, we're going to have Team First Blood going against Team LEGACi. And because Team Simpsons have defeated their opponents and moved down to the next round, we'll have a bigger challenge for them, even, somebody may say, going against Team ACKERMAN, right? And whoever wins that round will be playing in the next week. Remember, today, only 4 teams will remain on the stage. Everybody else is packing and going home or staying home if you're not. So Trax, why don't you go ahead and take us through this entire roster we're going to see in the next match.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack here, right? But we'll try to make it quick. I think, as we've been saying, the gold lane can win games right now, and Gina has repetitively showed up. Yes, there have been some problems. Luffy had a really rough time in their last game in the XP lane. He got put on some weird picks. They kind of lost out in the draft. So those are some important things, I think, for TFB, some winning conditions. They need to make sure their draft is clean and then bring that into the game. LEGACi, on the other hand, after last night's performance, Obi, Ken, EXP was just a monster. He picked up the Phoveus and shredded through Gosu, was deleting General in one shot. So, there's definitely a lot from both teams. It's hard to really break down all 10 players, but I think a lot of it is going to come down to the draft for Team First Blood. LEGACi, I saw them flex a bit last time. I saw them, even when it seemed like they were losing, they kind of came in strong. So I feel like for them, this is going to be a game of more in-game perseverance, know whether they have an early or late game and how to achieve that.
Yeah, Miracle, what do you think about your thoughts on some of the players here?
Well, in the previous matchup, I really, I was just speaking about the gold lane, right? But this matchup, there's just one guy, or the two roamers, I believe, that I just really want to highlight, right? I mean, I had the pleasure to actually cast for the team First Blood last NACT, and I was super impressed by Joy Bodge on his Cho, on his Atlas, even on an Akai. I remember 3 games, 3 different heroes. The man was an absolute monster in the roam position. And Cho is a roamer that I really enjoy watching, right? So we'll see those flashy plays again from Joy Bodge, I believe, but you have to be very careful as well. LEGACi here, they just got a win over Team Gosu. It's going to be a lot of momentum that they're going to carry over.
Yo, absolutely. I was going to mention Joy Bodge, but you mentioned the momentum thing, which is so true, because we just had a little talk with LEGACi EXP laner, Reaper, well, currently they're LEGACi EXP, and he mentioned about this momentum thing. So can that carry through against a team that is so popular, proved themselves over and over again on this stage? We shall find out, guys. The first game ban draft is already underway. So without further ado, let's quickly jump in and send over to our incredible, brilliant, handsome Casters desk.
All right, Mirko, here we are for the second series. Team First Blood going up against LEGACi. The bans are already kicking off now. Team First Blood will be on the gun. First ban, first pick. Now, here's the question, right? Do we think we're going to see, you talked about the Cho. A lot of teams have noticed it. I'm wondering if we start to see some target bans early on. Last series, it was a bit more typical in the first stage, in the first game. But I got a feeling, we're in the second round of the lower bracket. These teams know what they want. I got a feeling we may see some definite targets even here in the first game.
We're already seeing a change, right? I still think maybe, sure, this is a bit of respect, but the Fanny ban comes in instantly here now from Team First Blood over to LEGACi. This is also one of the bans that I actually forgot to mention, right? We always see Fanny banned out in MPL Indonesia, even in PH, I believe. It's a very high priority hero, and in the last series, at least, we didn't really get to see a whole lot of Fanny bans, right? But very interesting approach here. Claude as a first ban. Now, this is interesting, right? Because what are your views on the Claude right now in the current patch? Do you think he's that prio for it to be first ban here?
So in the hands of some of the players over here, for a lot of gold laners, he is the marksman right now. And like basic Gina. Now Gina, I would also say does well in the Juan, did really well in the Beatrix when that was meta. I mean, has done well on a lot of things, but a lot of teams definitely, the Claude has wreaked some havoc here. So it is understandable to some of us. I wouldn't say, I don't think it's always something, but if it's left open, it's normally grabbed. Either first or like second 2 picks.
All right, but here we are already going to see as well 2 mage bans coming in, the Lilia. So you can already see the respect, right, being placed on. We did see actually the most played heroes, the most picked heroes. Lilia was there, so it just shows how versatile Lilia is currently, with the wave clear being so good, just the burst damage all around in team fights, and even just in all-around scenarios, right? The Black Shoes just add so much more to this hero that other mages don't really have. That sustainability of hers is just super, super special. But here, for the final ban, they're going to have to start limiting down some heroes. The Paquito and the Grok still open. They go for the Faramis instead here. Again, this is a hero that we have kind of spoken about since the patch has dropped in terms of just that power, but still very much still a nuisance, right? A very, very annoying hero to deal with.
Yeah, it's not, you let it through and then you beat it, but then you let it through again, and it's the deciding factor of the game, right? It's one of those types of heroes that kind of cheesy, kind of a cheese strat, it's something that never used, but now that it's in, it's like, do we really want to deal with that right now? Is that something we want to play against in game 1, So it's understandable to take it out. LEGACi now thinking about it. Do they keep hammering in onto these marksmen, or do they go for the Grok, like you said? Because that definitely, the past, they go for the Lunox. With that and the Claude, kind of maybe some pre-telling of LEGACi wanting to be very bulky here, wanting to have a very, tanky upfront line, so that DHS, type of build with the Claude can't melt it down, and then also the walking, talking DHS of Lunox. But we do have a first pick coming in. It is the Esmeralda, proud for TFB.
Wow, again, right? This is very interesting. Esmeralda is the most picked hero in NACT, so it shows again how much they prioritize this hero, but the Akai was left open, and instantly we are going to see Team LEGACi not going to be shying away from that pick, instantly picking it up. I'm guessing right now they will go for either a Grok or a Paquito. I think the Grok is a bit better here in this situation. I don't know though. It really depends, right? If they want to go for the flex potential, if they want to play around with the flex potential, Grok becomes a better pick. But if not, they can go for the Paquito, I was thinking. Definitely not thinking about the Farsa. But this is also very interesting, right? The Farsa pickup early on with the Akai. I have seen this in MPL Indonesia. A few players who really like the Farsa, who have been basically waiting for the Farsa patch to come through, they instantly pick up the Farsa as a first pick, and here we're seeing it from Team LEGACi.
I mean, she's solid, and she adds a nice dynamic in the early game with the Wings by Wings passive. If you want to try to be rotate heavy and gank heavy, she can provide that for you, right? If that's what you're trying to bring. And then not only that, so yes, she scales, but I think she adds that initial laning phase pressure. But then into the late game, she can also do a lot of skilling. Now, TFB picking up the Diggy for this Akai and then bringing in the Wanwan immediately. I think at this point, LEGACi, they go for the... I was expecting maybe a Dairoth, but they go for the Phoveus. XP must be feeling very, very confident because that is not going to be an easy lane for him this game.
Definitely not, right? And the fact that, Team First Blood, they went instantly for the Wanwan, and they picked up a counter towards the Wanwan as well, right? The Diggy is basically at this point the best counter towards the 1-1 if you really want to just get rid of her. Bully her in lane with just the alarm bombs that you have, reverse time, obviously just baiting out 1-1 second ability, and the big one, the ultimate, the time journey that takes away every single weakness point after the nerfs towards 1-1 in the patch. We all know that it's just such a solid hero to pick up here, but again, a very interesting route that Team LEGACi are going for, the Phoveus pick, as they go for the Bellman ban now. This is where they start to limit down the jungle. They have the Akai, they just want to take as many junglers away as possible that can actually, go head to head in terms of contesting neutral objectives against the Akai.
Yeah, wondering exactly what their overall goal in the end is going to be here, especially putting a lot. Yes, XP had a great game last night with the Phoveus, but this is a little much. Normally they plan it a little bit better. They wait for this last pick, then ban out the Esmeralda next, but this time they're going to lock it in. Now, TFB needing to either, ban some marksman here. The Claude's already gone, but they go for the tank instead, and there's that Grok. And I think it's a solid ban because you already have the Akai, you have a Grok with that as well. It's a lot of peel, it's a lot of CC, and it's a lot of problems.
And right now, it's very rare that we get to see this, but Paquito hasn't been picked or banned, right? The entire draft so far hasn't been prioritized, and that's what I actually expected Team LEGACi to go for instead of the Phoveus. The Paquito, just to deal extra damage, the burst, and obviously that rotation, the mobility that he brings, right? But again, though, the Paquito has been left open. At this point, I think if any of these teams were to pick it up, it should be Team First Blood because they still have a slot for the jungle. But right now, Team LEGACi have a chance to actually ban it out. They instead go for the Julian. Again, just trying to take as many junglers as possible. They can actually go head-to-head against that Akai. We all know what the Akai does in the jungle. Super fast clear, super fast rotations. Once you get that level 4, you basically control neutral objectives. It's so hard to actually contest against this Akai. But they have a Diggy.
They do have a Diggy, and of course I would say that, with the Akai, you do get to I was worried about the Phove, but you get to proc the Demonic Force with it. If you can get those bumps, if you can start creating some havoc, even the Esmeralda, you can maybe get a nice gank and help him out down there. But yeah, the Diggy, man, the Diggy. I mean, that's going to be a serious problem. And depending on whatever gold laner LEGACi picks, if TFB wants to go the route of just, feeding Gina, you think it's annoying going against a Wanwan, against a Diggy and who's hovering over a Wanwan and getting that reverse time to pull you back towards her. I think that's been my biggest take from the Diggy. Not only the ultimate reverse time, but that, or the ultimate time journey, but the impact they can have down in that gold lane, hovering and just helping feed your team's gold laner.
And with the changes towards Diggy as well, right? You know that right now he deals so much damage. If you go for just the Enchanted Talisman over to the Divine Glaive or Genius Wand, in the late game, you're actually going to be able to deal so much. I think I've seen a lot of Diggy players right now get the most damage dealt in the end of the game, even in a composition with a late game marksman. But you can already see from Team LEGACi, you're going a little bit risky here with the Selena. High risk, high reward. If they are able to use this to get that early control, it can actually set this composition up to snowball really well into the mid game. But again, when we're talking about Selena, it's about that one moment, right? That abyssal arrow needs to find its mark.
And again, the Diggy, right? And then
Exactly.
1-1 can get away with the CC. So definitely a lot of risk. Good reward. The only thing I'm worried about is it's going to be a roam Selena, right? We have the mid lane Farza. So yes, you have the Akai, but he's going to be in the jungle, and you're definitely a little bit squishy there. I feel like they want to bring in some early aggression, but if they get caught off, like if Selena comes in, you have Farza behind you, yes, you could try to push in, but if you mess up, like, it is going to be bad. And now with the Paquito picked up, you go in there and then knockout punch comes in, man. It is GG's for Selena. So he's going to have to be very careful the way you approach and back up after these abyssal arrows.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at the draft, it's very interesting, right? Because they picked up a very solid hero up against the 1-1. I personally would have preferred something like an Irithel up against the 1-1, but they go for a Bruno. Solid hero up against the 1-1, and these 1v1s, you do have a better time in the trades, right? But again, we gotta take into account the Diggy. This Diggy's gonna create so many problems, and the Selena... Well, the Diggy has a more reliable way to actually be a nuisance, right? The Selena needs to land the Abyssal Arrow. So right now, it just comes down to how the roamers actually play into the gold lane at this point, because I believe it's going to be a 2v2 in the gold lane at all times, unless the Selena actually helps out in the XP lane.
Okay. Little something there, possibly. I think that's gonna be important. Like for the side of LEGACi, but before I go any farther, we are jumping into game 1 of the second series of the night. This will be Team First Blood, the second place champions of the last NACT, going up against LEGACi, the team that brought down Gosu last night. Definitely in for a show. Now, you were talking about the EXP lane, which right now we are seeing Ovi helping out up there already. So the side of LEGACi wanting to make sure Phoveus gets scaled up here, and the side of Team First Blood trying to help out their gold lane. A little bit of opposite directions, and I definitely like it, Mirko.
Yeah, the mirroring that they're doing, this is something that I kind of expected with how they're actually drafting, right? If the Selena just constantly goes below, I mentioned it a bit just now, Diggy has a more reliable way to actually be a nuisance in that gold lane. But what LEGACi can actually do here is utilize that mid control a bit more, right? With the Selena, with the kill pressure that they have, instantly, yeah, they go for it. Flame shot as well. Nash picking up the first blood right as I say it. XP taken very low. The Abyssal Arrow from Obby on point right now, as it has actually worked out for LEGACi. 1-0 early on.
Yeah, nice early game aggression from the side of LEGACi. This is going to give them that little bit of pep. And, you know, they had some momentum, and it seems like they're still bringing that in. Almost hits the arrow. Joybaj should be able to get away from this, but we're seeing the momentum here right now at only a minute and a half in, and Obby is everywhere, Mirko.
Yeah, he's absolutely everywhere. He's putting on the pressure here, but in that top side, we are already seeing instantly Kid jumping in with a knockout strike, able to find that kill. Nash needs to be careful. Ken doesn't have the heavy spin. Luffy gonna have a good time though, clearing out the waves. Not a lot of kill pressure here towards him, as he's an Esmeralda with sprint. Even if he cuts the waves like this, he's not really gonna lose much of his HP bar. Popping into regeneration, Ken already onto the turtle. Remember, no heavy spin. Reverse time, bring him back already here as Kid goes in for retribution, but it's gonna be Ken who actually secures the retri without the heavy spin. It's all fine and dandy, and LEGACi still holding on to... No, actually, it's Team First Blood who have that lead.
Yeah, Team First Blood keeping up in the micro of some of these minions, I'm guessing. I'm wondering who's exactly carrying right now, but on that turtle, you know who came in clutch to help make sure that Ken got that? That Abyssal Arrow comes in from Obby once again, lands onto Kid there, stops him, and he's not able to do anything about it. So it looks like even without her, you know, even without the Selena being extremely aggressive in the sake of kills, still making sure the utilities of these arrows are used correctly and helpful to the overall composition of the team.
And right now, this is a bit of a concern, honestly, from for Team First Blood, right? Because with the Diggy in place, you really want to try to win that lane. But early on, Gold is actually doing super well in a 2v1 lane. Up top, though, Ken going in for the gank. Heavy spin connecting, bringing Luffy back sprint. Already popped out, though. Able to get out from that feathered airstrike. Jumps in again for the Falling Star Moon, dodging everything, buying so much time. And look at the rotations coming in. Team First Blood, Kid is right there. Nash going to be taken down very, very low. Oh my goodness, with the retribution. It's going to be a kill over the Kid. He doesn't need to look for more. This winning lane in the XP turns out to be Team First Blood's way to actually go for that snowball. Meanwhile, down below, Bruno, this matchup that we mentioned about, gonna be able to secure a solo kill, as Gold is gonna get a whole lot of gold from that turret as well.
That is huge. Now, yes, a very good trade on that gold lane, right? So at least they get something from that death. If anything, with him getting even more gold plated on this, I would say it's kind of a win, but still can't take away from Luffy's little bait and tackle there. But now Luffy may pay for this.
Uh-oh, Luffy instantly bursted down and yeah, he just disappeared. My God, the damage coming in from Gold just with one kill. And obviously just the Bruno being Bruno's. Kid jumps in for the knockout strike. On to 3 members though, up against Gold as well, who is very, very painful. They need to be careful. Gina going in for one more hit. Ken getting the shield, and look at the collapse from the other members from LEGACi. Ken still going on to the turtle, securing it. And LEGACi, they're able to find just so much off of that one play from Bruno, from the Akai as well.
Oh my God, Mirko, that was a whiff. That was hard. That was tough, man. I mean, first of all, Luffy instantly deleted. Gold picks up the kill. Then Kid tries to come in from the backside, instantly deleted again. Gold right now on fire, already has the Berserkers working his way into the endless battle now, right? So he's already 1,600 gold ahead of this Wanwan. Wanwan's struggling just to get into her second item right now. So a little bit of a problem, and we're already seeing it. Not to mention, after Kid gets taken out, they're both so low. Gina just trying to get something here, not able to land that Bat's impact on either of them. So close to a double kill, but pays for it and gets nothing in return.
And you know, this is where I have to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of the lane swap that Team First Blood actually went for, right? Because the Wanwan, sure, it's not a good lane up against the Bruno, but I think it's a worse lane up against the Phoveus here, as the time journey will be actually popped in by Joy Bodge. Not a whole lot of damage coming through, but Obby is going to lose his life here in enemy territory, in enemy jungle. Meanwhile, though, Gold has just been dishing out so much damage. Falling Star Moon coming in. Gina going to be pinned down to the wall with a heavy spin. Gold still able to dish out so much damage as Luffy is buying a lot of time, but there's nothing that TFB can really do at this point. Ken jumping in, dashing in. Kid and Gina going to have to recall with a flame shot by Nash. Just such a nuisance. Every single time it's up, he always uses it on towards Gina.
I was a little nervous there for a second, Mirko. I thought the flame shot was going to secure it, but it does. It's just a nuisance, but still, LEGACi on a roll right now, and I just can't get enough of Gold, man. Same with Obi. The constant pressure from Ken and Obi rotating around the map is just there, and what it's doing is Gold's just able to keep coming in. It takes another tower down now, more gold for the team, and for some reason Team First Blood seem to be approaching all of this a little singular.
Ooh, good play there by Kid, actually. A very good flank there, but Luffy is going to lose his life here into the Demonic Force. The lane that he was winning up until a certain point, the lane swap that actually caused XP to get a little bit more room to play with. Sanguine Claws, though, with the reverse time, bringing him back under the turret. Demonic Force there was popped in, maybe a bit too aggressive as it was under the turret, and he will be punished. But LEGACi are still standing with a pretty solid gold lead here, 2K.
Yeah, 2,000 gold lead, holding it. I mean, it was just dropped. They were getting close to the 3K mark there for a second, but Team First Blood is trying to answer. They lose another tower now, which isn't good, especially now all of their tier 3 towers are off the map, right? So at this point, where I'm seeing Team First Blood pick up a kill is when they're a bit more just kind of reactionary. Not as much of like, we're not going to try to set these big ambushes, because every ambush they've set so far has kind of failed. So Luffy, though, may be cut off here.
Has a sprint, is able to get out, stunned up, Abyssal Arrow not connecting. Meanwhile, down below, Team First Blood are able to find a trade. Tier 1 taken down, Phoveus as well. That's going to be traded, though, for the Tier 2 up top. Definitely still worth it for LEGACi, as Luffy is dealing a lot of damage. Kid can't really get into range. Feather Airstrike popped in. Can gonna be taken down by Kid with a knockoff strike. It's gonna be Nash also taken down under the turret. I'll be finding a good trade. Gold flickering in to get that kill. Dashing out of the falling Star Moon, now jumping in, getting the kill over to Luffy to pick himself up a double kill.
That's Gold. Gold has been online now for a few minutes, and he's gonna be a major problem for Team First Blood. They do still have some opportunities, right? You still do have the possibility of some insane 1-1 ult. What I need to see, though, is we kind of saw it there. Luffy and Kid focusing in on to Nash when that Farza drop. Now, if you guys are watching, there is a unique gift code coming up on screen, or get sent a unique gift code, and all you have to do is tag a friend on Facebook in the chat, or go to the Esports Discord main chat and type hashtag NACT Fall Season. Now, Lord is up, Mirko. Does Team First Blood even try to contest this?
Well, if they try, they're just gonna get, shot down instantly there. I mean, at this point, no one can really soak the damage coming in from Gold, right? He's gone to a point where, I mean, I'm very curious to see what items he has, right? At this point, there you go, perfect timing. Berserker's Fury, Endless Battle, Malefic Roar. He's building towards Berserker's Fury. I mean, right now, I think it has to be BOD, right? Yeah, he's going for that BOD next, and once he gets it, we all know what's gonna happen here.
Then it's really then that, and the passive of that starts to kick in, and then it's just it's bad. And he's doing exactly what we saw Cold World do last time. You're way ahead. I mean, you're getting close to your fourth item already, your fourth damage item. And I think once again we're gonna see another marksman not even build up defensive. If things get bad, you know, maybe we see something to deal with the Wan or Kid, but overall he's feeling good right now.
Feeling real good, man, and especially when it comes down to sieges, Gold is going to be able to dish out so much damage with the help of the Feather Airstrike too, zoning the other members away just to give Gold free reign. And again, Nash, it has to be personal at this point, right? Gina, 3 times now. Every single time it's the flame shot by Nash, man.
That is gross. That is a rough thing to do. You're just standing there minding your own business, man. Flame shot comes in, takes you out. That's probably one of the worst things to happen. These arrows too, though, from Obi continuously hitting onto Joybaj. Definitely a lot of personal vendettas here as LEGACi closes in. More towers dropping, and Team First Blood is just, another pin onto Kid here. Reverse time does come in.
Gold in the midst of it all, still able to survive here. Gonna be brought back by the reverse time. Good shut down by Gina. Yano looking for every single weakness point. One more is all he needs, but the winner's truncheon will be popped in by LG. And looking at the bonding force under the base, goes in deep to secure the kill. Will lose his life in the process, but it's all worth it for Team LEGACi. It is a 4 for 2. 8 seconds on the dead timers for Joybaj as LEGACi are trying to go for the collapse here onto the base. Base turret has that passive. Feather Airstrike though again. Nash finally missing on that flame shot. You can finally say that he's human, man. God, he's been so accurate. In some moments even threading the needle.
He really has, and even the final Abyss Arrow to come out at the end and land on a Joybaj once more. So LEGACi, man, we are 3,000. Surprisingly, it's only 3,000. Now I don't mean to say only, but Team First Blood continues. One thing they have done well is kind of not let it get too far ahead of them. And if we keep on creeping, we're starting to see earlier in that last team fight, Luffy was kind of zoning into that back line, and it's good. That is his job. He just needs to be able to get bulky enough. He needs to get enough items in to where he can do it well, you know, and actually not just put down Gold, but put down Gold and then also survive and harass that back lane. EXP though having a little bit of trouble on the bot side.
Yeah, but you know, at this point, it has to be worth it still for LEGACi, right? They trade in an Enhanced Lord for a kill onto XP, who has also been taken down 5 times. So there's not a lot of gold to be taken by Team First Blood, but honestly, it's still just a good decision by Team First Blood. Not much they can do in that situation. Is now no time journey available for Joybodge. Gold gonna be able to actually 3-shot him with the help of Nash with that Feather Airstrike. It's looking grim for Team First Blood. They're able to find trades here and there. Bottom side tier 2, mid lane tier 1. But in the end, LEGACi now have that Enhanced Lord to play with.
I mean, luckily Team First Blood, they do have the Bats Feast up. Wan just got in that crossbow of Tang, right? So you have some abilities here to try to defend this siege. It's just not going to be easy when you have Nash with his Feathered Airstrike ready to open the door for this Lord, ready to keep them all at bay. And Nash has been so on point with these positions. Let's see if he can find one.
Gets the Feather Airstrike again to zone the members away, and another Abyssal Arrow actually connects onto Joybodge. That's going to be the heavy spin as well. Luffy taken down, melted by Gold, who's looking for more at this point. He's going all in as everyone jumps in with a collapse as well. XP picking up a kill. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, and LEGACi, they secure game number 1.
That is a rough start for the side of Team First Blood, but a great win for the side of LEGACi. Very, very clean from LEGACi, I felt. I mean, just kind of textbook, was able to run through that game essentially pretty easily. We were wondering about the risk of that Selena, and Obi brought it. Definitely brought it to the field and just kept up with pressure, and Team First Blood was not able to keep up. And this is something we've seen from them in the past. That laning phase is kind of their weak point, right? They're able, if they can get to the mid game and not let the lead get too far away from them, they can rubber band back. But if that team, what LEGACi just continues to hammer in and not let up, like we just saw, and has a composition that just kind of scales continuously, it is a rough game for Team First Blood, so they're going to need to figure out something next.
And I think the main thing they need to be careful of is Gold, right? We mentioned the roamers who are going to be a big factor in this game, but in this game, sure, the Selena made a whole lot of impact early on, especially for Nash, getting him going in that mid lane. But it has to be Gold, winning out in the 2v1s constantly, actually able to out-level the Wan in that 2v1 against a Diggy, against a Wan. It's very, very hard to do on a Bruno. If it's just a 1v1, obviously, you would expect the Bruno to win, but that Diggy adds so much pressure. The fact that he's able to dish out that much damage and stay even ahead against the Wan is pretty crazy. And honestly, Joybodge, I expect, you know, he's been always that flashy player, the playmaking player. I expected him to go for a little bit more of a playmaking hero. You know, Diggy's a bit more reactive than his usual style.
So this is exactly what we saw the other night when Team First Blood lost. Joybodge got stuck either into some more of a supportive tank, and you're right, wasn't able to make the plays. That's the type of tank he is. He wants to engage. He wants to make the plays happen for his team so they can follow up. And a lot of times when we see him put onto these things like Diggy, like a Matilda, you know, certain things like that, it's a little bit harder for his team to even work around him. Another quick highlight for the side of Team First Blood is they did bring in a sub this game. Ashley was the mage in the past. She's been dropped from the roster tonight. I'm not saying permanently, but not on the roster tonight, meaning Gina has been put into the mage role. So a little bit of flexing here. Gina normally playing Gold for the team. So in such a dire position, we're making some changes. They're going to need to adapt quickly because LEGACi, man, LEGACi's looking good. Nash with like a 99% flame shot rate. I mean, the rest of the team, EXV as well, making that Phoveus work, even against an Esmeralda in the XP lane.
You can see it all the way from the early stage, right? And this moment right here, this is just a tilter, right? Dodging away from the bad impact, getting that shield, and obviously Obby flickering in. Just the synergy and the communication. Even in that situation, they stayed really composed. You can tell the fact that they were able to actually make those little plays. And in these team fights, it really does feel like LEGACi were in complete control, right? Except for this one right here, which was a very good punish actually by Team First Blood. They noticed that LEGACi, they were a little bit too overextended, but still though, gold. This is the thing. You go for a punish, you still need to be very careful of the man who has most of the gold, right? Because he's been staying in the back. He's letting you use all your resources on the other members, then he flickers in. No harm done for him. He gets a kill, and it's still worth it in the end.
Yeah, I think I think a lot of times people sleep on the Bruno bit. Before I go any farther with that topic, we are jumping into the next game and into the next draft. This time, LEGACi will be first ban, first pick, and they're taking it fast. The Claude already off the board, followed up with TFB and the Valentina Mirka.
All right, Claude again, just being focused down. LEGACi just really hates this hero, right? I thought maybe it's just a red side thing, going for the Claude first ban, but no, blue side as well. He just really dislikes the Claude, even though they were actually able to beat Gosu on the Claude. Yeah, General was on the Claude yesterday, so again, we'll see how this plays out. Maybe it's just the hero that they've seen TFB play a lot in scrims and they respect it a lot, right? But I think in terms of the bans, not much is going to change. LEGACi, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Lunox again, same exact bans. If they want to go for... What was the other ban? I think Bauman, yeah? Was it Bauman? No, Bauman was in the second phase.
Bauman was in second phase. I want to say it was something else kind of... Was it another marksman? I can't remember.
Was it another marksman? It was... Oh, okay.
Chat's yelling
so
at
for
us right now, probably.
Julian.
Like, Julian was like number 5. Julian was number 5. Ballman was number 4.
It was Claude, Valentina, Lunox. So the Valentina was already banned out by TFB. So maybe they might go for a ban towards Faramis this time? Fanny? Lilia?
I mean, TFB took out the Fermis last time. They're going to take out this Phoveus this time. So now, TFB in the position where they're forced to change things up, right? They lost the last game. And XP, man, every time someone comes up, every time we come up here casting their games, we doubt the Phoveus, and then he shows up with it, and then the team bans it in game 2. It has just been the common occurrence when teams go against them. And I mean, it works, man. He makes it work so well. He makes it work so well. So TFB forced a ban, and there goes that Paquito ban, Mirko.
Yeah, I mean, the Phoveus pick in the end, it really shined, right? Even though it was countered by the Esmeralda, all you need to do is get your friends to actually help you out to go even in lane. And once you go even in lane, you're up against a Paquito, you're up against a 1-1. There's just so many things that can proc the Demonic Force. And to add on to that, you have an Akai with the heavy spin that's constantly going to be able to actually proc the Demonic Force again. So it was just a really good pick overall when you look at it. Laning wise, no, but overall in the team fights, it's going to be great. Here though, final ban coming in from TFB. They want to go for another ban, respecting the picks that came through from LEGACi. Perhaps, I think Bruno is a bit too expensive here to go for, but Vermis, all right, so they leave open the 1-1 for Team LEGACi. They might actually just go for this right here, or maybe we'll see the Grok. Okay.
They're gonna bring in that Akai again. Keep it solid. I mean, Ken's done a good job at it. Yes, not the most crazy, but I think he made some important picks, and he made important picks against Kid, right? He made anytime Kid tried to come on that Paquito, he was there. Every time Kid tried to make some sort of play, Ken was there. So I think this is something that they really kind of revolve around, trying to get Ken situated on a nice jungler, a nice roamy jungler, right? That can make those things happen. Now, Aino is gonna pick up the Lilia, so paired up with Luffy on the Esmeralda once again. I mean, I can't, yes, they lost, but I'm not against the Esmeralda, right? I'm starting to be against it a little bit early, just because like the Dairoths or some other things can, hammer into it early on, and we already saw Luffy didn't have the greatest game last time, so I'm a little iffy about it just right up front like this.
And all right, so fun fact actually, Luffy has played the Esmeralda 7 out of 9 games. 8 out of 10 technically if we count the game previously, right? So he just really likes the Esmeralda. It's his comfort pick, and honestly, go for it, right? At this point, you really want to just utilize the heroes that you are best at, but you're up against a Farsa who can burst you down. That's the main problem right now, and I think that was the main problem for Luffy in game number 1 too, right? Not only the Farsa, but also the Bruno. And right now, LEGACi are playing it really smart. They just secure a Franco. They are going to give Gold a little bit more room to play with the second phase. They secure another good front line, an Akai, a Franco, just to add for the Farsa, right? Just to enable the Farsa a bit more. Playing from that back line is all going to be good with the heavy spin, with the Bloody Hunt that can just disrupt any sort of dive engage that TFB might want to look for.
Yeah, not only protecting their Farsa, right, but also picking up a hero that would do well against the Farsa, picking up some possible problems for Nash. And Nash showed up last game. I mean, not just with the feathered airstrikes, but with those flame shots. Right now, Kid this time not gonna with the Paquito gone. He's gonna pick up the Ballman this time. Now, the Ballman and the Lilia, I think this could be the answer to that lack of early game that we saw last time. This could be something where maybe they can break some presence early in, try to be more objective based in the beginning, and maybe even try to be a little aggressive. Of course, against the Ballman and the Akai, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, we should see a Dairoth ban as well coming in from TFB if they just want to secure that lane for Luffy, right? If you want Luffy to perform on his signature pick here, you want to try to enable him as much as possible in the drafts. Good ban towards the Atlas here. They've already picked up a roamer, so if they do actually leave that Atlas open, it's going to be very risky, right? They don't have any means to counter it. They can go for a Diggy, but it just will be very forced into that composition. And right now, for TFB, I'm leaning over to just the XP bans, right? The Dairoth, and maybe we might want to go for... At this point, there's just so many XP lanes. I think the Dairoth is just the only answer right now to go for, and the others will go. I think you need to go for a gold lane ban too at this point, right? Gold was so ruthless, I guess, but they go for the Benedetta, which is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
XP's picked up the Benedetta, I think, once or twice, and we have seen it come up as something to deal with the Esmeralda here and there. You get some nice rotations. There's a few players that, I would say, and it works. It definitely works. There's nothing completely, against it. So I think just covering bases right now. I'm guessing there's another ban as well that we just aren't getting to see right now. And I think you're right. Most likely the Dairoth, Benedetta, focus down onto XP as much as possible and give Luffy a nice, clean game. LEGACi, though, now taking out a marksman, taking out that Melissa, really limiting what TFB are going to be able to pick here. The Wan
was still, it was open the entire time. So, yeah, that's the thing, right? I was kind of confused as well because I expected at least the Wan to be banned down, maybe the Dairoth, but because it was left open, it's just instantly picked up. Esmeralda, Luffy's going to have a tough time, and honestly, LEGACi, they did it before. They could just go for another Bruno pick, right? Up against the Wan, this time without Diggy. Again, we might see the Diggy come in as a last pick still, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. No, they go for the Clint, another solid counter towards the Wan, but a little bit safer, right? And there you go, Joy Bodge. This is what I like to see from him, honestly. Instead of that reactive, passive style roamer, he's more of that aggressive. He's the proactive roamer that you expect flashy plays from. He goes in for the Grok, last pick, and I can't wait to see how this game unfolds.
I think it's gonna definitely be an exciting one. I like the Grok, I like the Lilia, paired up with the Ballman as well. I mean, you have a nice recipe to come in, but you can't argue the fact that it seems like LEGACi, like the Bloody Hunt is an answer when you want to try to come in. The hook, that Iron Hook is an answer for when they want to try to come in. The good thing is with that Lilia, you get the second chance, right? You get a little bit of a re-engage if you want. You can possibly get away and push even more. But I like the Grok too. A nice answer to the Ballman. You keep that first skill going. You just absorb those Iron Hooks, man. You can be that wall for your team. But we are now jumping into game 2. This is Team First Blood going up against LEGACi. LEGACi holding the lead with 1 point in a best of 5.
There you go. And for everybody who was curious, maybe in the drafts about the missing ban slot, it was actually Bruno that was banned out. That's why we're seeing the Clint picked up by LEGACi here. That's why he couldn't go for the Bruno. And for XP in the early stage, this is what we expect actually from the Grok, yeah? just instantly helping to clear the XP lane, having a level advantage. And Obby is going to be actually isolated instantly here. Ayano dealing the damage onto him, forcing the flicker out very early on. Ken wants to go for the lethal. I think it's going to be a bit too aggressive. XP, though, jumps in as well, going on to Ayano. A lot of damage placed in, a knock-up as well. Luffy forced to pop the sprint, but look at the stun coming in. And XP is able to capitalize on the back lines as well. Ayano went for the purify this game, and it is already looking grim for Team First Blood. LEGACi, they don't stop.
They definitely don't stop. I mean, the way XP rotated up there, the man is definitely on fire right now. And even the rest of the team, it seemed for a second there like Team First Blood was going to kind of have the advantage during that lethal water, and then everything just fell apart. But Team First Blood wants to keep it up.
Obby going in for the Iron Hook, going to be slain by Ayano there from the mid lane. A little bit of compensation coming in from Team First Blood. Finally able to actually get a kill here. Not in that early invade, but Kid going in with the Bowman. This is going to actually help him a lot, right? Because he just lost his purple buff. He needs to get as much as he can. Goes into the enemy jungle with that kill, and it relieves some pressure off of the TFP.
Yeah, I think that's the way that, like, TFB can't let that early little mishap stop them from their main strategy here. But now Ayano going down. This is going to be a very rough start, and this was the scary thing about letting that Dairaw through, and now it's showing up. Your nightmares are in front of you, and XP is ready to bring them to your face.
Oh man, it's just so nasty. XP coming in again, just dealing the damage on towards the Esmeralda. Luffy definitely not having a good time, and another Iron Hook comes in. Obby getting the bloody hunt. That's the feather airstrike to combo it through. Flame shot, we're waiting for it. Nash decides he's gonna hold on to it a little bit more here. Not gonna use it just yet. It's saved up only for Gina maybe, because we saw that happen 3 times in game number 1.
We're gonna be jumping into a pause here. That would be that would be rough to watch if it was literally all we see in this game is flame shots aimed at Gina. That would, I mean, at that point, it's becoming a mental game. But speaking of mental games, as I said, I think these slight mishaps, Team First Blood lose game 1, right? Now we're having a rough start into a composition that we felt could be aggressive early on, right? We have this Grok who's supposed to be able to kind of get vision in the enemy jungle. We have this Lilia who's supposed to be standing behind the Grok, dropping glooms, and it's already kind of faltering. So I think what they need to do is tighten up a little bit, keep themselves together, and not exactly completely switch up the plan, just execute the plan a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe stick to what works best, the simple things, right? I think they have been getting a bit too. The creativity is fine, but they have been overcommitting a lot into these invades, right? Early invade goes well early on just now, but then they kind of forced it a bit too much. They stayed a bit too long. I think right after they got the lethal, that was a solid pickup. Go straight back to lane, it would have been solid, but the fact that they stayed there a bit longer just enabled XP to force the team fight. And when he goes in like that, you gotta fight back, right? If you go run away, it's gonna be the same outcome. You're going to lose a few members there with the Dairaw jumping in on you that early on. And that just goes to show the kill pressure, right? That's why I actually expected the Dairaw to be banned out. And now that's the massive question I have as we are going to resume back into the game, because the Esmeralda hasn't been given space to play by this Dairaw. XP has been doing a very good job at stopping Luffy from being a threat.
Yeah, I mean, and with XP having these 2 kills now, already being a little bit fed, a little bit ahead of the pack, at this point, Team First Blood is going to have to play around him. Like, they already needed to a bit, but now they really need to. Like, it might become a bit of a waiting game for Team First Blood, because he's just going to, XP, anytime he gets into a fight, he's going to dominate in them, but now up in the top side.
Oh man, again, that poke damage coming in, the burst from the feather airstrike. Instantly, they just go for that dive. No hesitation whatsoever. Ayano still going to be able to clear out the waves, but he's going to be caught in that position. Wild charge popped in. Going to be able to get the knock-up, as that's going to be another kill picked up. Ken taking low. Gold going to be able to get that immobilize onto Joybodge. Not able to finish him off there, but it's a solid trade from Team First Blood, who are able to actually get an equal one there. Definitely good for them.
Yeah, finally coming out a little bit, right? So They get a kill here. They're not too far behind. LEGACi holding a solid 1,500 gold lead. Turtle will be up in about 60 seconds. So LEGACi, I think, just keep on doing what you're doing. Try to get this turtle, which may not be too hard. And XP with these rotations, if he can keep that up and they can crack some early towers like they did last game, they're pretty much going to do the same exact thing they did last time. Just roll in, don't let the game go too far, and try to take this game in a timely fashion.
All right, let's take a look right here. TFB already onto the turtle. XP again, just being such a nuisance, diving into the back line. Wild charge, canceling the Abyssum Strike, dealing a lot of damage onto him, but the lethal counter retribution combo comes in, securing the turtle over for Kid. XP still able to get out of that one. Obby now caught in the midst of it all, gonna be walled down. Feather airstrike popped in. Obby doesn't have the flicker. He goes in for the iron hook. Kid gonna be stunned up by Nash. A very good kite back, but Nash, he finally goes for the flame shot onto Joybodge. Unfortunately, the damage isn't enough, and TFB actually walk out with a pretty solid trade again.
Yeah, especially just to put the bow on it and seal it. You take that orange buff on top of it, right? Go back to your jungle, start farming, and now they're kind of back into a little bit. The way Nash waited on that flame shot there, like, it just goes to show, like, the aim is definitely there. Like, we're waiting, we're patient. Wasn't able to get the kill with it, but still, I love the way that Nash is playing right now. Very meticulous about the way he's doing things. Up in the top side, we are starting to see Joybodge kind of help out with Gina a little bit after taking that death. But for those that are watching, there is a code on screen before this fight starts or after this fight finishes. Make sure you use the redeem link in the description and put in that code. Get yourself some Magic Dust and tickets.
Hey man, you know, both teams are good sports about it. They want to give everyone the chance to redeem that code. So go ahead and just put it in. 50 users. It's limited to only 50 users. First come, first serve. Hurry up. Redeem the links in the description right now. And TFB and LEGACi, they're going to be here. They're chilling right now. Joybodge, though, is looking like he's getting a little bit mad there. Pops into Power of Nature. Trying to probably just poke down Ken a little bit. He's looking for something. Gina already using that first ability. Ooh. Very close hook there from Obby, almost connecting onto Ayano. Gold going to be able to actually disengage from that one. Heavy spin, actually isolating the members here. Kid gonna be placed all alone, but LG LEGACi don't want to go for the commit onto a tanky Balman here. XP though, jumping in, has the Abyssum Strike, will not choose to use it just yet. Luffy, gotta be careful, not gonna be comboed in with the flicker, that Abyssum Strike. Luffy's still able to get out, traded in the ultimate Abyssum Strike for the sprint. As now both teams go for the lore. That's going to be the lethal counter coming in by Kid to finish it off. But look at the damage coming in from Ken, locking him up, and a feather airstrike by Nash. Obby caught, flickering out. Both teams finally, they disengage. And LEGACi, again, losing out on the turtle take.
Yeah, losing on the turtle take, but they do take down Kid finally. That's a first death going on to the jungler, this Balmond of Team First Blood. So LEGACi still stays on top in gold. They're still kind of staying on top of map presence. I will say though that Team First Blood is looking a little better in the just of things, in the just of these team fights a bit. The major problem that they're still having though is EXP, and maybe this lane switch could be the answer.
Let's see, Joybodge is looking for the kill here. Abyssum Strike to clear out the wave. He goes in, and that's going to be the outplay, actually, against two members. That's one, traded in for one, Ayano. Beautiful Purify to get out of that iron hook. It's an actually pretty solid trade for Team First Blood once again, but LEGACi don't want to stay, don't want to use that, don't want to give TFB that opportunity. They want to go for more right now. Punish in the mid lane. That's a very good iron hook, and the damage to follow it through. Luffy going to be taken down, and they are able to actually funnel that kill over towards gold. Gina, gotta be careful. With the help of Joybodge, it's all good, it's all fine. And that was just beautiful by LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, every time we can't sleep on gold, right? We can't sleep on gold. Right now, we're starting to see him, after taking that tower up top, he's kind of rotating down. He's joining these 5v5s, and this is a point in the game where we're going to see him actually start to output, but a nice wild charge.
Very nice wild charge on the three members. Nash is going to be taken down. Lethal counter as well, taking a kill over towards gold. LEGACi definitely overextending there in the bottom side. Ken waiting in the bush. He's looking for a pick off. Goes in onto Ayano. but XP, he's not there. Ken doesn't want to go for that commitment. Luffy just going to clear out the waves. Good setup for this lord, but look at a hook coming in from Obby. With Iron Hook is able to bring Kid back, but it's only for the crossbow attack to be popped in, translated over to Obby, who's not going to be taken low, and it looks like TFB are going to be able to secure the first lord of the game. Ken, though, wants to go for the contest, jumps in with a heavy spin, dealing a whole lot of zoning pressure here towards TFB. Ken taken low, though, going to be taken down by Ayano. Another good Iron Hook, bringing Luffy back. Feather airstrike with Gold's damage, able to take him down, but it's TFB with another very, very good trade.
Yeah, it took them a little bit of time, but now they have they found their spike, right? They found their moment. Gina gonna pick up this tower down bot, and Joybaj and Gina are now, the dynamic duo making the plays happen, but one of those members could go down. Joybaj taking a bit too much damage. Gina may try to re-engage.
Oh, Gina just got that win in nature. One more weakness point was all he needed actually there for the kill. XP though, top side up against a Battleman, should do all right in clearing out the waves. And this is it. TFB, they had the Lord advantage, but they weren't really able to convert onto any objectives, and it just ends up being Gold funnel over back to LEGACi with all the minion waves cleared out like that.
I mean, they did kind of lower the gap a little bit. I do feel like they could have gotten a bit more, right? They could have gotten some towers. They could have got something out of that push, but they do take a little bit of ground back. They kind of find their rhythm with that, maybe a little bit of confidence, and EXP in a bad spot, forced to get away, will be able to flicker out of that, but still, it just seems like at this point, Team First would finally kind of playing as a team here, and LEGACi is gonna have to answer to that.
Let's see, Joybaj opening up the map once again, falling sideways to the back lines. Nash can be caught there. Kid jumping in as well. Concealed defensively, popped in by LEGACi. No more further engagements. TFB have learned their lessons. No more overcommitments this time. They have the goal lead. No, they don't actually, not anymore. LEGACi able to turn it around just with the wave clear that they've been able to do. And now they're actually going to be the ones looking for the proactive movements on the map. TFB finally going to be able to crack down onto that top side though. Tier 1 turret taken down. Heavy spin now. Going to be able to get Luffy pinned down. Over. Has the sprint. Easy escape for Luffy. Meanwhile, Kid tries his best to clear out the waves. Iron Hook connecting. No follow-up here. Top side, Gina, again, just on to that tier 2. Nash gonna be caught. For the airstrike popped in, but a wild charge by Joybaj once again comes in. Nash with the wings by wings, able to dash away. Ayano goes with the black shoes. Gina coming in once again, trying to look for that weakness point proc, but will not be able to find it. LEGACi able to back off, and in that play, no members fall.
Ooh, how the tides are starting to turn, but wait, a big hook on a Joybaj should be able to get away, but no, Ken comes in.
And it's just, yeah, a very solid disengage from the members of both LEGACi and TFB. It does seem like Kid will be able to secure that steal. But what are your thoughts on this, man? TFB just coming in.
I mean, they look good right now, but LEGACi does still, I mean, even with some of these wins, we keep seeing it. Team First Blood just can't get a gold lead here, man. And if it is minuscule. Right now it's 300, and they've been winning some fights, but LEGACi just doing a great job at getting these waves when they need to, getting their camps when they need to, and honestly still keeping this game at an even.
Gold flickering out here. Ken, crossbow tank transferred over. Gina's massive over to the back lines, dealing so much damage, picking herself up a triple kill. Looking for the maniac right here. Will not get it. Ayano says, no, that's my killing spree. Takes it away, but it does not matter. TFB still winning out in this team fight. XP looking for a cheeky steal. Kid has the retribution. A Vision Strike comes in. Kid still able to secure it. Clutch retribution there coming in. It does seem like Team First Blood are looking for the end right in the mid lane. They have one cannon minion. They might need to tank it here. LEGACi trying to actually defend. XP going for the clear onto the minion waves, but they don't need the minions anymore. Team First Blood, they equalize in game 2.
Round of applause, Team First Blood. I couldn't say it any better, equalizes this series, right? And not only that, but just in that game in general, this time unlike game one, they were able to pick it up a little bit, get their pace, find their spike, and carry through with it. And that's the Team First Blood that a lot of us like to see, is even when those first 5 minutes or so go a little rough, we wait for that 7-8 minute mark and we come in hard. And that's what it did. And Gina also, they made the swap back. Gina goes over to the side of gold lane this time. So, I mean, it's a fair swap at that. I'm guessing there were a couple technical difficulties. I'm thinking this is my second time now on the big screen. We will be jumping back shortly. Everything should be fixed here soon. Now, great game, right? Team First Blood does a wonderful job at taking game 2. I got a feeling they can keep going with it, but LEGACi still on a roll, and LEGACi coming in so strong that it's not going to be easy for Team First Blood. And if LEGACi keeps on coming in with these early game, with this early game pressure, Team First Blood is gonna have to be able to deal with that, because even that game, it was not easy for Team First Blood to get to the point where they needed to, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming into this game, it was just a solid performance once again. Even Gold, right? He had a pretty solid performance here, but it does show that maybe in terms of itemization, he's a bit too greedy, maybe a bit too confident after game number 1, right? No defensive items up against the 1-1. It just shows that right now, Gina had also just a pretty significant impact with the role swap as well.
Yeah, I think that was something I was very surprised about, right? And sometimes you bring in this new player that's maybe been on the bench for some of the tournament or the league or whatever, and you try something, right? And immediately, I'm glad that they were like, oh, let's go back. Let's put Gina back in the gold lane. Iono, you're going to have to handle this, right? And Iono, he had a little bit of a rough beginning, but towards the mid game still, even with like 2 or 3 deaths, Iono was able to start picking up some kills when Ken got overextended, when EXP got a little overextended. So well played by Team First Blood here. It's 1-1 in a best of 5. And honestly, I think next game could go either way.
Definitely, man. I mean, right here, even in the loss, right? LEGACi had a lot of good moments, but it was just good trades across the board, slowly but surely building up for Team First Blood. They didn't go for a crazy team fight that turned the tide around. They kept on going for the consistent plays, 2-for-1s here and there, getting the turrets as well, good trades, good mirroring by the members, and then whenever they had to take a fight, they knew with the 1-1 they can take it. Without the 1-1, they are a bit more hesitant. And here as well, there was just forced errors across the board, forcing LEGACi to actually position themselves in a position where they're just so vulnerable to the weakness points. And I think it was showed visible in that final fight where the 1-1 was able to just pop off completely.
Yeah, and even Luffy, like right here, able to get into the backside, cause some damage to the team. It took a little bit because Luffy had so much trouble with that Dairoth in the early stages, but once they got to the point where Luffy could harass that backside, keep gold at bay, it created that space for Gina there, right? And Gina, once the crossbow tank got online, I mean, you saw it in that last replay, triple kills, double kills. I mean, it was a major problem. So at this point, does LEGACi ban out the 1-1, right? Does LEGACi change things up? They let it through the first time. They felt good. Maybe that was the trick play, right? Maybe it was like, oh, we're gonna... But I think this time maybe LEGACi does ban it out. And I'm also wondering, will Team First Blood ban out that Phoveus again? Is that going to be a staple here, right? Is that maybe one of the cracks in LEGACi's armor?
Well, we did see that, right? With the Phoveus ban, with the 1-1 pickup again, and the role swap, they were able to get a victory. So, again, if it worked the first time, try to do it again, try to replicate it, but also, you got to be smart in the draft. Try to adapt to whatever LEGACi are trying to do as well, as we are going to enter towards the draft for game number 2. I mean, 3 right here, as right now it is 1-1. Team First Blood back on the blue side, LEGACi back on the red side. And so far, that means that the red side is still sitting at a 100% win rate here in this series.
This is true, and I'm wondering if that's going to be the continuation of it, right? Will that red side be the deciding factor? Because a lot of teams have been favoring that second pick, you know? Recently, we had an event where we let the losers pick what side they wanted, and a lot of teams favored going into that second pick side. They liked the swing back. They liked the advantage. I mean, it's a little bit, I think, having to draft, right? Especially that during the time of like Valentina and Fermis, you were kind of forced to ban out those picks, and you kind of lost some of your initial bans on just OP heroes. But now, where I feel like you're a bit more open to letting some things in here and there, that second pick side seems pretty good right now.
It does. It really does, right? And right now we are going to take a look at, again, the bans that we were speculating about. And it turns out there is already going to be respect from Team LEGACi, from Team First Blood as well. The Phoveus ban not going to be let go here, but we are going to see the Esmeralda ban. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because remember, if we count that game as well, it's 9 out of 11 games that Team First Blood's Luffy has played this Esmeralda. The only 2 heroes that he has played are ACKERMAN and Uranus, right? So right now, are those 2 heroes comfortable for him, right? Is he comfortable on those 2 heroes? Does he perform well on those 2 heroes? Because we've seen his Esmeralda. We'll have to see again. He has to prove himself on those 2 heroes, or maybe something different. Maybe he goes for Dairoth, the Lapu, a few heroes that we've seen as well right after this new patch.
Yeah, possibly the Uranus as well. I know he likes to stick on those bulky EXP laner. Not a very flashy, you know, Lapu, Dairoth is something we don't see him fall to all the time. I don't think I'm counting him out for it, but definitely that has been something he's favored into LEGACi. Also banning out the Balmond. Not able to see what the first ban was from TFB, but I guess we will see how it goes. But Ayano picking up the Lily again, and Ken not changing a thing, falling back into the Akai.
It's a solid pick, right? Every single time it's open, either you pick it or you are
a heavy pick,
or you're gonna ban it, or you're gonna let it go towards the enemy team. But now, whoa, a change of pace already instantly with the Bruno first pick with the Akai, right? So in game 2, the ban that you guys didn't see was actually the Bruno coming in from TFB in the second phase, and now maybe it's just the comfort pick for Gold, right? Maybe Gold just performs out of his mind on this Bruno, and they want to just pick it up. That's how confident they are on Gold performing on the Bruno.
I mean, and he showed up, and this time though, he will be going up against Gina on the Wan. So it's a little bit of a switch up, right? He's going to have to adjust. He's not going to be able to play exactly like he did in game 1. So I'm wondering, is LEGACi gonna hover down into this Gold lane in this game? Because Gold, yes, did a phenomenal job in that game with the Bruno. So we already know, and I feel like we sleep on the Bruno a lot. We forget the damage. If a Bruno gets fed early on, we forget the damage that he can bring, right? He was deleting the Esmeralda. He was deleting these bulky heroes that most heroes fear, right? So if LEGACi can pull that off, definitely something. But there's that Benedetta pick from the side of LEGACi that was banned out last game.
Yeah, so they're just picking up the heroes that were banned out in the second phase, right? Getting maybe XP and Gold, their comfort heroes here. And as we enter the second phase, this is where it's going to be interesting, because now Team First Blood, they secured the Paquito, and you can already see, yeah, this is where I was trying to go for. LEGACi, they know Joy Bodge, when he gets those playmaking heroes like the Grok, we saw him perform. We saw how much of a nuisance he was towards LEGACi, and now we're going to see that Grok ban. Perhaps right now we might also see the Cho ban, just out of respect. The Atlas is also still a possibility, but because LEGACi have last pick, they can actually just leave the Atlas open. If TFB go for it, Diggy's always up for grabs.
This is true. It's a very good point, and they do go for the Atlas, though. They take it out. Maybe not wanting to think too far ahead with the like if they left the Atlas open, you have to then risk TFB using their last ban on the Diggy or something crazy like that, and then you're really like, oh no, you know. So TFB waiting for what they're gonna pick up here now. I'm guessing Kid is gonna stay on this Paquito, right? I mean, it is flexible. Maybe Luffy picks it up. We haven't seen him play it yet. So the odds are it's not, but there is that possibility. Sicilian will beat the last ban from TFB. LG looking for a pick right now.
I mean, right now, this is why the Paquito is just so prio, right? Not only is he good, very good in both roles, jungle and XP, but that flex potential really helps you in the draft. If the enemy team goes for the jungle bans, just move that Paquito over to the jungle. If they go for the XP bans, move it to the XP, and you can pick up another jungler, another XP. Just goes on like that. But now, we are going to take a look first at LEGACi's first pick. I think right now it should be okay. They go for the Lolita, so just a solid counter towards the crossbow with Tang. This is going to actually be solid, right? Because it kind of shows again that Gold wants to go for that very risky build. No defensive items, perhaps. So they're just answering that with the Lolita. Fine, you can go full damage again. We'll just have a tank that can actually soak that damage, right?
Most definitely, and that paired up with the Akai, a lot of, LG has continued to go like big play potential, right? Big set, team fight compositions where everyone can kind of, a lot of CC. It's in something they've really kind of favored into. They want to be able to lock you down so that Gold can just pick you off. And now with the XP on this Benedetta, if he could be proactive with it and move around the map, it could be huge. But Luffy bringing in the Xborg EXP. Or, I mean, maybe it's a jungle. Maybe it's a jungle and the Paquito's EXP.
Yeah. No, I mean, at this point, right, it should be Paquito jungle, should be. Xborg in the XP lane. All right. So I kind of mentioned it. Esmeralda, Akai, Uranus. Those are the three heroes that we've said. We know that he plays, but with Esmeralda banned out, what is he gonna play? Is he gonna come out with something crazy? I expected something like a Lapu. No, he goes for something even crazier. Not meta. They go for that Xborg, and instantly we see a pick here as well from LEGACi, Luo Yi. So we're seeing some interesting picks already in game number 3, which is going to be very fun to see how it unfolds again. Luo Yi. What are your thoughts on the Luo Yi here up against TFB's composition?
Okay, so I mean, up against the Raft, the Paquito, and the Xborg, and maybe even the Lilia, it sounds good on paper, right? They're going to be grouped up. You get those passives off, everyone gets brought in together, and again, big team fight possibilities. Really counting on all of these CC chains to happen. But the problem is Luo Yi is also she's not a range, she's not a backline mage. She needs to get in there. And that is exactly what Gina wants, right? That is exactly what this Wan wants. Also, you're going to be taking that chip damage. You put yourself at risk on the Luo Yi. It's kind of a, big risk, big reward. But we will see how it plays out, as this is game 3 of a best of 5 Team First Blood going up against LEGACi. The score is 1-1 currently. I got a feeling it could go either way, Mirko. Now, the Luo Yi, the Xborg, things have definitely gotten a little crazy in the land of Dawn. Xborg has fallen down to that jungle position, which I didn't think it would go great against the Benedetta, so I think it was a clean switch over.
Yeah, oh my god. Okay, so it is. I did not expect the Xborg to go jungle, so this is going to be interesting to see, right? Firstly, we need to know how fast he actually clears the jungle here. He has the Demon Slayer emblem. It does seem like Ken has a significant advantage when it comes down to clear, but even in the bottom side, XP actually winning out in the trade up against Luffy on this Paquito. And so far, it's looking really good for LEGACi, because 4 kit on this Xborg. I think the only way you can go for those good dives is if you actually have the last insanity, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you get that last insanity for like the early game pressure, but then towards the end you have a lot of sustainability. You have a lot of chip damage. You can maybe even kite this. You can even kite Ken a little bit. And then if the burst damage from Golds comes, as long as you handle it right, again, theoretically, you have that passive that you can get away, possibly, if they try to burst you down or CC you when you get the heavy spin on you or something. But Luffy goes down in a 1v1 on the bot side. A bad start for Luffy.
Yeah, Luffy definitely was, overcommitting into that minion wave there. I mean, he lost his flicker already early on. XP jumping in again, taking a whole lot of damage over onto Kid. That's the Faraga armor gone. Last Insanity not going to be available technically for him right now, as that's going to be the opportunity for Ken to actually go for the first turtle. TFB wisely, they do not want to go for this contest. Kid just goes into his own jungle, clearing it out, and LEGACi pick up a very solid early lead.
And that's the weakness, right? That's the problem. You lose that Fraga armor early on, and you're now useless for the next objective. So if LEGACi can continue to punish him like that and be like, listen, before this turtle, before this lord, before this next thing we want to do, we just need to burst down half of his health bar. We don't even got to kill him. We just need to burst down half of his health bar, and he can't really affect us. You're essentially taking a player off the map. Yes, he could do some chip damage from the back line, but that may not be enough going up against LEGACi right now.
Absolutely. You can see here already, though, the matchup that we spoke of. Gold doing really good up against Gina. This is, I guess, yeah, I mean, Bruno does win in this matchup, but still, though, it's just really impressive to see the Bruno. It was a first pick Bruno, and it's doing so well, right? So we'll see how this plays out. Just now, we also did see just a very cool little movement that he did, the mechanics displaying it with his sidestep over the Holy Baptism and flickering out to safety. That was very clean. TFB are trying to put so much pressure actually onto that gold lane, but Gold's doing a really good job actually at freezing the wave in that towards his own lane. Is now it's going to be the diversion popped in by Nash. Going to be stun coming in. Faraga armor instantly deleted here, but look at the Holy Baptism connecting onto Obby, who's still able to flicker out. Ayano looking for that kill, popping the black shoes to safety, but look at the flanks. It's going to be XP coming in. He has the execute, and he uses it onto Kid. Final blow, once again, zoning the other members away. That's going to be so much damage popped in by the side of the Luo Yi. That's going to be the crossbow tang as well, but the shield is able to soak in a chunk of that damage. It's going to be a kill over to Gold and Obby, a double for Gina.
Oh, a beautiful save here is what Gina is right now, able to come in and pick up that team fight. It was looking very rough for a second there. Gina gets that crossbow tang, and honestly, for this early in the game, crossbow tang did its job very, very well, but XP also rotating all the way from the boss side up to the top, able to help secure a kill for a team, but here comes the turtle. Kid will be able to take it there, using that last insanity pretty well.
Yeah, and right now, it's actually very interesting to see, right? Because Wanwan or Gina actually decided to stay in lane despite getting those 2 kills and despite being so low. This is not that bad though, because Joy Bodge is instantly just going to rotate towards the top side. Numenal Blasto popped in, going to be able to get the stun. Gold dealing the damage. Holy Baptism popped in. Gold now forced to back away. That's the damage coming in. Ken with a heavy spin, able to actually force that black shoes to be popped in, but no kills so far for LEGACi. And for Gina, she was able actually to get out to recall even under the Numenal Blast. Ayano though, maybe overstaying here. Gold picking up the kill, punishing that commitment to save and to clear the wave up top.
Yeah, I mean, almost worth it. I don't know if they wanted to lose their tower just yet. If only Ayano could have been able to do that without dying. But the real thing is Joy Bodge on this Rafaela right now, hitting those Holy Baptism flickers, the micro movements under that tower there, getting that first kill just in time to get health back, so that Ken just wasted that ult on them. Just a very clean play from Joy Bodge there. We were worried about him not being on a super aggressive tank, but he's using the utilities of this Rafaela very, very cleanly. Now, taking a look at the items, we have seen Kid pick up the Hunter Strike, which is going to kind of work with his first skill bit, possibly give him a little bit of faster kite movements and dealing with the dashes of Ken coming in on these heavy spins, or anyone else coming into him. But also Gina a little bit ahead in gold over gold right now in the game.
And also very good punish by TFB. They noticed LEGACi actually put a lot of resources up top. They instantly go towards the mid lane. Joy Bodge opening up the map, and it's going to be the entire LEGACi squad spotted out. Both teams might look to actually contest the turtle here. Ken already onto it instantly. Kid opening up the map once again, trying to get the vision onto it. Last Insanity comes in. It's going to be comboed in with the Retribution, and he steals it with that combo.
And he's able to take it. That is big. Kid able to secure the turtle, and Ayano actually coming in clutch there. Wait a second, JoyBaj comes in with the last insanity. Gina trying to close the distance, moving in onto gold, able to get it. Can he get the crossbow of Tang, and a killing spree for Gina. God mode right there, but Ken coming in to pick up the pieces where his teammate fell. Now JoyBaj could be next. The rest of LEGACi comes in as well, moving in onto JoyBaj, but he has been slippery. He has been able to get away from these movements, but don't get too cocky yet. Kid comes in with the last insanity onto 3 members, brings them all to about half health. Can they get the finish? Kid picks it up onto Nash, but Obi comes in with the Numenon Blast, able to take down Kid as well. Then Ken picks up JoyBaj. It is a 3-for-2 trade overall in the past minute, and LEGACi is slowly coming up on top. While this is happening, EXP able to cut into this bottom lane and also just control the bottom of the map. EXP literally inside of their base for a second there, trying to control these waves. So at this point, we're looking at the side of LEGACi and Team First Blood. Team First Blood has finally kind of got a little bit ahead on the gold here, right? We're about 8 minutes in, and Team First Blood finding their spike. Once again, around that 7-minute mark, they rubber band back. They had a bit of a rough start, but now they've gotten the lead here. Not only that, but they're coming back in team fights, they're coming back in kills, and they've taken one of the most important early game towers. They've taken this mid lane tower, and this is going to open up the map for Luffy, open up the map for Kid, and open up the map for JoyBaj to get in a little bit, to free up a little bit of space. Definitely a lot of excitement. Team First Blood taking the lead here, Mirko.
Man, what a good, I mean, technically mid-game here for LEGACi, as they are actually going to be going to that bottom side. TFB here, they have to look for the kill. XP buying a whole lot of time, actually getting the resource as well. Immortality there was popped in. XP does lose his life in the process here, and LEGACi are going to try to look still for that contest. Without the Bruno, and Lolita is looking very, very grim for them. TFB going on to the Lord, that's taken down to 10,000 HP now. Ken jumps in with a heavy spin. Last Insanity popped in as well. Ken looking for the dash, but still he goes in once again. The Retribution comes in, but it's not enough to get them the Lord. It's still Kid with a very solid combo with the Last Insanity and the Retribution.
And Ken was all alone there, man. Gold does get a tower up on the top side for that, but Team First Blood quickly responds by getting a tower for themselves. I'm wondering if the side of LEGACi should have just maybe put a few members up in the gold side, maybe try to get 2 towers instead of sending anyone for that Lord. You gotta know it's not gonna be easy. You know, Kid's been kind of on point when it came to these objectives. He messed up a little bit in the beginning, but now he's there. So LEGACi needs to be just a bit more careful the way they approach these decisions in this game as we move forward.
Yeah, and right now, right, I mean, take a look at the itemization here. Gina already finished up that Windtalker, and it's going to be pretty insane coming in for the damage, right? With that Windtalker, he has a steel leg plates as well. If he goes for another damage item, Malefic Aurora is going to be huge. Holy Baptism connecting, and look at that damage. That's what I'm talking about, man. With the Windtalker and the Inspire, even Ken can't withstand the crossbow attack. He needs to go all the way back. Paquito's taken low, but he's not taken down. JoyBaj, oh, I thought for a second he might have been lagging there, but I guess he was just styling on LEGACi, staying there, using the flicker to get out as Gina goes in for that top side. Needs to respect the final blow, though, and XP.
I mean, JoyBaj has definitely been flexing a little bit and creating peel, right? Using that Holy Baptism when Ken tries to come in, when EXP tries to come in, there's JoyBaj stopping them in their tracks, and that second or two buys time for Gina, buys time for Luffy, and also buys time for Ayano. Now, Ayano, again, not having the greatest start, even similar to last game, but the thing is not being the most flashy, I would say, mid lane. You know, we see a lot of Lilias, you know, do some insane damage early on, and then into the mid game, it just stacks even more and more. But she's still kind of doing her job, and it makes it hard for EXP. It makes it hard for Obi, and it makes it hard for Ken to try to come in when you have this Lilia just continuing to chip at you, continuing to slow at you.
All right, Ken again with the heavy spin. He's looking for that pickoff. A good holy baptism by Joy Ball. Giano, ooh, very, very close there. Gets out with the black shoes. It's all right, though. It's going to be a very good trade as that's the tier 2 taken down in the bottom side. They need to look for a pickoff onto Gina. That's the only way I see them winning, right, in these team fights. If Gina falls, they lose their main source of damage output. But if Gina gets to play like this, it's not looking good at all for Team LEGACi. And in the bottom side, XP, you already popped in. That eye for an eye going to be canceled out with the final blow there. Now, XP trying to run away desperately. He's going to be chased down with the corrosion scythe. You really can't outrun Gina here, who pops in a crossbow attack, and it's going to be XP taken down. LEGACi, though, they are going to go for that top side. Lord going in, Retribution. It's going to be Ken who secures it. Numenon Blast perfectly placed there by Obby, but now it's the collapse coming in as Gina joins in the fray. Gold picking up a kill, flickering backwards. Gina is able to shut him down, though, picking up a killing spree for herself. It's a 2 for 2, but the Lord goes to the hands of LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, they lose that Lord there, right? Which is a good play for LEGACi. It's going to buy them some time here, some breathing space. I don't think they're going to get too much off of this Lord unless Team First Blood makes like a drastic mistake here. But at least they're going to be able to kind of, get back into their jungle a bit after losing so many towers. Team First Blood has just kind of had them pinned and waiting for them to come out. The thing is Gina wasn't involved in that last fight. I'm still wondering how they're going to deal with her, and this could be it.
Numenon Blast with the final blow. XP getting the shutdown that they needed with the execute. Luffy using the flicker to disengage. Ken dealing a whole lot of damage, actually buying a lot of time as Nash jumps in with diversion. Now he's going to go in with a Winter Truncheon as well. A good bait to secure the immortality as XP goes in with the last insanity by Kid. Jumps in onto goal, picking up a kill. Obby now looking for the peel as XP jumps onto Luffy. Luffy's still able to dash away. 1 HP. He's still alive. He goes in for the shield and a knockout strike as well. He's still alive. He's still getting out, but finally, XP finds the kill. Ayano looking to get that trade back onto XP, but they can't really risk it here. He's too mobile to chase down.
Yeah, and I mean, what did that do? Kid able to get back on the map there, able to come in, and they pick up 3 kills, all for the price of Luffy there, right? Luffy able to just hang on there, pick up the Winter Truncheon, move over to the immortality. I mean, the whole shebang, right? And those 5 or 10 seconds brought Team First Blood back into the fight, not only back into it, but end up coming out on top in my eyes there. They lose the Lord, but they still are gaining the advantage on the map and the advantage in gold.
And it's gonna get very interesting, right? Because now it should come down to macro as we enter the 14th minute of the game. LEGACi are going to have to constantly micromanage the waves to get those kind of forced errors to happen, right? Like forcing the 1-1 down below so that they can actually go for the Lord. Those are little wins that LEGACi have been able to take to actually come back in the game. And that's what you can expect more from LEGACi as they find more success on it. Kid, though, going to that bottom side. XP needs to be very careful, though. He needs to time these distractions very well. As of right now, Kid, he might actually look to commit, but no, it's not going to be a commitment just yet. XP able to disengage with the Benedetta. He needs to time it well with the Lord.
Yeah, I mean, this is a point where Kid's going to start to become a little bit of a problem for LEGACi. I think the only 2 people that can really deal with him right now are Gold, as you just saw, but a last insanity comes in. Gold forced to run away there.
Oh my god, Gold is able to find the hit onto the 1-1. That's massive. The trade here, 1 for 1. And remember, that's the main damage dealer for Team First Blood. LEGACi, they know this. They want to go for that collapse, but they need to wait for the Benedetta, who's now going to have to clear in the bottom side because it's pushed in by Luffy. LEGACi, this is their moment. They need to look for something, maybe perhaps looking for a fight in the mid lane, a catch, but it's not gonna happen here. Luffy able to actually dash away, still has the full stacks on his passive. Going back again, XP trying to chase him down. Luffy, I don't think there's going to be enough kill pressure to actually take him down here. He's actually going to be able to escape. Ken going to be taken low, forced to use the heavy spin. And here it is, the turn again towards Team First Blood. But look at LEGACi. Obby and Nash, that was a good diversion to bring him there. Ken, though, going to be zoned away by Luffy, who's dealing a lot of damage. But this is it. It's there going to be spotted out by Joyboj. Holy Baptism comes in, but it's not going to connect onto anyone. Now XP jumps in, round blast, going to be popped, but not going to be able to find anyone. Gina getting every single crossbow of tank point there as he goes in, going crazy all the way. Ken is able to find the retribution. Luffy taken down. Ken in the midst of it all, still surviving for a bit with the help of the immortality, but it's another 2 for 2, and the Lord taken away by LEGACi, making it 3 for 2 as LG do not stop. They want to keep on going.
Yeah, what a fight there. Another Lord going to the side of LEGACi, and I mean, we're just going back and forth here, man. Very intense match right now, and we're gonna see this diversion come in, and we're starting to see those diversions become clutch as LEGACi continues. I mean, Nash has used it as a feint, tricking them. Nash has actually used it as a repositioning matter, so it is starting to work, and the damage is also starting to build there, and Kid and Joyboj and Luffy are having a little bit of issues with it in these big team fights. Looking at the items now, everyone getting to a point where we're getting very close to maxed out, but Nash got the penetration, got that magic wand. I mean, you're really going to be bursting through, and when I look at the side of Team First Blood, Kid, no magic defense at all right now, so that's going to be his major problem. Wan as well. No, I mean, finally it looks like we're going to pick up some sort of magic defense, maybe the Athena's shield here, so that could, if they can pick that up, there could be some way to deal with that, but I mean, right there, the burst damage on a Joyboj, it's becoming a bit too much for Team First Blood to even fight against.
Oh, they gotta be very careful though. Kid still wanting to go for it. Jumps in with the last insanity. There might be a mistake here as his immortality will be popped. He has the Frog armor. Gold still able to dash away, but look at the side of Gina. He jumps in, even with the Wind of Nature. It's not enough to survive. Gold taken down. Gina goes in for the first ability, stunning Obby up, picking up a double kill as the diversion will be able to help Nash get out of there. Meanwhile, top side, base server targeted here by XP, who's looking for that back door, looking to be a distraction, but it does not seem like Team First Blood will go for it. They have one person going down, the other members coming in. That's gonna be the last insanity once again onto Nash. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Gina targeting the base. XP trying to deal the damage on towards Gina. Winter Truncheon popped in the back as well, but Team First Blood with a very good team fight and the decision making to finish the game. They got match point in the bag.
Can that final play there that won them that game, X-Borg coming in, to me in your eyes, it looks like a whiff. We're like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? But it brings everyone down to about half health, gets them in a running away fashion for a second, and Gina's like, oh, I got this. And they just slowly close it, and the next Borg is back up, continuing to kind of keep them all spread up. They don't want to overly force in, and Gina just continues to fire out those shots on the backside. And for a second, Gina almost gets taken out by the burst damage of Gold, but she's able to get that kill onto Gold, and then down goes Obi, and then down goes the base. A wonderful play from Team First Blood at the end there.
It was beautiful, right? Again, it came down to those little mechanical moments from these players where Kid was able to make such a good decision that you said looked kind of iffy, looked kind of shaky. Why is he going in all alone? But it's actually, again, like you mentioned, to poke them down and to actually bait those resources to come out. So when Gina actually stepped in with the Inspire, it was just free hits all across the board. He had also the Wind of Nature, so Gold could burst them down, but all he needs to do is tap on that Wind of Nature. Once he gets low, got it. He got the additional HP as well from the DHS sustain, and he was able to actually take the game into his hands, and it's match point. What a solid victory from Team First Blood, from down a game to now leading the series.
Most definitely. Looking at some of the items, some of the stats, Ayano actually pulls up with the MVP here, just holding a solid game, I think. Getting us decent KDA. Wasn't, again, like I said, not the most flashiest player on the map, but just solid. And sometimes those mages go a little untold, right? They do the damage. They may not get the final blow or the kill, but they still output some presence, and Ayano was definitely there. On the side of LEGACi, XP did play a great game, but not good enough to secure LEGACi the victory. I gotta say though, out of the past games, that one was definitely the closest, Mirko.
Definitely. It was back and forth. The tables were turned constantly. It was absolutely stunning to see. And obviously, we'll see more of that here in this series, right? I mean, at this point, I'm just hoping for a full 5-game series. Both of these teams are going to be brought to their limits, and I can't wait to see. In the draft, we saw it. In the gameplay, we saw it. And now it's time, man. It's time to just get into game number 4. I just can't wait to see more of this, but we're going to have to tone it down a bit. Let's take a look at the highlights first.
Yeah, this is the first outplay, right? The first moment where Gina gets on top of gold here and is able to get the kill. Now, Ken did a great job of zoning away, especially here. Finally gets a big objective because Kid was doing a good job for a minute there, and this is where the side of LG starts to kind of swing back, and all the TFB fans start to get a little bit worried, right? They even take the gold lead for a small amount of time, but Kid continues to come in. And though sometimes those last Insanities looked like they were premature or kind of whiffs, I think in the end it was all about Gina, right? It was all about biding enough time, creating enough space for Gina to shine here, as we see happen time and time again in these team fights. Also, EXP had a great start in this game, but we slowly start to see as we creep into this late game is just catching off, right? Just slowly falling off here and there, slowly taking a death here and there. So we will be back into this next game soon. It's going to be 2-1 Team First Blood up against LEGACi. For those that are wondering, having a couple technical difficulties. We do have Mirko in all the way from Indonesia. I'm sure it will be resolved soon. So right now, you just got the one and only, the NA rep, Trex. Now, Team First Blood, all they need is one match point, right? Going up against LEGACi. LEGACi, I'm feeling like the initial momentum that they had coming into this series is maybe wearing off just a little bit. They're feeling strong. They took down Gosu, one of the top teams in NA, and have now moved on to Team First Blood, another top team in NA, but I definitely cannot count LEGACi out just yet. LEGACi has shown time and time again over the past 2 nights that they are a strong team. They have a lot of perseverance. They have the ability to take a couple hits and get back up and still come on top of the win. Now, we were all worried about XP just only really being able to use the Phoveus and things of that nature, but he does come in with the Benedetta and puts on a great performance. Now, Dave, how's it going, man?
Doing fantastic. I know we gotta give Mirko a break for some coffees. This is like midnight over there. So, but guys, that was some incredible matches. I think you're right on point. Even though that was some really, really insane performance there, comebacks there from Team First Blood, but LEGACi is not a team you want to overlook. They have shown what they did in Game 1. They have shown their capability in all those matches, Trax. So we're walking to the fourth game ban pick now. We're potentially going to the Game 5, Trax.
I mean, potentially, if TFB can finish this here, they move on. If LEGACi, and knowing them, like, they definitely have the capabilities to do it. They definitely have the possibility to drag this out and bring it. We've seen them with, a 5K gold deficit in previous games and still be able to come out on top. So with them now being first ban, first pick, we're seeing some bans start to unfold. The Phoveus is staying along with the Esmeralda, so both the XP laners getting some of the respect they deserve.
Yeah, I like the Phoveus ban. They did their homework. They understand that we have the supreme Phoveus there. Have to get rid of that. And Belmont is one of those standard bans, really just gotta take care of that. With that being said, LG might run something different here. We might not see a tankier side of the jungler with the best Retri being taken away from the entire game.
Most definitely. I mean, and this is, now that we're into like Game 4, it's definitely gotten down to the nitty gritty, right? Those picks that we see teams prio, like the Esmeralda, you don't see it get banned much, but I enjoy seeing it because you're forced to get to see something different in the EXP lane, right? It's normally always Esmeralda, Dyroth, Uranus, but now we see the Benedetta come up last game. This time, we maybe see something else. Ken is going to prio that Akai once again, though, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. That still leaves some of the top marksmen on the table. Melissa, you have Won still being available. Those options can be considered. For the early game mages, still have E being available. Now with also Faram is still available as well. So right now for TFB, they have a lot of options on the table. Now, one thing that we also noticed right now, team are leaning more towards the Julian EXP lane because you get level 3 really quickly. That means after you get that, you have Supreme Wave Clear, you have really, really good lane pressure. And speaking of Faramis 1, here we go.
Okay, the Fermis slips through finally. It's actually been something that TFB has banned a few times, and this time they rolled the dice. I think they knew Ken would, they want to prio that Akai, and it's like, fine, let's leave it open because we know that's what they want, and they get the Fermis. JoyBaj going to be able to use that. If he can use it as well as he used the Rafaela last game, I think it could definitely be huge in game 4.
Yeah. And in this game, now Farsa is still being available. We see some mages that can do really good against a character like Faramis. Obviously you get Xavier, but if you want to go more with the early game option, Farsa is one of those things. Oh, we got Nash on the Sicilian. This is going to be interesting. Are we going to see a Mathilda, being picked?
Possibly, definitely possibly. We will figure out what this pick was shortly. Now, LG getting back to what we saw from them last night, right? Leaning into kind of a late game composition with the Sicilian, getting back to their roots, you could say, and gonna try to just deal with whatever pressure TFB brings and be that persevering team that they always are. But Kid gonna lock in this Atlas. My guess is it gets rotated over the roam with JoyBaj, meaning he still gets his attacking tank, and the Fermis probably rotated over to Ayano.
Yeah, and by the way, we just got information in the missing character that was being picked over here by OB position is actually Selena. So we are going to see a really, really strong early game Selena roam. So a lot of Abyssal arrows, a lot of snipes, a lot of those burst damage. I mean, this is actually pretty good against Alice in the early game, but through mid to late game is where Alice really going to shine. When Alice finishes those magic defense items, can check those, can take those stuns, can take those burst damage for free while checking bushes and use the opportunity to bait for a heavy fatal link. Now, obviously here with some heavy respect ban here, we have Bruno being banned away, Melissa being banned away, but remember, LG Go, one of the most comfort pick that this guy plays is actually Brody, and that is still available on the table.
Okay, I you've done your homework, Dave. Excited to see if he picks up this Brody. I mean, and I like the Brody. I think the Brody's does have the range of that first skill. The only problem is has to maybe get a little too close with everything else in his kit to deal with the 1-1, especially Gina's 1-1. But yeah. Gold has done an amazing job, and knowing that the rest of the team is quick to response, if Gold is having a rough time, they'll quickly try to give him the advantage in that Gold lane. But they have definitely honed in onto those marksmen. Now, bans from the side of LG, Dave, we have the Paquito and the X-Borg. Things have just taken a flip since game 1.
Yeah, well, X-Borg did it really well last game, by TFP. So, I mean, it makes sense to not give you something that you're going to win with. So we're going to go ahead and take that out. It makes sense from Team LG. They're absolutely doing their homework as well. And here we go, though. I'm truly a little bit worried about LG's early game. Yes, they have the Selena to help out a little bit. Yes, they have the Akai, which is really, really good, with Spell and Be taken away. But you got to remember, in the jungle tank option, there's so many things available now. You have Barats, you have character like Thamus, all being taken out. And speaking of Barats, Thamus, all those characters can work out really well with the combination. Ooh, Trex.
Spicy, Dave. They knew you were casting. They knew you jumped on the desk. They heard it. They said, "Oh, we have to pick an assassin. We got to pick an assassin. That's what he wants." So they bring in the Ling, and honestly, that could be a problem right there. The Ruby could be an issue for the Ling, but the Ling could be the answer for the Sicilian, could be the possible answer for this Brody, and maybe even the Selena, as long as you don't get by those arrows. But you have 3 squishy heroes essentially on the side of LG that Ling is going to want to try to hammer in on.
Now, it's all depends on how well the Ruby and Akai peels with those quad control skills, because they're not liking those. At the same time, I think Ling's probably not going to jump in first, knowing that Ruby's probably hang out with LG Gold. By the way, he did not take out the Brody, being the supreme Brody that he is, so going to play that character. So with Ling and Atlas, I think he's probably going to wait for the engages with Atlas, with Faramis, for the one-bow combo for when they're getting low. So Ling goes in for the cleanup, and we have a Masha lost pick. This is obviously a Ruby on the side lane. Masha versus Ruby here. Which one do you think has the upper hand?
I mean, I don't think I've seen the matchup, honestly. Now, I would say if I look at it, like, the Ruby has some capabilities to deal with it in a sense. Has, you know, second skill, dash away, keep away from her. I don't think Ruby is going to be, like, killing Masha, but may be able to at least, like, not die to Masha and just hold the EXP lane down. As long as they both play well and there's no big hiccups, I think it's just kind of a stalemate up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ruby is more just the claw control. I think he's probably going to focus on the wave clear. And if you finish their Hat's Claw, I really don't see Masha can do anything to him. At the same time, you're absolutely right. I don't see vice versa. I mean, I see completely vice versa. I don't see Ruby can do anything to Masha either. So it's just going to be who clears wave faster and who's able to provide more of those impact in those team fights. So overall, Trex, look at this draft. Which one do you prefer?
I don't know. It could definitely go either way. We are jumping into Game 4. This is Team First Blood going up against LEGACi. Team First Blood on match point. Now, Dave, if I had to pick something, I mean, I feel like in the current situation, LEGACi may be looking a bit more traditional with the Akai jungle, but I like the Ling here. I think that if Kid can use it well, like you said, Joybot just needs to hit the Fatal Links, and if Kid can be patient and wait for a couple things to happen and then move into the back line, then I really like Team First Blood's position here in this game. But if they can't pull it all off correctly, it could be a problem. But the real bow on top of all this is Ayano on this Fermis helping drag out these team fights long enough for Kid to find those positions.
And absolutely, guys, we just got this incredible news in. Our one and only, all the way from the other side, woke up at 1 a.m. Miracle is back on the caster table. So without further ado, guys, let's quickly jump into this game with our lovely, lovely Miracle and Trex.
Hey, man. Guess who's back coming in with a coffee break? It seems my internet needed a coffee break too. But we're here. We're back into the game again. TFB and match point. I was here in the entire draft, but coming in again though. Perfect moment is Joymaj there is already going to be forced to use the flicker. I really like this Ling pick though, for real. I think it's gonna be very interesting to see how he actually puts that kill pressure down onto the Sicilian, especially I think the Selena as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you got to see the draft and everything, because that means, you know, me and Dave talked about it a bit, but do you think Team First Blood has the advantage here when we talk about drafts? Want to hear your opinion a bit, because I haven't gotten to hear it yet, and excited to see what you think, because I think we definitely have a spicy game ahead of us.
Right now, I mean, we're gonna have to see the fight first as the turtle will be contested. Good kill pressure over. Joybot comes in with the Fatal Links as well, jumping in on towards Obi. Ken trying to go for the Retribution battle right now as the Temple of Blades will be popped in. That's the Retribution by Kid as well, securing the first turtle of the game. And, well, back to your question. For me, I actually really, I prefer Team First Blood's composition here because of the mid control that they have, and obviously just the 1-1 that has been the win condition for them for the past 2 games that they've won.
Yeah, and I mean, so last game it was kind of the X-Borg that helped Gina get to where she needed to be to get some of those picks, and this time they have the Fermis, right? So Gina can really kind of push in and really test the limits to get those weakness points off. So once again, Team First Blood knowing a win condition and sticking to it, not veering too far, and I'm glad of it, because this is how they've been doing it. But wait a second, walks right into an Abyssal Arrow. Almost a big engage there.
Good combination there by the Fatal Links, actually. But the Call Altar comes in, and both teams actually are going to just disengage here, Trex. But, yeah, I mean, at that point, right, it was just a very, very good positioning by Joybot. You notice that Gina doesn't have the second ability to get out from the Abyssal Arrow, so he just jumps in. Very initiative of him.
Yeah, most definitely. And right now, Kid kind of controlling the map, and you mentioned, you know, lane control a bit with the side of Team First Blood, and it's definitely showing, right? Luffy already rotating up, being a little bit quicker than this Ruby on the map, than XP on the map. And yes, I did state that they'd kind of have a stalemate, but one thing is Luffy will most definitely have the advantage, I think, in some of these rotations and getting more involved in the team fights earlier on.
All right, in the bottom side as well, though, we are going to take a look at that matchup. Meanwhile, top side, Joybaj, who saved that flicker, actually is going to be able to find the Fatal Links on towards gold. A good pickoff kill funneled over to Gina. And, all right, what do you think about this, actually, Trex? Because 4 games in a row, Gina, well, not Gina, but TFB have been given the 1-1 for free.
I think it's a huge overlook right now. Either LEGACi feels like they can handle it or not. But wait a second, Ken able to take that turtle. Nothing else. 2 major on the map. They may move on to Obi here, but I got a feeling it's going to be a disengage. But yeah, all right, so Gina dominates in game 2. Maybe you let it through again. Gina dominates in game 3. At that point, it's fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But now it's a little bit too late because Gina has it again and is already a few hundred gold ahead of this Brody, is already winning out in this lane. So this could be, the nail in the coffin for LEGACi here, Mirko.
Definitely could, man. I mean, at this point, you really need to show respect towards the 1-1, right? Who's been able to be such a massive factor to actually how they were able to close out game 2 and 3. It was the plays coming in, like you mentioned, game 2, triple kill. Game 3, just enabling the 1-1. Even with the X-Borg pick, they were able to win just, again, by using the X-Borg as a distraction to soak in as much damage as possible, to bait a whole lot of resources from the enemy team, and the 1-1 was just free hitting across the board, right? With the Inspire, just honestly untouchable as well because of that itemization. If you notice, all 3 games, he always goes for the steel leg plates, even though he's winning in lane. So that's a respect given over to the enemy marksman instantaneously in lane.
Yeah, so there's the difference, right? I think Team First Blood, we kind of respect you guys. We do. We're gonna do what we can, but LEGACi it's like they're running into the wall right here. And now that we're at this game, this could be the wall that buries them, right? So we did have a pause. Joybaj has disconnected, should be back together soon. So as we jump into this, with this 1-1 getting through, right? LEGACi, I feel like their only opportunity is going to kind of come down to possibly some late game potential with this Sicilian, right? Maybe being able to get some picks off or get that impact bats and try to, one-shot Gina at some point, or using Obi like we saw in game 1 to land some of these arrows. But it just seems like those are the only 2 heroes right now for me that can make a huge impact in this game.
All right, let's see. Right now, as we are going to jump back, resume back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, top side, does seem like, again, both teams are really just hovering, right? They don't really want to go for any unnecessary team fights at this point, especially LEGACi. They want to try their best at just being efficient with when they go for these engages. They have to wait for the neutral objective at this point.
Yeah, and I want to kind of take back what I said, because LEGACi does... Once again, we're seeing them focus in on some big team fight combos, right? Almost everyone on their... But wait a second, XP may be in a bad spot. Ken able to get Kid away there, so they will be able to get away from that bad positioning. But again, they really seem to favor everyone playing a part in this composition, right? You get the Sanguine Claws, you have the Arrow, you have the I'm Offended, you have the Heavy Spin. But I'm wondering, if they don't get those things, I feel like that actually right there is all they have, right? You don't have anyone else that's really bringing big damage to the table or anything, right? And with Brody already taking this death, it's going to be a rough start for him, especially because a lot of people build the Brody with the BOD up front sometimes, right? Or the Endless Battle. So you kind of have an expensive kit to really get him rolling, right? To really be able to put out some burst damage. So taking deaths in this early phase is a very bad spot for gold.
Ooh, Joybaj goes in for the Flicker Fatal Links combo there. A bit too aggressive, only finding 1 member as Ken is still going to be able to secure the turtle. Crossbow Tang, though, opened up with the weakness points all there. Gold going to be the next target in that Crossbow Tang range, as XP is going to be able to actually soak in a whole lot of that damage. It's a 1-for-0 and traded in for the turtle, but LEGACi want to go for that mid lane turret. Abyssal Arrow placed in, connecting onto the Faramis. XP still trying to zone the other members away on this Ruby. Very good zone. as they are able to get a huge chunk of that mid lane turret's HP. But still, Team First Blood, they are going to back off. They do not want to overcommit, and both teams disengage.
And win or lose, Ken has done a great job at securing those objectives in tight situations. Even when he's alone or has one member against him or one member with him and he's up against 3 or 4, he's got some fast fingers. He's able to get that, but wait a second, big Fatal Links.
Massive Fatal Links over instantly though. Kid out of nowhere with a Finch poise comes in. Very good communication, as that's also a kill onto Gina, who's now 3-0-1. We mentioned it might have been a mistake for LEGACi to let this hero go. 4 games in a row, and right now it's showing. Kid instantly on the tier 1. That's going to be actually the Lilia pin down. Ayano, not Lilia, my Faramis pinned down in the mid lane, taken out, as Gina is going to be able to find a trade. So in the end, again, it's Team First Blood doing the exact thing they were able to do in Game 3. Taking the small victories little by little and actually punishing the overcommitments from LEGACi.
I mean, and Nash goes down as well. More punishment for the side of LEGACi. But the one thing that's different is this time you have Kid on the lane, right? Who's actually doing a decent job. 1-0-4, picks up kills. Now that we're 9 minutes in, I'm guessing he's gotten, probably 2 items locked in, starting to build up into that, right? And that's exactly what you want to see from a lane. This is a point where he's going to really start shining, and with Nash and Gold taking some deaths, they're going to be even easier to target, right? Even easier to wipe off the map quickly. So LEGACi's really going to have to be careful about how they approach every single team fight.
Oh, massive Fatal Links by Joybodge there as the Cult Ultra is placed down. Sanguine Claws though comboed in. It's gonna be Joybodge taken down. XP flickering forward to pick up the kill onto Ayano. Gina still able to kite away, has the crossbow tag ready, goes in for it right here. Not gonna be channeled just yet. XP gonna be taken down. Finally translated over to Ken. Kid gonna go in for the Tempest of Blades, who is gonna be able to actually escape from the range of Gold. Now onto the Lord, they secure it with the Retribution. Luffy is massive in the back lines, but the bad impact finds its mark onto Kid. Torn apart memory as well, sniping Luffy down. A 2 for 2. No, actually a 2 for 3. Joybodge was taken out as well. Ayano too. It's a 2 for 4 for the Lord. So in the end, who do you think it's worth for?
I think LEGACi kind of comes back there, but since the death counters are low right now, maybe it's kind of even in a sense. Team First Blood gonna pick up this tower, so now I feel like Team First Blood still wins out on that a bit, and now even more, Mirko.
Oh man, XP having a bad time once again, but the Abyssal Arrow is actually going to be able to connect. Second ability popped in instantly right here. XP is super tanky. He's able to actually withstand the entire duration of the crossbow of Tang, and actually enables LEGACi to defend better here. Only the tier 1 turrets taken down in the mid lane and bottom side. It's very good for LEGACi, and not too much value from Team First Blood.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, right? Luffy is on that top side now. This is where he loves to be, in a clear lane, no towers to bother him, and we're going to see exactly what we saw in Game 2. He's just going to push in this lane, keep pressure on, and possibly get some picks. I think in that last Lord, Luffy had the right idea. He came in. The one who messed up, I think, was Kid overextending just a bit, gets caught by a Bat's impact that maybe he didn't expect, but was enough to take him out. So Team First Blood regrouping, but still really controlling the map right now, holding a 3,000 gold lead, feeling comfortable in making these plays.
Joybodge doesn't have the flicker. He has the Fatal Links, but he's not able to actually pop it off there. It's a very solid pick off by LEGACi with a solid Abyssal Arrow to start it off. Team First Blood, they need to stay composed in this position, right? They had the gold lead, they still have the gold lead, but they can't get picked off like that. Joybodge, a bit too happy going in for those flicker engages. A bit too much now. It's getting read out by LEGACi slowly but surely. Ayano as well, gonna be caught out, has the Purify, gets out of the Torn Apart memory range. It's actually gonna be the crossbow tank popped in. Gold has the Wind of Nature. Gina actually still kiting away so well with the help of the Cult Ultra. Ken gonna be stunned up, and that's another kill over to Gina. And that's gonna be Kid jumping in. Finch Boy's out, double kill secured. It's a 4 for 0 out of nowhere by Team First Blood. They take a fight that's not in their favor, but they make it in their favor. Now Joybodge jumping in with the Fatal Links, but man, XP is able to use the I'm Offended Flicker combo to get out and even to chunk Gina low.
That was disgusting, Mirko. Gina really once again just pushing the limits, and this is what I was worried about for LEGACi with Ayano coming behind him to really help him push even farther, end up getting another kill onto Ken there after the crossbow of Tang was already popped. I mean, it spells for a clean win right now from Team First Blood. The thing that they have to watch out for though is, like you said, don't get too crazy, right? Because LEGACi does have potential with their composition. All it's going to take for them is one big setup, right? A nice I'm Offended, something clean to happen. But if LEGACi keeps splitting up like we're kind of seeing now, they're not going to be able to do that.
Joybodge going in for the perfect match. Fatal Link's over. Damage
Fatal
in,
Link.
and look at the Cold Altar as well. It's gonna be popped in. Sanguine Claws trying to kite back right now. Ayano bringing him back with the Shadow Stampede. Torn apart memory, not enough to take him down, and that's gonna be a very good re-engage over from Kid with the Finch Poise. Luffy soaking the damage. Gina dealing the damage. It's a 3-for-0 over to TFB.
Yeah, now we're getting to we're starting to get to that point of no return, right? The gas is running low, and at this point, we're all in because we're not going home. Team First Blood trying to just continue to keep up the pressure. They still have a Lord, and I think they know this. They think it's okay if Joybodge takes death. He comes in, he takes a big hit, but we get more.
And with this, they're able to actually take the base turret, right? Without the Lord. The Lord's still spawning in. And now, we're going to have to see. With the Enhanced Lord spawning in, they might actually be looking for an end here. I'm not sure if they can do it, though, because Nash is still just such a nuisance here as a high ground defense utility hero for LEGACi to actually play around up against this Enhanced Lord. And obviously, those Abyssal Arrows are going to come pretty frequently now.
Oh, Gina walking right into this.
Oh no, Gina taking down. No, it's gonna be the Cold Altar clutch. Sanguine Claws though, able to buy some time. Ken taken down mid lane. Meanwhile, they actually end the game instantly here off camera. They don't give LEGACi a chance to actually go for the defense there. Good call from the Masha and obviously from Kid on the Ling.
I can't believe I missed that. I'm normally really on point looking at that minimap, but seeing that play with Gina there and the Cult Altar coming just in time totally averted my eyes. Lord comes down. Masha is like, yeah, you guys can have Gina. Go for it, because I'm taking your base right now.
Wow. Man, what a play. Again, these small decisions that they're making together to actually get the game, right? We saw this all the way from game number 2, I believe, right? Game number 1, it felt a little bit shaky for TFB, but over the course of the series, it just felt like they got cleaner, better, and they improved just based on the 4 games that they've played.
Yeah, they definitely, I mean, they took that loss in the very beginning, and then they brushed the dust off, got back in it, and went on to win 3 games in a row. So a very clean victory from TFB. And LEGACi did a great job, you know, got all the way to the second round of the losers, or the lower bracket, I should say, and is still able to show up, right? I mean, this is TFB's second place team of last NACT. They get a win off them, and they show us some great games. For a minute there, I was sure we were possibly going to see a game 5. We go all the way to 4, but LEGACi put up a fight the whole way, Mirko.
I mean, take a look at Gina again, who was able to get that MVP, and now I think the question was it a mistake leaving the 1-1 open 4 games in a row? I think it's been answered literally just by Gina, right? His performance here on the 1-1. It was a mistake leaving the 1-1 open, and maybe it was a mistake not picking it up for themselves, right?
I mean, it's definitely, I think every team is going to have to think about it when they face against Gina. People already think the 1-1 can be a ban, let alone if you're going up against Team First Blood. But ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this series. We will be jumping over to a break, and we will see you guys up soon for the next series, ACKERMAN going up against the Simpsons.
Welcome back to another incredible segment featuring one last series. But before we get into the series, guys, before we determine who is going to be the last team who make it to the top 4 and who will be eliminated, we got some incredible matches, by the way. Team ACKERMAN taking on Team Simpsons. Yes, the mystery will be unfolded. We first got a giveaway going on, and it's going to be a really, really good giveaway. Make sure to use the code you're showing on screen right now and with the link in description to redeem the skin right now. We'll get a Beatrix Belita attack skin. Some of the most popular skins that were picked out for all of our viewers. Only limited to the first 30 users who use the code with the link in description. So what you're waiting for, use the link right now with the description. Because from what I know, I think the skin usually are gone within like the first 5 minutes or 2 minutes even. So what you're waiting for, redeem them right now. With that being said, we have another round table one more time with our lovely casters, Trex and Mirko, talking about the incredible meta differences between the regions, the clash, differences, the similarities. How you guys doing?
I'm good, Dave. I'm good. Glad to still be here and ready for these next series. But also, it's always nice to relax a little bit, have a little chat with the boys, you know?
Yeah, same here. Doing good, doing fine. You know, even though right now it's 7:39 a.m., it's still chill. The games have been really exciting as well, especially the last one, and I can't wait for ACKERMAN as well. Zia up against Cole. It's going to be a good matchup.
Imagine the whole 2 best out of 5 series, and Mirko said it's only 7:30 a.m. Guys, it's not p.m. for this guy, okay? This monster has been up for the whole night, so it's been absolutely insane. Now, I'm so glad we got an opportunity to talk about the meta again, because I got so many questions on my sheet. You know, we got a chance to invite the legend from the East. So first of all, my question is, what do you think are the top picks, you know, in MPL Indonesia that really made a difference for the top teams, including Aura Fire, including Ultra Ego? Why do you think they really succeed so well and get into the playoff with such a, you know, huge streak and stuff?
Are we talking about picks, or are we talking about like just the roster?
The picks, right? Like the picks, the picks that you think that really made a difference for them, yeah.
Well, I think let's start with Aura, right? Because I think when it comes to the draft, Aura was the one that was really special back in season 8 and season 9 when they started, popping off. When they started getting a win streak all the way to 3rd place in season 9, it was just because of how unique their drafts were, right? Like, it was unpredictable. You literally could not predict where anyone was going. You see a Cho, you see a Uranus, and you think, all right, it's going to be Cho Roam, Uranus in the XP. Nope, it's Uranus jungle, and you see the Cho go to the gold lane up against marksmans, right? And that unpredictability basically helped them out. But so in season 10, it feels like they've been getting a bit too comfortable with those unique heroes, and it feels like it's very easy to read them now. So that's how they're like, that was their rise and that was their fall as well, getting too comfortable with the crazy heroes.
Yeah, what about some other teams? What do you think are the most successful picks in Indonesia right now, in MPL Indonesia? Yeah?
I think in terms of just the win rate, it has to be like, I think Lunox is up there, man, in terms of just the win rate. Yeah, Lunox is very high, has a very high win rate, even though it's picked very often as well. The Paquito is sitting at a very high win rate as well. The Esme is actually sitting at a negative win rate last time I checked in the regular season. So there's that mix, right? But Paquito has always just been the go-to. It's always been first picked as well in MPLID. Before the patch, even after the patch, a lot of teams do it.
Yeah, Trex, do you feel the same thing in North America? Like, why do you think Lunox all of a sudden coming up as this great pick in the mid lane? Because a lot of times, I think last season especially, we see Lunox mostly show up in the XP lane, and then they realize, okay, we might need more of the tanky options. So even that went a little bit obsolete. Why do you think all of a sudden we had the rise of this character back in the meta?
I mean, it's been a little while since we've seen a Lunox off lane. But I do think I mean, she does well against tanks, right? She does well against bulk. She's like a walking, talking DHS essentially, especially. And not only that, but she has pressure. Like, she's an end game mage who has incredible damage in the late game, but also can bring, like, the right mage and user can bring pressure in the early game with her. Kind of similar to the Farza, who, because of her wings by wings, can create pressure in the early game, but also scales to this heavy burst towards the late. So, and then also just, I mean, her utility, right? Amazing utility with the brilliance, able to escape from a lot of these heavy CC tanks and CC junglers and things of that nature. She just has that opportunity. I think the only time she falters is, the only negative she has is she's not a high ground mage, right? You got to be in there. You're kind of all in with her. So if a team can work around that and bait out the brilliance or catch her off guard, then she's a sitting duck at that point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay.
One more thing. Sorry, one more thing. The Esmeralda. I think the reason for the negative win rate is because she gets picked so much, though, right? Like, she probably has a negative win rate here too, possibly. But it's like, eventually, if you get in every single game, you're not gonna win them all. You know, it's normally the heroes with those like 100% win rates. They only get picked. Like, you know, they're banned all the time, and then they get picked, and of course they win, right? But Esmeralda, I mean, she's probably like globally in every single place, one of the most common heroes in the field. She's been around.
Right. Well, Mergo, I have a follow-up question to that, because we're talking about teams that how are they able to succeed so well. Now, what do you think about the secret for RRQ then? Like, they rise up to the top of like the entire region one more time. Like, why do you think that is? You know, is it the consistency? Is there a draft? Is there strategy? Like, what's going on there?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure what goes on, right, like behind the scenes, but from what I can see as a caster who sees it at face value, also just just like I have the same perspective as the audience. We don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, but it's been this way for some time, right? A lot of I think in season 8. It was Coach Achil who was at the helms as the head coach, and Coach Fiel was the analyst, right? And it's always been this case as well. There's always been this general consensus that Achil's a very strict coach, right? Achil makes the decisions. He doesn't want to listen to the players. And in season 9, when Fiel stepped in, that's the image that everyone got. Fiel was very open towards the opinions of the players during the draft. If he thinks something's good, but the players disagree, he can take it, he can take that criticism, but that's the general consensus. We don't really know what's actually happening behind the scenes. Maybe Achil's chill as well, but it's just unlucky that whenever he coaches, they get a lose streak, right? But it's just consistency, in my opinion, right? The organization is very well managed. I think every single coach puts in their all. Achil, Fiel, and obviously the new addition, Arcadia, as well.
Yeah, Trax, what do you think about obviously the success we have in NA compared to like the professional regions, right? Because obviously right now we have Valley, they have completely been undefeated, right? All the way up to like the winners bracket grand finals. So what's going on there? Is there any similarities? Obviously they don't really have a coach right now, but what do you see from their team?
I think from the Valley specifically, I mean, you have some veteran players, right? You have I think we do see rookies come in sometimes. Same thing overseas. You see some rookies come in and just kind of stomp, but you look at the Valley and you have some players that have been there, that have done this. Even the new players even like Hoon coming back to ML has experience with other games professionally, has gone to world stages. You now have Zane and Chicken and Shark who have been on a world stage, and Zane, even before all of this, has been on world stages of other games, right? So I think in one sense of the matter, you just have to give it up to that. And a lot of our player base here, younger, and without a coach, without someone like that, a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old playing this game doesn't have that direction, right? Whereas at least when you look at the Valley, you have Zane who's in his 20s, I want to say, 20, 21, maybe I'm wrong. But you have a couple older players on the team who at least, I think that's one of the reasons why they did well in M3. You have some older guys with level headed. You're not just sending 5, 16-year-olds over to world championships to deal with it themselves. So you have some level-headedness there. That would be my opinion on it. But I do think a lot of these teams could benefit highly from coaches, from analysis. I think that would be the thing that takes NA a step further. Now, if I may ask a question to Mirko, speaking of regions and everything, you know, with World Championship coming up, you know, give us some thoughts. You can leave Indo out of it because we already know, like, for me personally, I'm gonna root for NA. Like, that's just the way it's gotta be, right? I gotta represent my country, and I would expect you to do the same. So outside of that, where do you know, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, NA, Latam, things like that. Who are your eyes on right now?
Well,
you don't have to say NA
I
because
agree,
you're
right?
casting on the desk.
Oh no, I'll be completely honest. It's a spicy question, honestly, very spicy question. Yeah, for sure, I'll be rooting for Indonesia, right? Every single time, every international tournament, obviously, in my heart, down below, gotta be that patriotism, right? But in the end, honestly, objectively, I think it has to be the Philippines, right? I mean, their win streak. It's been 2 years? Their win streak across international tournaments. You know, it's just, you can't deny it anymore. Their dominance, the way they play and see the game. They're on their own level at this point, right? But I think Philippines is just like, everyone says Philippines, right? That's a boring answer at this point because of how good they are. There's one region in particular that I'm really interested to see in M4, and it's Myanmar, right? After coming back, obviously. Since M2, they weren't able to participate in MSC 2021 and M3, but at MSC 2022, Falcon, so good, and in the ISF qualifiers as well, we saw that they were able to 2-0 the Philippine squad with full blacklist international players, and that wasn't Falcon, that was Phoenix, so another team from Myanmar, and I just can't wait to see like who actually represents Myanmar. And I want to see another Burmese school story.
You know, when you were saying there's another team like that you're really paying attention to, or another region, I was expecting you to say North America. You know, like I was ready for the N word, you know, come from the mouth. But then I didn't see any North America coming out, and I was like, geez, that was But yeah, I know you're a North America fan, you heart. I have another question regarding the draft, because I noticed in the Indonesia region, we see a lot of assassins being picked. The Lancelot, I mean the Amon. Like why do you think that is? Is Amon and Lancelot the new assassin type of Belmont because it can secure objectives? Like what's going on? Why are they being picked? Because we know Amon can be easily countered with radiant armor.
Yeah. For the Amon, I mean, honestly, I think it was just. I mean, to this day, I think right now it's just sitting at a very good place, right? The Amon hasn't been nerfed. Yep. I think the last time it was actually buffed a bit. Yeah, it was actually buffed a bit, I think a few patches ago, and no one really utilized it. Hai was the first person to actually bring it to the MPL stage, and the damage was just absurd, man. If you have 18 stacks, if you keep on stacking up those shards, the endless shards will take you 100 to 0. Anyone without magic defense, even an Esmeralda with a little bit of magic defense, and that kill pressure is just too much to handle, right? So they like it. But for the Lancelot, I think this has been the thing for quite a while, right? Lancelot, with his passive, your retry is a bit stronger, and with the Demon Slayer, you can be a utility jungler.
And Trex, why? Like I think NA doesn't really play Lancelot that much, but we see quite a bit of Hayabusa. You think that is because just the player, like, you know, they're comfortable like with the assassin particularly? What's going on there? Why is NA not picking up more Amon or Lancelot per se?
I mean, to be brutally honest, I think one of the things that's held it back a lot is just the state of NA right now, and a lot of it being online tournaments. I think a lot of players that do focus on those assassin-based heroes aren't quite able to, just because it's not LAN events. So there's been that backlash, right? And that's just something, and I don't want to hold on to that because it's not something it is what it is, right? But so that's one state. Also, I think the main thing is kind of what Mirko just said, like talking about Lancelot being utility-based, and that's what the jungle has just kind of fallen into, right? I think it's all about utility now. It's not about high-pressure kills. Now, I think we do have a decent assassin base. Like I know some, like when I see like 2 East teams go at it, 2 West teams go at it, like you have Easy Peasy, you have some you have some decent assassin jugglers. Pogi, the man on his Lancelot, godly. Back in like season 2 of the NASL, I forget what team he was facing. He made this play in the Lancelot that just had me like, whoa, like into the base, under towers, dashing around, picks up 2 kills, back out like nothing happened. So I mean, they're there. It's just we haven't really gotten to see them shine yet. So I'm hoping next year maybe we have a couple more LAN events and we start digging out some of these assassin players. Sadly, right now it's a hard time for them to even be able to shine. Even if you can, even if your MS is 5, it's just a hard meta to be able to do that. But occasionally we do. I mean, we saw the Ling in last game. Yes, he wasn't able to do the kills of what we would have saw a year ago, but still made it work, right?
Right. Mirko, I want to circle back on that question because Trax mentioned meta again. Why do you think PH is able to dominate the entire world? I will say, right, like every single world, like you mentioned, their win streak. Like, why do you think some of the characteristics that really help PH region shine as one of the most dominant region on the world stage?
Well, for me, I mean, obviously macro-wise, micro-wise, it's always, everyone talks about it. Their discipline is insane, but for me, it comes down maybe towards the mentality. Yeah. This is what stands out the most for me. Obviously, it's not just because their mentality is better. There's a lot of things, just their micro, but what really is highlighted for me is their mentality, right? I've heard that, well, in Indonesia, I don't think it's a secret anymore that a lot of these pro players, they get paid they get paid big bucks to play competitively, right? To be pro players. In Philippines, I heard that in terms of the pay, their salary, it's very average. So the players are still they are playing and they're competing because of that passion. They're not just looking at it as a job. They're looking at it as, they want to get those achievements. They want to show the world that, they are the best. And I think that plays a huge part as to why they are improving so fast. They improved so fast in the past and they're continuing to, just stomp, to dominate even in the international stage.
Jeez. Trax, I mean, do you find some similarity to NA? Because NA players are not paid at all.
I was gonna say, I hate to say what I was gonna say. That's similar to some of the teams here, similar to maybe why BTK did so good in M3. Like it's definitely it's a glory thing, man. It is a glory thing for a lot of these teams. Of course, $10,000 to a 17-year-old sounds really, really nice right now. I mean, $10,000 to me sounds really, really nice right now. But yeah, it's not a 150 grand prize pool. A lot of these people, they're doing it for the love, for the passion, and I think that's where you see, some of these stories come out, right? And that's I think as a caster, that's what keeps a lot of us involved in it. Where I'm glad there's still teams playing not just for the paycheck, but for the glory, right? For the story. That's what gets me hyped. It's not always about what team wins; it's about how they get there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then I wanna continue to ask you this one more question, Trax, because obviously we've been talking about North America region for quite some time, and the biggest difference for NA compared to the rest of the world, especially the biggest region in Philippines, Indonesia, is the pro players and casters here they're not full-time players, they're not full-time casters, right? So like, do you think for NA scene to develop, should we maintain the way it is, or do you think there's something, because Mirko was mentioning, because the passion that really bring let the players shine, or is there something else that you think NA can do for the players? Do you think we should get a more systematic league?
I mean, you definitely need something that can make if we ever really want to compete at a level of PH, at a level of ID, like, I think we have a handful of good teams here. I think overseas they have hands and hands and handfuls of good teams, I think if we ever really want to be able to compete, players need to be able to fully commit. And right now there's a lack of that. And I mean, personally, I think a lot of teams could step up a bit more. Like me as a caster, I work, I do a lot of stuff, but I don't go out on the weekends. I don't party. And I think if you want to take this game seriously, I think Zane and a lot of those guys, they're not messing around, man. They live and breathe this. They might work, they might school, but after that, it's Mobile Legends. It is what's going on with the meta. It is what's going on with these games. Let's get practicing. Let's do this. Let's live and breathe this. And that's what you got to do if you want to be the best, right? So I think the possibilities are there for teams. When I hear complaints from them right now about, oh, we don't get paid this or that, I think it's still possible for them to be amazing, but it could definitely help if there started to be some orgs involved, if there started to be a league format, if there started to be some sponsorships. I think it would definitely step up the level a little bit.
Mirko, then the next question I have is actually for you more personally, because like, do you mind sharing with us a little bit more of your personal life, like as a professional caster in MPL Indonesia? I think we asked Leo about his life as a caster in Philippines, but then we want to ask about you, like in a whole different region, whole different country. Like, how do you go day by day? Do you go to a wall and train? What's going on? Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, as a caster, I have, well, it really depends. Like, what are you asking about? Like, the daily routine, or are you asking about like recognition? What are we talking
Daily routine
about
first. Let's go with daily routine first.
All right.
You know.
As a caster, firstly, I think for us, we do our own personal research right before the season starts. After every week of the season as well, we write down our own notes, etc. Sometimes we share, right? We share around. Us English casters, usually in Indonesia, we have this session every single time we're done casting. We stay in the arena a bit longer just to like discuss about things, and like we talk about what we can improve as well as casters. And obviously, if you come into the MPL. In the MPL scene in Indonesia, I think every single region for the casters, you have this brief segments where the storylines are brought up by the script writer. Everyone gets the proper data and what to highlight today on these particular matches. So it really helps with the broadcast, right? So again, a lot of the audience, they see us casters and they're like, oh wow, we're so smart, but honestly, yeah, we might be smart. We might have, we put a lot of hours into the game to learn it as well. But props to people behind the stage, man, because all the smart data that's really crazy, mostly it's actually them who finds it. And we're just like reading it, right? We're just using it.
Okay, I have one quick question. I know we're going to go into a break. But Mirko, for you casting in Indonesia, do you pick out your own clothes? Or do you is there like a really uniform you guys wear?
Oh yeah, so in ID actually there's a uniform for the suits. There's one suit, that's the MPL suit, and for the shirts underneath, it's all also synchronized. So today's red, tomorrow's white, etc.
But we need those once we go to Jakarta treks. What's going on? All right, guys. With that being said, we're gonna discuss more when we come back, but we are gonna jump in a few-minute break. So don't go anywhere. Once again, get your popcorn, get your soda. If you need coffee, go get it. We'll be back in a little while. We'll see you for the one final series. Bye for now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the final series in tonight's top 8 to top 4 elimination round. Yes, one last team between Team Simpsons and Team ACKERMAN will survive, and the other team will have to pack their stuff and stay home. As sad as that is, we have the roster between the two giants in North America listed on screen right now. Trex, is there any players that the viewers should pay attention to in this upcoming match?
Everybody, Dave, everybody. But if we're going to try to pick two, I think for Mirko's sake, we got to focus on the gold lanes, Zia versus Coldworld. We saw Coldworld on fire. We've seen Zia on fire. And at this point, after watching Simpsons last game, I can't just say that ACKERMAN is going to take this easily. I think it is definitely going to possibly be very, very close. But I want to keep our eyes on the roams in the jungles as well. Gal's cutie, he's got the Cho, he likes those attack roams, and Damien is very similar. I think we're looking at two teams that like to approach these drafts in these games similarly. Even the gold lane, Zia, an amazing 1-1. We saw Coldworld with a clean 1-1. So it's going to kind of be a battle over these drafts and how it falls down. And it's going to be very interesting, I feel.
And Mirko, I think you've been saying that ACKERMAN is a team that you've been watching out for because they have learned so much from the entire MPL. It's probably the most similar to MPL draft in the North America region. So I guess, like, is there any players that, or a playstyle, should I say, or draft that you're paying attention to this upcoming match?
Well, you know, again, just heavy emphasis on how they can secure the gold laners, the comfortable gold laners over for Zia or obviously for Coldworld, right? Both of these players, we saw what they can do if they are given their comfort heroes, and I just can't wait to see how the draft unfolds.
Well, with that being said, I cannot wait either. The first game draft is already underway. Make sure to smash the like button, turn the notification bell into all, and we're gonna quickly jump into the first game Ben pick.
All right, Mirko, it's been a long morning for you. We've had you for many, many hours, and I know you are feeling it. One last series to go, and I think hopefully this will be the most exciting, something to give you a little bit of pep as you get through the rest of your day, right? And the bans are already coming down. There's that Claude, but there's that Grok.
Yeah, just as expected, right? The Grok being very prio here. We saw it earlier today, actually, in the first match, where Simpson, they really like to go for the Grok ban. But here for ACKERMAN, again, the Claude ban, first ban comes in, and it just shows, right, that the entire day Claude has just been prioritized so much. The gold lane has been getting a whole lot of attention, especially in match 1. Melissa, Claude, 1-1 last time, right? So 3 bans. And it kept on rising. From the first game, it was only 1 gold lane ban. Game 2, 2. And then game 3 went all the way to 3 gold lane bans. And I'm expecting a bit of the same here with both teams playing around their gold laner usually.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's such an interesting thought, right? Both teams very strong around that gold laner. So do we just ban them all and really make them dig deep? Or are they going to kind of take this in a maybe careful approach of like, all right, maybe we want to try to keep something open for ourselves, but what are we going to give up? Is this time, because of that, you know, red side going to have the advantage? This first pick here going to have the advantage of being able to secure something like that. I think game 1, it may get a bit iffy, right? And as we move through this series, then we're going to really clutch down on who's more important, right? Who do we let have the 1-1? Who do we let have the Melissa? Things like that. But the Valentina and that Atlas now getting banned out. So also, not only the gold lanes, but the roamers. We know we don't want to let those big set potentials happen. We know Gal's cutie, we know Damien, both can make it happen. So a lot of respect happening to both teams here.
As it stands as well, you know, we might actually see that ACKERMAN want to force that 1-1 ban to come through from the Simpsons, right? They want to just go for another ban here, perhaps towards a mage, a Faramis. Nope, they go for the Diggy. So exactly, they're trying to force that 1-1 ban at this point, right? They're banning the Diggy. They're saying, hey, if you don't ban the 1-1, it's a free pick for us. No Diggy to fully counter the 1-1, and you're going to have a whole lot of trouble. You got to ban the 1-1, and you have to leave that Faramis open for us, or perhaps the Paquito. Really depends on what they want to do here. Paquito adds more pressure and that roaming potential in, really depends, the flex potential as well. But for the Faramis, it's obviously that neutral objective control with just a team fight called alter placement.
Yeah, but maybe Simpsons leaves the 1-1 open, right? Leaves a few things open. So it's like, all right, fine. You want to play this game? We'll play back. And they do. They ban out the Lilia. So now it's like, it's your board, Ackerman. Make your move because we're going to respond back with 2, right? And this is what we've been seeing a bit. But this time it is definitely, I mean, they're definitely having a little bit of a mind battle here. And Ackerman forced to make an important decision. I got a feeling they're not going to do it quick, right? They're going to really use this whole 30 seconds of like, do we go for the Faramis? Do we go for the 1-1? Do we go for the Paquito? There's so much on the board. The Akai, the Ballman, so many options. And this is what I like to see in a draft.
Yeah, they're going and they're leaving a whole lot of things open, and this is what I was expecting too, right? Again, we kind of were talking in the round table there about MPL ID drafts. Well, this is it. This is what it usually looks like. We see a lot of things open so that both teams just go for the trade and they actually go for the risky picks, but it is going to be the Faramis first pick for Team ACKERMAN. Simpsons, we saw it when the 1-1 was open. They did not hesitate, and now they have 2 slots to pick. They can go for an Akai and a 1-1. They can go for the Paquito 1-1, Paquito Akai, and they go for the 1-1. Yeah, no doubt there. They go for the 1-1 for Cold World. Had a very impressive performance on the 1-1 earlier today. And I think the Akai is going to be the pick for them. A bit too solid to let go.
Yeah, most definitely. I want to say they did actually lock in that pick. We should figure it out here in just a second. The side of ACKERMAN now on the gun. Now, oh no, they did actually take their time. I misread that. I thought I saw the count, the time restart. So they bring in the Farza. Now, this is the second series in a row we've seen that Farza start to be prioritized. And I like the Paquito, but also, like we said, the Akai and the Ballman are still open. So maybe OSP wanting to maybe more play counteractive, like not pick their jungle up front, because we want to be able to maybe deal with whatever ACKERMAN picks, and we don't want them to deal with ours, right? So I kind of still like the approach of the Simpsons here, kind of leaving the ball in ACKERMAN's field to make a decision.
And this is it. Let's see. You know, the Akai is still up for grabs. They might actually just go for something like a Bellman here, or they might just go for a backline diver. Honestly, up against a Farsa, something crazy that can die. Oh no, they just go for the Irithel. Again, this is something that we've been talking about, I think, throughout the day. Whenever 1-1's picked up, I always say Irithel. They go for Bruno. We saw Bruno. We saw Clint earlier on. And we've never seen... Yeah, today there was no Irithel picks at all. So this is going to be a solid pick. Again, from my experience playing this lane, Irithel just absolutely stomps 1-1. There's not much the 1-1 can do in lane if it's just a pure 1v1, right? So this Farsa is definitely gonna have to do a lot in terms of the rotations to actually enable this 1-1 to do things in the map and to actually be useful later on in the team fights.
Yeah, so they kind of take a sacrifice on the gold lane there, but they do pick up this Esmeralda on their last pick. So right in time for some bans to come in to secure Promise here, right? To help them out. They get rid of the Dyroth. They could keep hammering into it if they wanted, just to really make sure Promise is good. But I feel like with the Dyroth gone, at this point, Esmeralda's looking decent. There could still be a Benedetta. There could still be a Uranus or something like that. Now, ACKERMAN's starting to ban back. Since you want to go in on these XP laners, we've already got our jungler in. Let's get rid of this Barats here, something that could maybe withstand the heavy spin during these retry battles.
And you can probably expect the Bellman next, right? Honestly, at this point, Barats, Bellman, you have the Akai already. You have just such a solid neutral objective control hero. You want to take as many utility junglers as possible that can go head to head against the Akai. For Team Simpsons, for the Simpsons here, they did go for the ban towards Uranus. So again, 2 bans targeted over to the XP lane. And again, I really do think the Bellman's going to come through here. It's a bit too risky to let go, considering how they've already picked up an Esme and they banned out the Uranus. There's going to be a whole lot of control over in the neutral objective area if this Bellman is available to pick for the Simpsons.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, the Ballman, solid ban, but also, I mean, very different. I mean, of course, it can help deal with the marksman, with this Aerithil. Also, something that could create some big presence for the Simpsons here, but still definitely a different bit. Definitely didn't expect that, right? I could call what the Simpsons were going for with the Uranus and the Dairoth, but that one definitely caught me a little left field. So now Simpsons with the pick, do they pick up the tank? Do they go for their jungler now? I'm wondering, maybe even wait a bit longer for the jungler. But I don't know. The Paquito, I think, could be solid here because you also take away possible EXP lane from ACKERMAN, right? You take away the one other hero that could at least deal with Esmeralda a bit.
Yeah, I agree. You know, the Paquito could definitely be an option, but they instead go for the Mathilda. You know, they're opting to go for more disengage, knowing that, again, for Team ACKERMAN right now, they are maneuvering and building into a dive composition. Obviously, with the Faramis, with the Irithel, you want to get close, right? You really want to just try to dive and use that mobility to full effect. So Mathilda is a very good hero to go up against that kind of composition. With her guiding wind, she can help the immobile heroes like the Pharsa, especially the Pharsa, actually. And now you can already see ACKERMAN, they're saying, hey, you know what? If you want to try to run away, we want to try to lock you down. Picking up a Kagura, very lane dominant hero, and obviously it's a very combo heavy hero. Right now, ACKERMAN, what they're looking for is that crazy team fight, but they need to look for that organized team fight where they can actually combo together their abilities. And with the Yuzong, it just, yeah, there you go. That dive composition for team fights, it's done for ACKERMAN. You can see it.
Yeah, I mean, Yuzong, over these top 8s, we've seen him have a resurgence recently, especially with the Pharsa now being popular again, with heroes like, with some of these gold laners like Wanwan, Melissa, some of these people who are more sitting in the back. With this back line coming in, some more front-to-back compositions, the Yuzong's starting to thrive a little bit again. He was kind of out of the XP lane for a while, at least over here. Now he's finding a reason to be around. Every time we see this Pharsa bring down the Feather Airstrike, in comes Yuzong. Anytime Wanwan wants to get crazy, if Marcuti can hit that Petrify knock-up combo, you know, and bait out that skill with the knock-up or the Petrify and then still get the other one, it could definitely be a problem. But hold on. Wait a second. We were just talking about Assassins. We're in for a treat because this is going to be the second lane we see tonight.
And it's going to be a very interesting lane, right? Because you're up against a lot of utility, a lot of HP bars as well, technically with the Cult Altar, and a very slippery gold laner on the Irithel. If Zia goes for the sprint here, it's even going to add more into it, right? Even if you just go for a flicker, a purify, you're already so hard to catch. With the sprint, it's just another level of slippery. And for this Ling, we'll see how it actually pans out here because Irithel can go for that Wind of Nature early on. He's up against a 1-1 as well, but it's all going to come down to what they build early and obviously how they play that early game. Snowballing is an option for both of these team compositions. They have that in the bag, and let's just see because I think in this game, both of the drafts have been set and it's all going to come down to the execution as we dive into the Land of Dawn for the final match of the day, game number 1.
Now, we talked about this Ling. I think with the amount of damage that the Simpsons could have in the mid and late game with Cold World and even Farja, I think Fallen could honestly come down to more of a objective-based hero. He doesn't have to be the one who gets kills here. He could be the one who takes towers, split pushes possibly, alleviates pressure, and then gets back to Lord or Turtle in time to still be able to hit a Finch pose in combo it up with that ultimate, with that Tempest of Blades to be able to maybe steal, a Lord or a Turtle here, be able to get around that heavy spin. But it's definitely not going to be easy, and it's a little bit different than what we've been seeing tonight.
Here, though, again, we're going to talk about the matchups here. Firstly, though, in the mid lane, seems like they're going to go for a fight.
Yeah, a little bit of something. Nako be able to wing by wings out of that one, though, but we're already seeing the pressure of this Kagura kind of dominating that lane.
Yeah, it comes down to that mid control, right? Again, if they want to control the early game, you really want to have that wave control or either wave control or kill pressure, right? I think the Kagura and the Faramis, this combo has both. In terms of clear, they're really solid together with their AoE abilities, and in terms of that pick and kill pressure, we all know the Kagura damage, and we all know the Shadow Stampede from the Faramis. In the XP lane, though, it does feel like it's kind of a stalemate, right? Both of these XP laners are just very sustainable. They're going to have a lot of good trades here, but I do think the Esmeralda has a little bit of an edge. So it's kind of traded in. ACKERMAN have a stronger gold lane. Meanwhile, the Simpsons have a stronger XP laner.
Yeah, and sometimes it can really go both ways as we creep through the game, right? The XP lane can really help open up space for the team of the Simpsons, but also if that Aerothil gets online and Gina gets, falls behind, it could be a problem. Now, Promise is taken out, Lord is up, Mark Cutie with the Black Dragon does come in, but Tarzan able to retry up that turtle. Now, Mark Cutie gonna zone them away, and ACKERMAN securing their first objectives, not overextending, backing off quickly. They got what they came for, and they're gonna move on. Gauss Cutie does pull a Shadow Stampede in the mid, but still nothing too major on the map just yet.
That was kind of crazy though, right? Like, I mean, Tarzan just stole it without the heavy spin. Usually when we do see those kind of steals on the Akai, it's usually because you are able to get that heavy spin down, forcing the enemy jungler back. But Tarzan just went for an ego retry, wins it, and that's a huge confidence boost coming into this game. Game number 1, as we progress into the mid stage, it's going to be a very good confidence boost in the next Retribution battles and contests to come.
And back to, oh, wait a second, Tarzan does get the heavy spin. Nate able to purify out of that using the wing by wings as well to escape. But we're already seeing, as you said, that confidence. Tarzan feeling good, ready to make some plays for his team. Now, onto that EXP lane, right? Promise taking a death early on could be a bit of a problem, right? Could be a little bit of something here. Now, Promise, though, like Mirko said, should be able to start coming up on top, but is a little bit behind. Up in the gold lane, though, a little bit of action. Fallen gets a little bit of poke onto Zia, but once again, the Aerothil just able to kite, move back and forth. A little bit of poke happening as well up on this turtle pit, but still both teams taking it very slow. We're 4 minutes in now. ACKERMAN holding a minimal gold lead of 1,000, but still enough that they can keep this pressure. A nice Yang overturn, though, onto Damien there, bringing him down very low, but he's still able to get away. So nice disengage from both sides. No deaths since the first, and taking things at a light pace here.
And I really like how they are actually playing. ACKERMAN are playing around that top side with the winning lane. This will actually enable Zia to participate in more of these team fights. And even there, Tarzan is actually able to take the orange buff away. Without the Retribution, though, they won't really be able to contest the turtle instantly. But that's another just confidence boost again for Tarzan, as he is going to have that Retribution in the exact same time as Fallen in this Retri battle for the turtle. One level ahead, though, means that he is going to have a little bit more damage on that Retri as both of the teams look for this turtle.
And here comes Fallen, does have the Finch pose, but Tarzan and the rest of the team is going to commit, but down comes Feathered Airstrike, Yang overturn onto Nate, though. The turtle does go to Tarzan once again. Heavy spin comes out, paired up with that Cult Altar, is going to help them seal this even more. Nate goes down, and a turtle goes to the side of ACKERMAN. Down to the boss side, Mark Cutie having a bit of problems. Promise trying to pick up something from the rest of the team, but the passive locks in, and it's not enough to get the finish, Mirko.
Oh, that was beautiful by Mark QT down below. Also, just a beautiful retribution from Tarzan, who hasn't lost a retri battle at all here today against the Simpsons so far. Fallen, definitely that's going to hit him. He's going to be very frustrated in the next objective contests, but here in the gold lane as well, you can see that Zia is absolutely dominating this 1-1. One level lead. 1-1, Cole isn't even going to be able to recall because Zia notices that he wants to recall and just shoves in the wave, and they're looking for another invade into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Tarzan really keeping pressure up on it, knowing he's the bulkier person. This is what he needs to do right now, but Fallen doesn't want to quite give it up, but it does get lost over to the side of ACKERMAN. That is another piece of material in their hands. Now Damien in a bad spot, the steal play, gets pulled back in, circling eagle, gets bounced back though because of the heavy spin, but that is still a tower. The objective was made, and like chess, pieces are falling for the Simpsons.
It's another good play by ACKERMAN. They notice where to play because of that winning lane, and now look at Zia. He's not lane swapping towards that bottom side. He actually lane swaps into the mid lane to actually clear out waves and to, again, just try to funnel as much gold as possible into this Irithel. That's already winning lane. Going back to that gold lane, bullying the 1-1 and actually looking for that play.
Yeah, a little bit something up top there, but Cold World doing a good job at just poking, getting those lanes pushed in, and then getting away. Shen as well, though, has been finding his marks, right? He's 1-0-1, able to get first blood onto Nate in the early stages, so we're going to need to keep an eye on that Kagura to be able to find Fallen, find Nate, and Nate is going to have to always be careful. Turtle now down to about 50%. It seems like the Simpsons doesn't even want to contest it. Fallen trying to make up something down at the orange buff, stealing that away from ACKERMAN at least here. Some items are starting to get locked in though. Berserker's Fury onto Zia.
All right, but here you go again. It does seem like, you know, the Simpsons, they aren't really able to do much on the board right now because ACKERMAN are just so proactive on the map. And like you said, the Berserker's Fury has been completed here by the Irithel, by Zia. Not just going to be such a massive power spike as they go down below.
Whole world wiped out. A nice knockup from Marcuti there. Right now, every player in ACKERMAN just playing their part to a T. I was worried that Marcuti was going to have trouble against the Esmeralda, but he is proving us wrong.
But now it gets really tough for Fallen, right? The fact that you lose your orange buff is fine, but if you lose your purple buff like that, it's bad.
Very, very bad, and that is another, like I said, they're just eating up. They're eating away at the Simpsons right now. Marcuti up against Promise. Promise should be able to take this tower unscathed. As long as it's a 1v1, he is handling his own. So Simpsons finding a little bit of ground here in a rough moment.
No purple buff on Ling, right? As a Ling player, I'd rather have everything taken except for that purple buff. And now without the purple buff, that's the kill pressure gone. Look at the Marcuti.
Yeah, it gets the Petrify and the knockup. Fallen up to the wall. I'm not going to help you, Promise. May go down, and on the mid side, ACKERMAN also picking up a tower, making plays everywhere, but Black Dragon comes out. Promise goes down. Fallen does re-engage, wants to try to get something, but Marcuti gets the Cult Altar just in time. GalsCutie here to save the day, and now they're going to move into the mid side as Damien tries to defend, but a wave of minions is coming, and Zia is going to try to take something here. GalsCutie does have his back. We're going to get a little bit of poke onto that tower. Down on the boss side though, Cold World making a move. Damien gets pulled in from that Shadow Stampede as Zia continues to poke. Feathered Airstrike comes down to keep ACKERMAN away, and down on the bot there's still a battle. Cold World gets the crossbow of Tang, at least getting Shen. First kill for the Simpsons on the board.
A good solo kill, very good solo kill by Cold World. Noticing that again, ACKERMAN had most of their resources and most of their players in the mid lane. He decided to go for it, committing even under the turret because he knows that he can go for that 1v1. But again, for Tarzan, he's just gonna go constantly being a nuisance in the enemy jungle, taking away the purple buff, and he's gonna have more control every single time if he keeps on doing this. Ling without the purple buff, you have lost all your killing pressure, basically, right? Your dashes, well, even if you have killing pressure, you can't really escape right after you get the kill. Your Finch boys, your abilities, very limited when it comes down to that energy, so you're gonna have to be very, very careful, but here you go.
Big Feathered Airstrike does get canceled out by Tarzan, followed up by the heavy spin, and Nate's deleted. A nice Yanang overturn to help him. Promise wants to try to re-engage, gets the Falling Star Moon onto Zia, but he's taking a bit too much damage. The burst is too much. Simpsons are forced to back off. This is right before the Lord gets started. Now ACKERMAN closing their jaws onto this Lord, and Simpsons seem a little helpless, but Fallen has not fallen out just yet. Still trying to keep his distance, but the damage from Zia just a little bit too much. Promise though back into the fray here. Black Dragon comes out, gonna try to keep them all away. Just bide enough time, that's all ACKERMAN needs to do, but they want more because Marcuti with the killing spree picks up one onto Cold World. Now add a Lord on top of that. This is looking very rough for the Simpsons, and ACKERMAN does not want to let up. They're now gonna move in on to Promise. Nate dropping the Feathered Airstrike. Tarzan trying to get the knock-up. Can't quite do it, but still keeping them away. Lord's still coming, ladies and gentlemen, but ACKERMAN doesn't want to wait. Promise pinned against the wall. Able to get away from that though, but the tower still falls, and Lord hasn't even started marching, Mirko.
7-1 and a 6,000 gold lead already built up for the ACKERMAN, and you can see, man, they are absolutely dominating this game. They're using every little victory that they've gotten from the winning lanes, how they're rotating around the map to get that pressure onto the Simpsons. And now let's take a deep dive again at the item builds for the Irithel. You can see, man, with the Berserker's Fury, he goes for the DHS, noticing that, again, there are a few members that are quite tanky, like the Mathilda and the Esmeralda. He is going to path towards, I believe, an Athena here up against that Pharsa. It does get quite annoying, especially now that the Pharsa has that lightning truncheon. But overall, we're going to have to see how the Simpsons are able to actually perhaps stall a bit longer, because ACKERMAN, they're getting a lot of value with just the first Lord, taking every single tier 2 down, and they might actually be looking for more here as they go for another siege.
Yeah, wave of minions coming down the mid. Nate does use a feathered airstrike to try to keep them away from the base, and luckily they're able to do it. Simpsons holding on to nothing but inhibitors at this point. But, I mean, it is a long road for the Simpsons if they want to come back from this, right? They have a pretty big deficit, 8,000. Hold on a second, though. Conceal play coming on to Nate. Nothing gets too made. Promise with the falling Star Moon does land on, but the tower finally does go down. ACKERMAN now finding a moment to strike. Tarzan comes in with a heavy spin, locks onto Damien. Damien goes down, a mega kill to Marcutie, and now they got something. Another inhibitor, another tower, and another kill. This is big for ACKERMAN.
And it's a bad situation, right, for the Simpsons right now when your jungler is behind the enemy gold laner in terms of XP, and in the top side, Cold World.
Cold World trying to do something here. Crossbow tank does go off. Maybe able to get the kill on him. Marcutie takes the dragon out of the sky, but then is brought down by Zia. Zia uses the sprint finally, trying to get a good angle, but the Cult Altar comes just in time. Gauss Cutie here to help push the advantage. Zia continues to push lane, and Simpsons forced to back off. Shen having a little bit of a 1v1 throw up against Promise here. Tosses out the umbrella, but still not enough damage. Promise trying to be that front line for his team, but I think at this point, the damage from Zia and Shen is just too much.
No, it's already actually an 8,000 goal lead for the side of the Simpsons. I mean, for ACKERMAN against the Simpsons, right? With this, honestly, ACKERMAN have free reign to do whatever they want. They can use this Lord just to bait the Simpsons out of their base. They can just go for the Lord take by clearing out the waves as well for setup, forcing the Simpsons again to either contest or not contest. But either way, it's a forced error, and ACKERMAN, they are actually able to bait the Simpsons in.
Yeah, Nate using the feathered airstrike, maybe a little bit too early there. Promise in the backside, trying to lock onto Shen here, but the rest of the team is there. Yin Yang overturn comes in, but Shen still goes down. Damien has also fallen on the side of the Simpsons as Promise still tries to defend, but Black Dragon comes out. He's going to be able to zone away. There's no retry close to the Lord for the side of the Simpsons. Lord getting low. Fallen has finally Finch posed on top of this wall as Promise continues on the way. Fallen picks up the Lord. That is a huge play. Cold World, though, trying to find more. Pops the crossbow tang onto Marcutie. Marcutie goes down. Tarzan could be next, forced to use the heavy spin as a getaway mechanism. And now the Simpsons are finding some ground here. Promise finally able to zone them away as Fallen takes that middle tower. Lord still coming. This is a big comeback, Mirko.
A massive prolonged fight there again on the back of Promise, and obviously Fallen with such an amazing steal. Without the purple buff, you are limited. Your resources, the way you have to use your skills, the Tempest of Blades, and even in the Finch Poise to escape. And the fact that he was able to steal the Lord like that, with the Feather Airstrike being popped early, like you said, they didn't have a whole lot of room or resources to play with, yet it all came down to Promise, who was able to actually zone the Irithel away and even get a few kills. Shen and Zia both taken down. No one can actually deal with Promise right now on the sprint, and it comes down to his itemization, right? Promise, his itemization has been pretty solid here. You can see the Blade Armor, Anti-Cuirass, and the Dominance Ice. 3 physical defense items here instantly just to counter Zia, who now can no longer melt him down that easily, even though he has the DHS and that Malefic Roar.
Yeah, I mean, even with taking those 2 deaths, he's the second player out of both teams to max out his items, right? So he's been able to keep up. He's been able to farm. He knew that he was going to be important in some of these team fights. And now that he's here, now that he has arrived, we're seeing the difference happen. So now ACKERMAN gonna need to rethink some of these fights. They can't just roll in like they've been doing in the past. And on top of that, Marcuti also not being as effective as he was in the early game. Cold World able to dance around a bit more. Even Nate, maybe that's why we're seeing those early feathered airstrikes, because he knows I'm only going to get one shot for this, and I need to do it before Marcuti's onto me.
And ACKERMAN's gold lead, right? It's just gone completely now. It's basically the Simpsons who actually have the gold lead here. Tarzan still able to secure his own purple buff. But at this point, you know, coming into the 16-minute, into the 17-18, the longer the game goes, that gold lead is going to actually not be that useful anymore. Tarzan tries his best to open up the map there. Again, trying to get information for his team. And right now, it is actually the Simpsons who have better map control, with the bottom side slow pushing, mid lane being dealt with by the Farsa. The ACKERMAN are going to have to be very careful as to how they actually go at it for this Lord contest. They go for the bottom side first, but it's going to be another slow push here that Cold World can actually build up for the Lord. And this time, it is going to be enhanced. If they wait a little bit longer, it is going to be the evolved Lord.
And I love the way Simpsons are approaching this right now. Like you said, their position on the map, the way they're all spread out, but close enough to still come in, controlling every wave right now. They are definitely bringing their A game for this. A little bit of a rough start, but they are ready. With Lord now on the field, we got a little bit of a jock for position, but the Simpsons not forcing it, maybe waiting for bait, waiting for some of these utilities of ACKERMAN to be used up as Promise continues to harass the middle and top lane. But now Cold World maybe making a move onto Tarzan. Heavy spin does come out, locks onto Damien, but Fallen also here. Nate brings out the feathered airstrike, tries to take down Shen, not quite able to, but Marcuti with the Black Dragon moving on Nate down to the bottom side of this fight. Promise continues to harass onto three members with the Falling Star Moon. Colt Altar is now gone and Promise is still up, but Lord slowly being encroached on. Tarzan knows this is happening, so wants to come in. Promise does finally go down. Tarzan, though, now between three members, and ACKERMAN have bought enough time. Tarzan goes down. Fallen picks up the Lord, and Gal's Cutie will be next. Tempest of Blades does come down. He's not able to secure Gals as Zia shows up just in time. Three members of the Simpsons fall, one member of ACKERMAN, but the Lord does go to the Simpsons. How do you feel? Did ACKERMAN come out on top of that?
Man, honestly, you know, we've seen these scenarios so many times. You go for the Lord, you secure it, but you lose in a team fight. And honestly, it's still much more worth it for ACKERMAN, because with the team fight one, three members taken down for one, it's going to be a lot more room to play with actually for ACKERMAN. They aren't going to be able to firstly clear out this Lord. Secondly, they're going to get this pressure coming in, because with the death timer still there, Fallen's going to be down. They can actually look to secure their jungle, open it up a bit, but we are going to take a look at that replay once again. It was a beautiful zone once again from Promise, who was able to take Zia out of the fight for so long. This isolated Tarzan and enabled the team here for the Simpsons to actually go for these kills. Unfortunately though, Fallen, he was baited in a bit too deep. He took the bait and he was punished there. If he stood back, I do believe that the Simpsons would have still been able to find a whole lot of value with that enhanced Lord, but now it comes back to the waiting game again. Both teams are going to have to go for setup. They can't go too aggressive, and they don't need to go for those unnecessary fights. They need to be very careful. That timers are starting to really matter.
Most definitely. I mean, it's 20 minutes in. It's not going to be easy. If one member goes down, two members go down, we're looking at a possible easy take. Both teams down to nothing but 2 towers, right? So Fallen, that was definitely, he got a little, I think if he would have just took that Lord, backed off, because they've been playing so smart, so meticulous. So that play right there seemed a little out of character, or maybe a little old character. But wait a second, Promise almost getting caught off here, able to use the sprint to get away, but still that will be a petrify burn for Marcuti, meaning he's not going to have as much presence if a fight comes down now. And the Simpsons might know this via clearing out this bottom wave. And I mean, at this point, it definitely, we're getting to this, wait a second, Tarzan does get the heavy spin, Damien able to get away. I mean, I feel like items pretty much maxed out at this point, right? And both teams are showing up in these team fights. It could definitely swing to anybody's game here, especially the way both teams are being so cautious about it.
Yeah, and right now, again, right, they're both looking for that Lord. It's this is the moment where you can tell in the 20th minute, in the late stage of the game, where both of the teams have been thinking out of the box, trying to outsmart each other for so long. It's gonna be so hard. Shen though, ooh my god, that's a whole lot of damage. A good read by Shen as well. He flickered forward, and that's the winner's truncheon baited out of Nate. Flicker for winner, it should be worth it for the winner, but Nate doesn't have the flicker, so without that, okay, good. Sells the winner truncheon, instantly goes for the immortality, and that just buys him a little bit more insurance there in these team fights to survive. But it's going to be a 5v5 here, or 4v4 actually, in the Lord pit.
Yeah, most definitely. It is looking good. Lord does get reset though, so that is kind of good, but the Simpsons wanting to keep pushing in and just kind of keeping ACKERMAN away. They're not trying to force the Lord. They want to make sure they have a very clean position, right? They want to make sure they have a very clean place over this Lord, and now Cold World has found that moment. He's going to start working on this. Fallen also coming in. Nate brings down the Feathered Airstrike to zone even more, and Promise and Damien will do the rest, but the Lord gets reset again, maybe a little bit of a misplay there. Luckily, they are going to be able to keep working on it, but ACKERMAN now possibly could have the chance, especially with the Feathered Airstrike gone. Wait a second though, Gals does pull Damien in. Tarzan with the conceal play, trying to come in. Heavy spin. This is going to be a retry battle, and it will go down, but Fallen picks it up. Mark Cutie onto the backside, on top of Mate, but in the midst of things, we do see Tarzan fall. Gauss Cutie now trying to back up Mark Cutie, but it's still not enough. Tempest of Blades comes down, able to get the kill. Immortality does pop, but they should be able to get the finish, and that's 3 members of ACKERMAN down. Now it's Zia and Gauss Cutie up against Promise, but with the defensive items that Promise is locked in, Zia just isn't doing the damage like he used to. Lord coming soon. This is looking rough for ACKERMAN.
What a play by the Simpsons, that prolonged team fight with the distractions, and now they're looking for that end.
Yeah, this could be bad. All the inhibitors are down. Simpsons continuing to close in. Zia and Gauss Cutie are all alone up against 5, but the Feathered Airstrike comes down and the base will go down next. Simpsons take game 1 in this best of 5.
The 1-1 prevails once again. It's just a trend at this point, right? The team that secures the 1-1, they have a higher chance of winning. We saw 3 games in a row won there previously in the previous match by the 1-1, and here we're seeing it again. The 1-1 prevails, even though he had a very tough early game.
Yeah, what an incredible game. I was watching from the backtracks, and that was... The 1-1 just absolutely carried through the mid to late game with all the crossbow of Tang there, doing so much damage to the dive from the drone. I mean, like, Trax, what do you think about that last match?
I mean, it was definitely a great match. Simpsons, I mean, those are the types of matches I like to see. I don't want to see a steamroll. Yep. I want to see a little bit of strain. Some people aren't crazy about the long 20-minute games, but it's definitely, it keeps us on our seats, right? And it keeps the players on their toes.
All right, guys, I think we have kept our lovely guest Miracle on the desk for so long. This guy been staying up since 1 a.m. If you are watching the stream, make sure to show your gratitude, smash the like, and go follow this awesome guy. Miracle, any closing statement before we send you out to bed?
Man, it's unfortunate that I can't really handle it anymore, but you know, the Simpsons 1-0. Honestly, looking at the draft, I actually really like the ACKERMAN, but it just shows, right, the competitive level of both teams. Even the draft here, execution plays a massive part, and it just shows how much NA has developed as well since even the last season of NACT.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Go. Yeah, once again, make sure to smash a like, drop the like for our boy Mirko here. Thank you so much. With that being said, Trex, I cannot believe that last match we had the upset from Team Simpsons. I think if you look at a poll on YouTube right now, we have an overwhelming 74 to 26% to ACKERMAN's favor. And what happened in that match? I mean, ACKERMAN was dominating in the early game.
Hey man, this is NA. This is North America. You never know who's gonna win. I don't know how many times I gotta say it. It is always a throw up. And the Simpsons have came to this top 8 ready. But I mean, ACKERMAN, come on. We can't count them out just yet. It's not like they're done. This is a full best of 5. But just showing game 1, I got a feeling we could be in for more than just 3 matches here.
Ooh, this is definitely it. This is the series, guys, that will decide whether we're going to see ACKERMAN proceeding, or are we going to have one of the biggest upset in the region? Team Simpsons has been hiding in the shadow, but no longer, guys. Look at MVP goes to Zia on the ACKERMAN side and Cold World on the Simpsons side. Definitely stepping it up as we talk about into the later stages of the game, despite the fact that we have a lane coming out. And I think today we have 100% Ruin on lane tracks.
This is true, actually. Ling has definitely done well tonight, Dave. So, I mean,
yeah,
keep on hitting them, keep on telling them. We need to see more assassins. Now, taking a look at some of these replays, ACKERMAN was definitely winning. I mean, we're 12.5 minutes. They have almost all of their towers, and Simpsons were down to nothing but bones. But they were able to hold on. Tarzan just making amazing picks, getting retries nonstop, all of the objectives. But this was maybe one of the moments that we do see Cold World start to get online, right? Get that outplay. He does go down, but still, we're seeing the first little bit of some damage from him. Now, I think this is second Lord right here, and this is also, again, things start to get a little crazy. I'm pretty sure this is the first Lord that the Simpsons take. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now, but this is a very prolonged fight, and even though the Fermis is on the side, even though the Fermis is on the side of ACKERMAN, Simpsons able to come out on top in that long team fight. And then another Lord. By this point, both teams down to nothing but 2 inhibitors, but Fallen steps up his game. He gets the kill on Tarzan, moves on to Marcuti, and with all of this, a Lord on top of that. So really, I think just Simpsons holding out and waiting for the moment to take the game.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue towards the late game is who's going to kill that 1-1, because 1-1 is actually one of those characters that counter a lot of fighters, because once you dive in and use your full combo, 1-1 use that skill to purify everything, and then she's out of reach. If you cannot touch her, she just gets all this auto attack, just jump around you, and you're like, but I can't, it's arm length, but I can't do anything, you know, and you just get out-kited and out-damaged. And that's exactly what happened, especially with Coercion Scythe being one of the core items on this character. And that's why I think when 1-1 and Claude, some of those really high mobility characters being taken out, a lot of teams like to take out characters like Franco just to lock them in so they can't really move. They can't really do anything once they come in. You really need those high CCs. And obviously that in the last game, 1-1 just really show up. You know, Cold World, you're trying to make a statement here, I think, Trax.
Yeah, I mean, Mirko is wondering who's the true gold laner here, and this game could decide it. I mean, the Simpsons have come a long way, and if they want to take this, it is not going to be an easy route. They have a big hill ahead of them, a large wall to climb, because ACKERMAN getting dropped down to the lower bracket. They're like, you know, monsters with their backs to the walls, just ready to go and tear things up.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I watched a movie, I forgot which one it is, or like a comedian, I think with Dave Chappelle, and he once said, you never stand in between a man and his food. And that's exactly what's happening right here, right? ACKERMAN is trying to go to Vegas, and the Simpsons like, well, I'm in line first. You know, and that's exactly what's happening right here. This is not going to be an easy battle, but nonetheless, this is why this match is going to be so entertaining as we walk into the second game ban draft tracks.
I mean, so I guess the real question on everyone's mind is, who's the man and who's the man standing in front of the food, right? Because I think both teams hungry, right? So we are seeing some bans come in. OSB taking out the Grok, so similar, exactly what they banned first last time, and I respect it, right? Gal's Cutie, they kind of forced them into picking up that Fermis last time, which it did well, but again, Gal's Cutie, we've talked about a lot tonight, he's one of those tanks who is a heavy engager. He wants to make plays, and when he gets put on the supportive role, it's not always exactly, I think, doesn't always exactly work out for ACKERMAN.
Absolutely. I mean, that's something that we've talked about. Gal's Cutie thrives on the Chow. You saw those 5-man knockup with a skill 1 on the Chow. We're not talking about Shark wild char 5-man in the base. We're talking about a Chow knockup on the 5 people in the base. So, I mean, I want to see the Chow coming out. Every time we talk about Gal's Cutie, I want to see the Chow coming out. But obviously, Simpsons have done their homework. Like you were mentioning, who is the man between the food. So, I mean, I think they're ready for this match. We might see that ban coming out soon.
This is true, and there goes the 1-1 ban from the side of the Simpsons, and we saw Cold World on the 1-1 last time, but this time they know their first pick. I don't think they want to prio a marksman up front, so they're going to get rid of that 1-1 because they know with the swing back, it's very likely that ACKERMAN could pick it up if it's free.
Right. And also, you have to understand, there's a Melissa, there's a Claude on the table. And I think yesterday when we talked to Leo, he also mentioned that in the gold lane, there are not so many options, right? There are only like 2 to 3 options. And when we look at 2 to 3 options, we're talking about what? Claude, Melissa, and 1-1. So with 1-1 being banned out, it really depends on what ACKERMAN is banning right here. Because if there is still one good marksman left, that might just be your strategic advantage going to this game.
Most definitely. Could definitely be something. Now, the Lilia getting banned out as well. So really honing in on the mages from the side of ACKERMAN right now. And there goes the Atlas. Now, ACKERMAN seems to be taking their time a bit more to where OSP, I think, is comfortable. They're on some momentum. They won game 1, and they're not changing up too much. But as you said, the Claude is still open, right? I don't think we've seen the Claude played in, like, since the Gosu game? Since, like, what, last night or the night before last night? But even then, it's rare. But ACKERMAN does finally ban it out. So now we're looking at, what, the Melissa, the Aerithil, the Blade. We got to start digging deep. But OSP does have first pick here.
The Melissa, the Faramis, all open. Belmont, do you mind you? The bug, the existence. Just using one word to describe Belmont is the bug, right? I mean, there's the one person, his entire job, and then the whole game is just like lethal, counter, plus retreat, secure every objective. That's what he does. So, I mean, he's available, and then we have a Kai being available, and it's all, oh, here we go. Speaking of strategic advantage here, that's going to be the Melissa being taken out by Simpsons.
Which I like, right? I mean, it's at this point when you're in that first pick, it's hard to like really round out anything in the beginning. So go for something strong, put it on a player that you know can help carry your team, that can really output some damage. So OSP picking that up. Now Melissa is a bit more, mid-late game, but that's how they won game 1, right? They were losing in the beginning, and they were able to make it to the end. So OSP kind of keeping it similar. ACKERMAN this time are going to pick up that Pharsa for themselves here.
Remember, they still have the Chow available. We're talking about Gauss QT on that Chow. You banned Grok, you banned Atlas. I mean, like, who else left? Lolita, Chow, right? And then we're talking about some unorthodox picks. Oh, here we go. Also the bug, right? We got Belmont being taken out. This is going to be a retro war for the early game. And then we really need some marksmen that can get us to the late game. Ooh. Rex, what's going on here?
Petrify Kadita, man. Petrify Kadita. That is spicy. They must have heard Mirko is here, because I heard that is a popular pick over in Indonesia. Sadly, he just left. But yeah, I'm wondering though. So this is actually something. I mean, it barely ever happens, but overseas occasionally you see like a roam Kadita with Petrify, or you see a mid lane Kadita with Petrify. Now, what this will pair up well, it'll get the knockup onto Tarzan. If Nate can time it well, you get that knockup even if he's spinning at you. You can also get the knockup onto Pharsa and zone in onto him. So there is some possibilities. Though it's unorthodox, it still can work, but there's your Cho, Dave.
Yeah, here we go. The Gauss QT diff. And that's what I have to say, the Chow diff on Gauss QT. But you are absolutely right. I think this Kadita here might just be one of those niche picks that make a difference in this game, because you do have the Pharsa. That is a stationary ultimate, right? Like follow an airstrike, you just like stay there and do those strikes. And Kadita is assassin more of. In fact, in game, I think Kadita is categorized as assassin. So this is a character that is gonna get on this Pharsa all game. You can just bet on the fact that she's gonna stay hidden. If we don't see that hidden Kadita, that might be a little bit different. Yeah. So, but we have the Chow. I'm excited going to the next round. Are they gonna ban away some of those tanky jungle choices? Or are we going to see, because Pokuto is really a flex pick. Because Simpson right now, they have a lot of options. Are we going to go Pokuto jungle, or do we need a, more of a buffy frontline jungle, right? Because there's still quite a bit of options available, like a Kai they can ban off, or some other choices.
Most definitely now, with these bans coming in, we do see the Matilda taken out from ACKERMAN here. Simpsons probably just really want to either hone in on the gold lane, right? Because they haven't picked one up yet, which probably what we're going to see, but maybe a possibility going to the XP, which is what they do, taking out the Yuzong. Now, Mark Cutie did play a great Yuzong last game, right? Like, did really do a good job. Even with the odds against him of Esmeralda on the field, was able to win in a 1v1 early on. So we know some presence there, and that just goes to show, like, Mark Cutie's skills, right? In a fight that normally you don't see them win, like normally the Esmeralda gets the better after level 4. He was able to come out on top. So I can understand the respect right now happening for ACKERMAN from the Simpsons.
Mark QT Zone is one of those scenarios that you call the enemy's EXP laners, right? Like when I play in rank, my EXP laner, if the enemy have the Esmeralda, we take Daroth, we lose. If the enemy team has the Daroth, we pick Esmeralda, we still lose. Like it's just like the enemy's EXP laners, and that's exactly what's happening. So it's a respect ban. It has to be taken away. I like the Masha ban as well. But right now, I think Melissa have to worry about how to deal with the Farsight, and I think Kadita is an answer for that. Every time Farsight do the Faraday Strike goes in, but they still have to figure out some other options in the early game. Are we going to see Akai being taken out? Now with Barats being banned.
Yeah, I mean, the Akai is still fully open, which I'm kind of surprised about the Barats over the Akai here. Also, Paquito's already gotten picked, so that's, I guess, the next question, right? That's where this Paquito kind of came in clutch, because they were forced to brand out this Barats, but honestly, the Paquito could be a jungler for them. So it kind of throws that wrench into the second ban phase. But hold up, Zia bringing out the Beatrix. You know, I think what we've all been wondering is this hero still alive, right? I mean, we had good games on her earlier, but it's definitely not like it used to be. You're not three-shotting a tower with a shotgun, right? You actually really have to try to make Beatrix shine right now.
And this is to show you how comfortable Zia is on this character, because Beatrix right now, I think before the nerf, Beatrix at level 4, it's just one of those things. If you get close, it just one-shots you no matter what skill Beatrix is using, right? So right now, you don't have that power. You really need to skill up, really need those snowballs. And everyone is on their comfort picks. They have Bellman, they have Chow. So you have the snowball potential to make that happen. And here we go. We got the answer here on the other side, Ruby for the quad control. And we also have the Dara. So it is going to be a Paquito jungle. Ooh, actually?
Paquito is going to be jungle. They swap it up, but then Urashi comes in with the Phoveus at the end here. Now, that's you dash onto you get onto the Paquito, you get on the Ruby, you get onto the Daroth, you get on. I mean, there's a lot of answers here. I think one thing that Simpsons have going for them though, I like the Ruby. I like the Ruby. You can stop Gal's Cutie from trying to invade early on. Gal's Cutie isn't going to be able to just like be in your jungle harassing you like we would normally see him, because Damien's going to be there. So they do have an answer there. Same thing if Tarzan wants to try to be super aggressive. There are some answers from the side of the Simpsons right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Ruby pick. I think this character offers so much layer of quad control, and obviously a lot of sustain. You really only need like one item, has claw, and then you just never die if there's a minion wave. So the only thing is also Urashi with the Phoveus pick is pretty smart, because you can leverage the passive of Ruby to get infinite dashes in your fight. But can it be enough to pose a threat to the Melissa in the background, ladies and gentlemen? Make sure to smash a like. It was a walk into the game 1.
Oh, yes and not. We'll be jumping into a pause real fast. So it gives us a little more time, Dave, a little more time to bond, a little more time to grow our friendships as we talk about Mobile Legends. Now, let's get back to it. If we had to decide, right, I feel like both teams, their marksmans are kind of late game, right? Like, I mean, the Melissa doesn't really pop off for a little bit. The Beatrix definitely not going to pop off until some items get locked in. Looking at the junglers, we have the Paquito up against I'm having a mind blank. Help me out, Dave.
Ballman.
Paquito against the Ballman. So
Yeah.
I think the Ballman kind of has the advantage on the objectives, but Paquito hits such a clean spike, like at that second damage item, to where he's just like, he's just punching, you know? So I think around the mid game, possibly Simpsons could have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it's I think one side is a little bit more squishier, if I say, like for Team Simpsons. If you look at their front line, yes, Ruby can have those sustain, but early game just doesn't have, when the damage is not there yet, when the items are not really equipped, like it's not going to be that strong of a presence. Whereas you compare it to the other side, you know, you do have the Bellman just stay in the front and doing everything for the team, tanking everything for the team, and securing all the objectives. So it's mainly come down to details versus pure brute force objective, right? From Team Simpson, from the Team ACKERMAN, right? Can they secure this objective, really help their marksmen scale up? Because right now, like you said, both marksmen kind of late game. Who's gonna scale faster to get those core items is gonna determine who's gonna have the upper hand in the first lore fight, in the second Numenon's lore fight, and that will pretty much, I think, dictate how the game goes.
And I think the real the real wrench in all of this, something that could be like a, a swing factor, is URESHI on the Phoveus. This Phoveus continues to just be kind of like a, it could either be huge or it could not. It seems like we're having a few issues here. So once again, back to the desk, I guess, Dave. So like I said, the URESHI on this Phoveus, right? I think that could be something that if the Simpsons don't deal with it correctly, it could be the end for them, right? Because the Paquito, the Ruby, so many people are going to be proccing that. And it's not, he's going to be able to really rip into that front line. And I think the main goal for URESHI in the early stages of this game is just to kind of, you don't need to be aggressive, just kind of play it safe, buy time, don't die, and wait until you get some items in to where you can really just start coming in.
But yeah, I want to be the advocate for the devil here, but at the same time, you have the Paquito who can dive onto your Farsa along with Kadita. Remember those sneaky assassins, right? Like, yes, you can have Phoveus jumping onto those guys who are flexible, but at the same time, you have to think about that you have Melissa with the go away. Yeah, Melissa, if they stand still, activate Inspire, and just go to town, is not really moving. And yes, you can dash into the Ruby, but you dash into the Ruby, next thing you're gonna have is Quad Control and Inspire Melissa auto attack onto your face, right? Meanwhile, your backline who try to support you with the Farsa is going to be dealt by Paquito, by Kadita. It's right now at this point, it's all come down to the execution of the teams, and I think this is going to be a really exciting match.
It's definitely, when you break it down and everything, everyone's kind of has a job, right? Everyone's kind of got to answer to the other team. So overall, pretty even draft, right? And now we are jumping into the Simpsons up against ACKERMAN. Simpsons are holding a lead right now of one game in this best of 5. One of these teams will have to go home tonight, Dave.
Yes, GalsQT already playing very aggressive early game tracks. A very characteristic of this guy, but look like no one's giving an inch.
Yeah, I'm definitely not giving it an inch, and there's that pop-up right there from Nate, and there's Damien kind of holding them back, but I will say that MarQt kind of winning out in the lane a bit, maybe a little bit faster, and it gives ACKERMAN a little bit of advantage over this Lethal Wander.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Chow, that's the thing about this character. It's so strong of an early game presence, right? Well, I think right next to Grok, who else really compete in early game aggression, early game wave clear? I think no better choices than Chow. Even Alex doesn't come too close to how aggressive you can be in early game. Speaking of aggression, here we go again, Trax.
Yeah, GalsQT, I mean, he's keeping vision, right? He's keeping vision. He's not being too aggressive, but he's making sure that ACKERMAN knows where Fallen is. Up on the top side, we are seeing Tarzan work for this grab. Look, he's trying to bait Cold Eye. He's like, come on, come and try and get it. But Tarzan does take it, and now we're seeing possible push, but Tarzan backs off.
Yeah, pretty peaceful early game so far. I mean, again, I'm excited to see who gets level 4 first. Is it going to be Nate on the Kadita, or are we going to see something different here? On the bottom lane, though, Trax?
A little bit of action, but still both teams, being patient, Dave. No one's trying to make a big play. I think both teams know the situation this way. Promise, speak of the devil, isn't able, or no, Fallen actually does grab that gold crab, so a nice little bit of micro there, but now the turtle is up. GalsQT and MarQt trying to stand ground while Tarzan walks away from his blue buff. He knows he doesn't have time to take that right now. He's gonna have to try to engage in this fight, but Fallen knows that ulti is there. Does know the lethal counter, but wait, a nice I'm offended coming in, but URESHI pops the demonic force onto Damien. Feathered airstrike comes down, turtle down to about 50% as URESHI continues to hammer in, but Tarzan picks up the Lord and Fallen goes down. Tarzan wanting more, tries to come in onto Nate there, but Nate able to escape with a sliver of health. A nice play from the side of ACKERMAN.
I mean, this is exactly what we expected. The early game, you have the presence from Tarzan on the Belmont. It's just so hard to get rid of. And then, obviously, Damien just not strong yet. Speaking of top lane, though.
Oh, Zia goes down, but it's a nice trade. 1-for-1, both gold lanes down, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the bottom lane, but the actions are non-stop between these two teams here. This is just, I guess, a really good play from Cold World just to get the trade before he goes down here. Speaking of that, here we go. One more time, GalsQT.
Trying to do something, not quite able to connect, but Nate also, we're starting to see the slipperiness of this Kadita, right? That in and out, able to do some damage. And I think GalsQT is going to have to try really hard to not focus on Nate, right? Find a different target, because it is not going to be easy for Nate to find him.
Yeah, and I really want to see the Nate camping the bush waiting for the fire side. The biggest problem with someone like Kadita without anyone to help with the wave clear. You can see how much he's struggling right in the mid lane just to shove a 3-minute wave. And then, oh, here we go again in the mid lane. We have the dragon.
Way of the dragon on to Damien, but that is a tanky. Those are tanks, you know? Or I think we're still at a standstill. But looking at Fallen's kind of roaming through the jungle, and Promise also with a big cut, maybe caught in a bad spot. Demonic Force does come on, gets stunned up from Farza, and Yureshi picks up the kill, Dave.
Oh my goodness. A little bit of reading the map wrong there, but I mean, this is the thing. Early game, obviously, you're not going to have this beefy front line from the Simpsons, but this might be the similar story to the last game. Right? You have Ling in the jungle, it's pretty squishy, but towards the late game, when the skilling behemoth starts showing up, maybe a little different. Speaking of that, here comes the Ruby being beaten up.
LEGACi trying to find the Damien, and the Feathered Airstrike finds it for him. Yureshi picks up that kill, though, but in comes those waves from Nate, but still not enough. Nate goes down. Tarzan picking up that kill. ACKERMAN on a clean roll here. 5-1, looking very similar to the start of last game.
Yeah, I mean, during the draft, I was actually expecting like Kadita support as we see more in the MPL scene, and I have like a front line, like a beefy front line in the front to distract the enemy. But here we go, one more time, the turtle.
Yeah, Demonic Force does come in. Turtle does go to the side of ACKERMAN once again. Promise can't do anything against Yureshi right now. No one can do anything against Yureshi right now. I was worried he was going to have a rough start and maybe wait a second, up at the top side, Cold World taking a lot of damage. The go away will not work against that Feathered Airstrike, and Marcutie picks up another one for his team as Zia begins to work on the tower.
Yeah. Right now, it's just the biggest problem for the entire set of Simpsons. They don't have vision control inside of the bushes, right? Like, and they don't have wave clear. They don't have someone who can help the Kadita to clean this wave. And if you have Kadita support, you don't have this problem. You just need to somehow get level 4, and you kept the whole game, right? You don't have to worry about showing yourself and worry about the wave clear. And that's something I think Simpsons really missed opportunity there, where they could have done something with a more sneaky support Kadita. Just go for your mage the whole time, trading of much less resources for a mid lane, for someone that's much more important in the game.
Yeah, I mean, and they probably could have gotten something, like they could have went for a Kagura or something that kind of does the same exact thing as this Kadita. But wait a second, nice way the dragon on to Damien here. Does flicker in, uses the I'm offended. Not able to quite get the kill. Tarzan used the lethal counter, but can't get the finish. Conceal used defensively just to get away for the Simpsons right there. But Marcutie's trying to make another play down to the bot side as they use the Feathered Airstrike onto Promise. Now gaining more and more ground. Another tower does fall, but this time the Simpsons are able to take it. So luckily Cold World finding something up on the top side of the map.
Yeah, nice trade from Team Simpsons here. They want to get our resources. Right now it's all about getting those like standing gold, right? Whatever's available on the map, just get that, right? Because what they need is skill. What they need is item for the entire team, so Ruby can get those items. But before that, here we go, mid lane.
Oh, instantly taken out. Damien, though, misses the I'm offended. LEGACi able to sliver out of that one. A nice play from ACKERMAN. I mean, this is starting to look a little bad. It's 4,000 gold lead already as ACKERMAN closes in onto this mid tower. Feathered Airstrike does come down. LEGACi gets knocked up and taken out. A nice play again from ACKERMAN. I mean, we saw the Simpsons come back last time, but it's not going to be easy. Fallen picks up the turtle. A nice play, stopping Tarzan before he can drop that lethal counter. But ACKERMAN is on to him. I don't know if Fallen's going to be able to get away from this. Caught him between many members. He knows he's going down. Nate tries to come in, uses those rough waves, but not enough damage still. And ACKERMAN succeeds, I think, in that exchange.
Absolutely. I mean, here is the benefit, not the benefit, I think the deficiency from the draft really started showing, right? They don't really have the presence, the wave clear, the tankiness, more to get in the face of the entire side of ACKERMAN. And the Simpsons really tasting I guess, the fruit of their own making here, right? Like to putting a not so good, putting a good way actually. I want to see those items to really see what Nate has been building so far, because you can see right now he only have one item, and obviously Clock of Destiny need time to mature to really get the power spike coming out. And he's like probably 1,300 gold behind compared to Farsa, who is sitting at lightning truncheon already. Man, this guy's gonna burst, gonna shred your health bar. Here comes mid again.
Yeah, a little bit of action. Marcuti does drop the Fed airstrike. NACT instantly taken out from Yureshi. Yureshi continues to push forward though. Hard Force crashing down. A nice lockup, a nice hook, but still not enough because the Simpsons are falling, all for the price of LEGACi. They're able to take 3 members as ACKERMAN continues to push in. This next tower could go down here. Marcuti, Yureshi, and Zia continue to push in, and now they may even go for this inhibitor. The inhibitor will be able to defend itself here, but the tank minion will fall finally, so ACKERMAN is pushed away and look to find other ground. Promise looking for something, maybe trying to get an ambush onto Zia here. Watch out for this. Promise comes in, trying to use the Abyssal Strike. Not able to get the finish, and Promise goes down. A huge miscalculation and a big whiff on that ultimate.
Yeah, it's a nice thinking from Promise. Unfortunately, it was just not, the promise just didn't become true. You know, it's one of those things that you wish your like girl would come back after 5 years of going abroad, but they never come back, and you're left by yourself. That's exactly what happened here with Promise. I mean, he went on Zia thinking that he can do the damage, but the Flicker wasn't able to proc in time with the Abyssal Strike, so was able to angle that correctly to get Zia down. And it backfired on them, right? Now it's a 5v4 and able to get the free Lord on them. Look at the gold differences. We're sitting at a 7,000 gold advantage to the side of ACKERMAN. They're looking to even up the score, Trex.
Definitely. I mean, this is like identical to game 1, except I don't know if the Simpsons can pull what they did last time. I mean, of course, the teams are great. There is some possibilities here with Cole World, but he's very far behind. And on top of that, NACT as well. And even there, normally Paquito one-shots a Beatrix in this state, but it just shows how far behind they actually are. Now Lord marching down the middle, a bit of a concealed play. LEGACi and Yureshi looking for something as Zio works on this orange buff. Lord has finally connected though. Tarzan taking his time. Marcuti finally drops
damage.
The call, and now the rest of the team comes in. Fallen is dropped. Yureshi into the back line, takes out Cole World, and does go down, but that is a good trade because 3 members are here. Promise trying to lock in on Zia. Finds him, able to pick it up, but Zia gets the double. A nice play, and now it's nothing but Damien, and I don't think he can defend against these 3 members. ACKERMAN are here, they have arrived, and game 2 will go to them, but they're taking their time. No, wait a second. They're trying. The base is low. Another wave is coming. It's going to be NACT, Fallen, and Cole World back on the map. I called it too early, Dave. Simpsons live to see another day.
Oh my god, I was just to say, where is I'm offended? Where's the ultimate coming from Ruby? And then it turned out he had in the last second, able to hook that Cannon away from the base. That was such a close one, because if he not able to do that, if the ultimate didn't come up in the one last second, that could have been game. That was it. And I think so far, it just shows Phoveus such underrated pick in the entire tournament, right? Even Phoveus, when I was looking up stats, is like, I think have a 70-something% win rate in MPL Indonesia as well. This is just such a great pick in a lot of scenarios with all those characters with dashes in the current meta.
Yeah, he definitely does a great job, and we're seeing it now as Yureshi uses it to its maximum potential. Marcuti brings down the feathered airstrike. Members of Simpsons are about down to half health, but a nice I'm offended onto Yureshi. Gets him knocked up, but the demonic force keeps on coming, raining down fire as ACKERMAN continues to push in. NACT goes down. Yureshi wants more. He will finally go down. Fallen able to bait him in a little bit deeper than maybe he should have gone. LEGACi may be next here. Fallen looking for something. Damien as well. Maybe gets the lockup, but Tarzan doesn't want to go too deep. It's a 3v4, but the Simpsons are taking this siege well. Able to defend it. ACKERMAN still not able to quite finish the game.
I think if we were somehow like able to, for Team Simpsons to win this game, they still have a chance. If they can sustain the damage, the blast, the combo, the wombo combo from the entire side of ACKERMAN, for this Luminous Lord, they might have a chance. Because just now you saw Cold World staying under tower and using Inspire. He's able to sustain at least for like a good 3 seconds there, right? Like, if he's able to get one more extra item, this might just be it. This might just be the counterplay they needed. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Lord is already down and kicked right into an Abir's Passion. Fallen will fall once again as ACKERMAN continues to push forward. Another ult coming out from Zia to keep them away, but Simpsons are going to be sieging up once again. They do well in these sieges, I must say. They're able to survive against the odds, against what people think, but this time it's only getting harder. Zia going to use the sniper to chip away at this tower. Going to be able to take it. That's 2 inhibitors down now. Lord coming down the mid.
Yeah, you're gonna have 2 completely synergized, actually 3 completely synergized wave coming down from all 3 lanes. Top lane has already been cleared. You see the middle wave flushing in, middle lane coming in, bottom lane coming in, and you only have 1 little tower standing track. This might just be it.
But watch for Promise on the backside. Maybe a little bit too late, but the Fed Airstrike does come in. Connects onto Marcuti, hits the Abyssum Strike, but not able to make it. Lord at the base. 3 members of Simpsons already down. Nothing but Damien and Fallen will defend, and it's just not enough. ACKERMAN take game 2 in this best of 5.
Absolutely, and here is the power of why you cannot just draft for the late game and think about the late game, right? Like literally, Reshi just popped off with that Phobius this entire game. You might think, okay, if I can able to sustain until the 15 minutes, right? If I can get those core items, Ruby will come online. Yes, you can jump, but you know, we have the stationary. Melissa just do the inspire damage. Sure, but they're not even able to get to that point because when you go against a team like ACKERMAN, who's so good at capitalizing in the early game and turn advantage into wins, that's exactly what they're gonna do to you. They're gonna punish you to the full extent. And that's what we saw, right? That entire game, they never actually give you, or should I say, give Team Simpsons any chance to breathe.
Most definitely. I mean, they didn't. Like, last time, Simpsons were able to kind of get their breath, right, and come back. But this time, ACKERMAN learned from their mistakes and just hammered in hard. Yureshi was on fire with that Phobius. Yeah. Even the few times that he went deep and ended up dying, he took out 2 or 3 members, you know? The man was just a monster, and I'm surprised, yeah, because even after the Phobius was picked, they still pick up the Paquito, they still pick up the Ruby. They just fall right into the hands of what ACKERMAN wanted there. So now it's 1-1. Could definitely go either way. The matches have been reset essentially, and now we're down to a best of 3.
Yeah. Going to the next game, really, for Team Simpsons, really have to rethink about the draft strategies, right? Do I really want to Khadija mid? Now, obviously, pairing up with the Ruby, not having the wave priority, now having the ability to clear wave. And for a lot of times, you can see the idea behind the Khadija pick, but you're not able to utilize the full advantage of this pick, right? Why do you want to do it? The win condition is Khadija have to be in the bush, have to be unknown like an assassin, but most of the times, she's stuck in lane clearing waves because she just can't do that as a Khadija really efficiently.
Yeah, they needed to get through those first, like, 3 or 5 minutes of just leaving it at a stalemate, right? They needed to get past the laning phase to where Khadija could do that. But ACKERMAN knew their win condition. They knew that they needed to slow down Nate as much as possible, slow down Promise, and slow down Fallen, and they did that to a T. Now, looking at the scoreboard, the MVP does go to Marcuti with, am I seeing this right, Dave? A 20k DA.
Ooh, this is way too insane. Oh my god. And look at the towers turtle, all the things leaning toward Team ACKERMAN. The MVP for Marcuti is definitely well deserved, but hey, I might be biased here when I look at Gauss Cutie Chow. I just can't, Trax. Like, this is just one of those games I can't talk about the post-game analysis properly, because you see those engages, you see those dives, right? And on top of that, Yureshi's like just courageous dive with the demonic force right there, right? Diving in. You mentioned he went into the base actually behind the crystal, 1 versus 3 while taking down Cold World. I mean, this is just their best picks at the best performance right here. For the entire team, I would say everybody performed really well in the last match.
Most definitely. I think Gauss Cutie must have heard us talking about Joy Baj so much the past few nights and said, listen, I got to bring my Chow to the table and show him who the real Chow God is. So he does show up for his team right there. And now, taking a look at the replays, Dave, take us through this.
All right, let's see some of the highlights here. Here we go again. Is Gelski looking for the engages? But you can see one more time, Marco just saw that coming from miles away from the Khadija, right? Because this assassin wasn't camping, wasn't in anywhere. Look, one more time, just getting engaged, getting dove on, instead of the opposite. And that's again, the idea was good, but the execution was just not satisfactory. And that's exactly what we saw in this past match. And look at this dive right here. I want to pay attention to Rashi diving onto the Verver back behind the crystal. He got pushed by the go away from the Melissa, and he still take it down inside the fountain. So it's just one of those things. At a certain point, if you let the enemy snowball with a superior draft, then that's gonna be what happens. So here we go. I mean, the one last sword, and that's still the game.
Yeah, so I mean, taking game one in where ACKERMAN almost took this, and now we are actually into the draft. Taking game one where ACKERMAN almost took this, Simpsons able to come back, but then game two, ACKERMAN fully take it. It does still feel like the odds are kind of in ACKERMAN's favor. Simpsons aren't going to be able to, like you said, aren't going to be able to just rely on late game strategy. They're going to need to bring the whole package here. They have the possibility. They show that they can be losing and still take a game, but now I want to see them come in aggressive. I want to see them firing some shots and meeting ACKERMAN toe-to-toe throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They show the resilience. They show they have the ability to come together and really calm their mind and come back. But now is the time. Now's the time for them to show us some meta, something that shows more logic, to counter the enemy strategy, some coherence, should I say, right, in their own draft strategy. So with that being said, we have the first two bans coming out from Team ACKERMAN, 1-1 and Alice, but I think we're not able to see the other draft from the other side, from Team Simpsons.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll pop up soon, hopefully. Now, with the ACKERMAN and the 1-1, now the 1-1 is getting banned out like repetitively, right? And even Zia, last time they did let it fall into the hands of first it was to Cold World, then it gets banned out, and now it's just on the list. But there you go, Gals Cutie, go, no more, not gonna happen again. So OSP knowing that's something they just don't want to deal with here.
Yeah, you gotta get rid of that. That engagement was too strong. I think there's something about this player on Chao. I mean, even when Gals Cutie's on Grok, on any other engaged characters, even on Alice, you don't see as much aggression or flexibility on when he was on Chao compared to when he was on Chao, right? He's just a different kind of player. Just it's something about being as one with the character that you're in. Maybe he's doing the what the hell while he's playing. I mean, in his own voice com. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, it's a respect ban. It makes sense. So let's see the next.
Is Cho? Is that what you're telling me? Gals Cutie is actually Cho. The character was designed after him. But just let the people know, Valentina was that first banned on the side of the Simpsons, right? So now the Pheromones also getting banned. Kind of typical things here. Something both teams don't want to see. OSP have one more ban, and then ACKERMAN forced to make first pick here. Now, we know the Akai's been popular. Last time, Tarzan did a great job on that Ballman, though. So I think if Simpsons don't ban that out, it could be that first pick for the side of ACKERMAN.
Yeah, also Claude, remember that. Right now you still have Akai, Bellman being available. Claude is still not being banned, right? Claude, Melissa, I mean, I understand Melissa is still available, but Claude in the game just rules supreme right now. And then ACKERMAN has the opportunity to take it out. I think it's one of those choices that's been banned for so many games. We forgot this character even exists. So we might see a first pick here, Trex, with Claude, to be honest.
This is true, and Simpsons decide to go for that Farza instead, which, even though, yes, like, the Claude's important, I do like seeing teams switch it up, right? And they do take out the Farza. Mark Cutie was a big problem on that. I think they probably could have answered it with a counter pick, but instead they decided to ban it. Now, Claude open, Ballman open, Akai open. A lot of these regular picks. The Melissa still open, even though last time it didn't look as amazing, right? But they go for the Grok on Gals Cutie. They want to make sure he is secured to make some engages.
Yeah, Grok definitely has been dominating the scene right now. But again, that does leave a lot of OP picks available. And here we go. The Claude and Lilia going to Simpsons side, already showing their understanding of the meta. We're talking about drafts on meta, this game. They were doing exactly that with the Claude, with the Lilia. And then, I think the reason why Belmont is not really being prioritized anymore, I think that one big reason is the existence of the dinosaur, right? The Daytona's welcome. We know how straight up Connor just walks up with your tongue hanging out and it just be like, you don't want to come here and do the retry, right? If you come here and do the retry, I will devour you. And that's exactly what's happening here. So the Paquito being taken out and the Kagura, some really interesting early pick here. with the Kagura.
I like, Kagura's kind of like that forgotten mage sometimes, but normally when she gets picked up, it's played pretty well. It has the damage, it has the mobility, it has decent wave clear, it has a lot of the package. So I think it can be something here. And like you said, it's similar to the Kadena in a sense that you kind of have to camp a little bit. You can't be too, you want to, especially towards the end game, you want to be the one who bursts down this Claude whenever it really comes down to it. You want to be the one who's waiting for Claude to come in and you just yin-yang overturn him to the grave, right? So now Balmond getting picked up. So both junglers are picked up for both sides. I would say in the first turtle or so, Fallen may have the advantage, but as we creep in, once again, Paquito will be packing a punch.
Yep. And here we go. We have the drone being banned. Are we going to see some barrages being banned, you think, here, Drex? Because I think, like, if you think about the counter for the other side, or are we just going to see Tarzan on the Paquito, the jungle? Because, again, every time when we have the pick on Paquito, it's more of a flex pick, right? It's more of a pick that you can go anywhere. You can go jungle, you can go to EXP lane. This character can do well every position because his strength in those combos can wave clear really well. And we talked about this before when Paquito is picked against Esmeralda. It's not really to win against Esme because you can't really kill this character. It's more just to shove the lane and rotate to team fights. So this character being the flex pick, I think you can't really predict exactly where they're going. And banning Yuzhong, Yuzhong, I don't know about that ban because it doesn't really pose a threat to anyone. Yuzhong can't kill Lilia really quickly, definitely cannot get to Claude really easily because Claude is so fast with those stacks, and not to mention with the skill to travel around. So interesting bans coming out from Team Simpsons here in the second round.
I think Simpsons may be preparing for an Esmeralda pick, but I think ACKERMAN was onto them, right? And they're like, all right, we're going to bait out the Esmeralda now. So now we're definitely getting deep into that EXP lane. And with all of those, now if they want to flex Paquito over to that EXP lane, he is going to be a strong force, right? So ACKERMAN, Simpsons did. You kind of play into it. Because before my idea would be, the Paquito's most likely jungle, but Simpsons took a gamble there, and it definitely could fire back on them here. Damien, though, does pick up the Diggy here. Going to be something that can deal with the wild charge, deal with the yin-yang overturn, kind of be helpful here as long as him and the Lilia in this laning phase don't just get bursted down, right? Because you don't have any boldness, really. You're kind of a squishy mid lane. You have some nice wave clear, but you still have to be careful.
And then I think careful is definitely the right word here, because the biggest problem for someone like Diggy with Belmont is one of the best combo, most classic combo in the current meta right now. But with Diggy and Lilia in the mid lane, as you mentioned, the biggest problem is going into the bushes, right? Because both of them are squishy. If they get caught by the Grok skill 1, by the Kagura combo, that might be deadly. That might be something you have to pop the black shoes, pop the time travel, time journey, right away without even getting into the team fight. So, and by the way, when you mentioned that with Kagura on the wave clear, this character have to stay in the bush. And that's exactly what Grok offers. Help Kagura with wave clear, 1 umbrella plus skill 1, you're done, and you can roam anywhere you want. You can hide in the bush anywhere you want. And here we go. The last pick is going to be the Masha from Simpsons going to the EXP lane.
That is huge. Not only that Karina in the jungle, you called it, Dave. They're going to put Paquito over into the EXP side. But Promise on this Masha, I think it's a player we're going to have to keep our eyes on. He was one of the deciding factors. He got player of the series in the first series of today. It seems like it was ages ago, but it was just this morning. So we got to keep our eyes on Promise, right? Promise, if the Simpsons once again want to try to take it there to that late game, they have some advantage, but at least this time they brought a little bit of early aggression with the Lilia and the Ballman, but it's still not going to be easy, Dave, as we creep into game 3. This is the Simpsons up against ACKERMAN in the lower bracket. The loser of this series will go home tonight, and the current score is 1-1 as we jump into this pause, Dave. Tell me what you think about those drafts.
I was going to make a point regarding the EXP lane, actually, with Masha and Paquito. Right, because just like we talked about, Paquito was a flex pick, and turned out we are going to have the Paquito in the EXP lane. And the thing is, with Masha's really a late game character. Early game, yes, you have the 3 lives with your HP bar, but I think the number one thing that Masha does in early game, it's probably just going to be, trying to clear waves. But Paquito is not going to do anything to you, right? Pakuto is just gonna focus on wave clear every time he has a skill up and then just leave. And if you have that kind of stuff, Masha, you really need to waste skill into the late game. Have those items, have those guardian helmet, and stack those HP so you can one-shot the backline, where Pakuto doesn't really have that problem, right? Once you have the 1 or 2 items, once you get the power spike, you can immediately go into the team fight and start making a huge difference. So I think looking into the EXP lane here, once Pakuto gets to level 3, level 4, you're really gonna see this, the rotation priority from the EXP lane creeping towards ACKERMAN, right? Like creeping towards their favor, and that just again might become the snowball starter for their team.
Definitely. Now, I will say, looking at both drafts, I'm with that final Masha and that Diggy, I do kind of like the Simpsons lineup here a little bit. Now, don't get me wrong, we've seen Zia perform very well in the Airthil, and we know how that pick can be, the damage coming out from it, and even with the Kagura, there is some decent burst damage there as well. But I don't know. I'm feeling I like Promise on this. I like Promise on this Masha. I like Damien on this Diggy. I just feel like the Simpsons are very well rounded from early game to mid game to late game. They have a lot of their bases covered. But ACKERMAN as well has a strong composition. Excited to see how Tarzan plays this Karina. I haven't seen him played a lot in this top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. It's a Prio battle in the mid lane. Right? We saw the Grok plus the Conqueror power. One swipe, one skill, the wave is gone. And Mark QD immediately going to the poke mode. that is something to see. Here we go. The first lethal.
Yeah, first litho will come down. It does go to the side of the Simpsons there, but both teams disengage directly after. I feel like with all the action we've been having tonight, these two teams have been taking it exceptionally slow in this laning phase.
Yeah, no one want to make the mistake. I think people are. This is the phase when you take it slow, right? Oh, bottom lane might not be so slow though.
Cold World is going to get away with that, but you go.
Yeah, I was talking about how everyone's going slow, but it seems like Zia is eager to get into action here. Look at HP trade. And here's the thing with the early game Irothel. Even though this is a late game character, but in lane, if you leave him alone one-on-one, Irothel with the skill combos can actually be a lane bully, right? If you land a skill 1, skill 2 onto you, that's a big, nice chunk, like 1/3 of your health in the early game. So, and you saw what happened in the bottom lane. I think this Claude might just need some help, but before we get to that, first turtle coming up in 10 seconds, it seemed like ACKERMAN is already setting it up.
Yeah, they're definitely ready for this, but Fallen not too far behind here. Nate and Damien as well, but Gauss QD gets a nice bit of chunk on Damien there. Gonna put him a little bit behind as we get into this turtle fight. Fallen also here. Tarzan not wanting to start it. Look at him just kind of bobbing back and forth. He's like, nah, you go first, right? But Mark Cutie finds the Ying overturn onto Damien there. This is where Tarzan's gonna move in. Dashes in, collects first blood for his team as Damien falls. Black Shoes does pop for Nate here. Yureshi on the backside of Fallen does find the turtle there. So a nice response from the Simpsons for the death of Damien.
Yeah, they got the turtle, but look at total gold. I find that for the first turtle, even if you get it, you know, sometimes if the other side is able to trade with the kill, they're still ahead. Look at this. Right now, they're about 700 gold ahead in the first 3 minutes of the game, just with the 1 kill alone. And that's something I think we really need to pay attention to when we're looking at those games. Yeah, you can get those kills, but is it worth it for you to die for the first turtle? Because you might be giving up a lot more in return. So that's why sometimes a team, if they know they cannot secure, okay, enemy team have a Belmont. If they know they cannot secure the objective before that, here comes the clash in the mid lane.
Black Juice does come up from Nate there. Gauss Cutie tries to get the wild charge, but ends up taking a lot of damage for that push. Zia also getting bullied a little bit on the bot side, but Tarzan wants to find it. Moves in under the tower, on to Cold World, but takes too many tower shots. Fallen gonna try to finish this. Tarzan, I don't think he's gonna be able to get away from this. Fallen looking for him. Tarzan takes another tower shot, and Fallen picks up the kill. A 1-for-1 trade on the map. Yureshi and Promise also battling out. Promise winning out a little bit in those trade-offs, Dave.
Yeah, the early game kills is just worth so much money. Back to what we're talking about. Look at the goal right now. Because of the kills that the Team Simpsons is able to grab on the bottom side due to the aggression, they're back on the total goal board, right? So this is just something that we're talking about regarding early game kills. A lot of teams knowing that we cannot secure, we cannot battle because the team does have the Belmont, they just go for the kills. Just go for the. Speaking of kills, here we go again on the top side.
Tarzan looking for Fallen, not quite able to find it. And you were talking about that turtle in the beginning in the first phase, and it's true. I remember about a month or two ago, a lot of teams were ignoring the first turtle completely, and then like trying to get a gank in the gold lane or trying to get a bunch of gold plating in the gold lane. And it just shows that first turtle, yeah, it's not the most important objectives. We see a lot of teams, even now, if they don't feel comfortable going for it, they will try to gain ground somewhere else on the map. But now we are on to the second turtle. Nice reverse time on Tarzan, connecting him into Fallen. Gets a little bit of spin damage there as Zia continues to poke from the backside, but the turtle will fall and go to Fallen as Nate pops the black shoes to help get away. Now we're starting to see it be a bit more impactful, but ACKERMAN still holding the gold lead.
Yeah, the turtle's not really meant for gold right now. The biggest thing you need to look at turtle is the EXP stack. Now, speaking of EXP stack, I think the bottom side, Team Simpsons looking to stack more EXPs here with a 3-2 dive. But, mid lane, though, have some action going on. I think Lilia is just taking a beating down the mid side.
Ooh, but no, responds. Black Shoes is able to take out Gals. Gals getting a little too aggressive. Tarzan does find Lily, though, eventually rotating up to the mid, but Fallen is on his trail. Man, Tarzan has been just finding those spots left and right, but a real problem that could end up happening is this EXP lane. As URASHI gets pushed more and more in, that tower could fall soon.
Yeah, it seems like URASHI has just having a problem with Promise. That's why he's the MVP of the match. And here we go one more time on top lane.
URASHI in a very bad spot as Promise to Fallen move in. Does have the this got the lethal counter, so not quite in time.
Tarzan.
You need to be careful. Promise taking a lot of damage. Tarzan looking for it, does find it. Gets that kill, and now in the boss side, ACKERMAN also doing some damage. Cold World responds back with the Blazing Duet. Not quite able to find Gal's Cutie. BMI's back out of that. So a nice play from ACKERMAN, keeping this lead in their hands.
But Team ACKERMAN still want to dive. Look at Lilia. Look at Nate going up. And he has to pop the black shoes. Meanwhile, on the other side, ACKERMAN's getting a tower by URASHI here. So the goal lead, this game, no one want to make the mistake. But somehow ACKERMAN is still able to find those advantages, leveraging the top lane with the gank, and then to really open up the map. Because even with the first tower, even though there's not too much goal differences on the map right now, we're looking at probably like 1,000, 1,300 goal differences. But when you have the first tower, it really just puts so much pressure on the enemy side. And here we go. Let's see if we're able to see a 5 versus 4 on the third final turtle here on the bottom side.
Fallen is beginning this turtle. He's been doing pretty well, but URASHI locks on to Nate. Tarzan takes the turtle, and now ACKERMAN smells blood. They're moving in for more. Tarzan gets stopped by his own teammate's wall. Not quite able to connect onto Nate there, but still getting, at this point, when you do have the lead, this is when the turtles can become important, right? It's just securing it even more, and now the rest of ACKERMAN going to move in on to this tier 3 in the mid. Fallen trying to do something, but it's just too much to deal with right now, and Zia may be taking this bottom tower soon as well, as Gauss Cutie and Mark Cutie come to back him up. Cold World and Damien just trying to defend, but Tarzan off can, picking up Fallen. Tarzan at 5-1-0 right now, Dave.
Yeah, there are a few options when you can go against a Belmont, right? One is, you devour him. The one is just straight up shred his health, and that's exactly what Tarzan offers with the Karina there. So here we go, wall charge on the bottom lane.
Zia is going to be able to pick that kill onto Damien. Nate tries to come in, and then it's a double push on both sides. A banana split as URASHI pushes into this top lane as well. Promise able to defend it, but now with Tarzan rotating up to this EXP lane more, URASHI's actually able to get the better of Promise. Luckily, Promise has only taken 1 death, so there is still some opportunity there. ACKERMAN are leading, though, with a 4,000 gold lead, Dave.
Yeah. This is just getting more and more. We're speaking like a 1,300 gold in the first 6 minutes, right? 6.5 minutes. And with 1 advantage, open up the mid lane tower and able to, start rotating that advantage towards the other side. And sure enough, this has become an irreversible snowball, soon enough. Now, obviously, everything can be turned around with the first Lord, because every time we get the Lord, we usually know that Lord give your team about a 2,000 to 3,000, especially the first Lord, the normal Lord, I would say. you know, give you about 2,000 to 3,000 or maybe even 4,000, depending on how your team is able to stretch it, at advantage here. So this is the chance for Team Simpsons to really even it up. Are they going to start it, or is ACKERMAN going to respond with a huge team fight here?
I think the Simpsons need to play this Lord very carefully. Maybe not even start it. Wait, Fallen's always trigger happy, trying to start it himself when I don't think he really needs to. He has the lethal counter. He can just kind of wait back like Tarzan's been doing to him.
Yeah, mid lane.
Like getting that a little bit. Over in the mid side, a little bit of action as Promise comes in onto Marcuti. Zia does take a tower though. The Lord continues. Promise finding Marcuti. Back to the Lord though. Tarzan, he's having a bit of a bout with Fallen. 1v1, Yureshi trying to zone the way, but now Damien and Promise are here as well, and now Tarzan may get pushed back. Yureshi finds Nate. Cold World goes down as well. Fallen may be able to get it, but no, Tarzan takes it in spite of the lethal counter, and now the Simpsons are on the run. Damien very low. Damien goes down, and it's a 3-for-2 trade plus a Lord as Promise trying to find Zia here. Luckily he can, but now he's caught in between Yureshi and Tarzan, and he's gonna pay for that. Nothing but Fallen stands. ACKERMAN taking over on the map.
Ooh, mega kill goes to Tarzan right now. When you have the opportunity, I mean, just now, it seemed like they were going to do it. Obviously, the camera wasn't able to pan to it, but in the mid lane, I think Yureshi was able to 1v2 and really gain a lot of ground over there. Just 1 versus 2 and pressuring everybody away. I think that's the reason why Simpson was not able to help Fallen to get to the lower side. And sure enough, here we go, one more time. He's just finding himself alone on the top side, like, you know, but Tarzan, he's unkillable. Look at this guy's item, right? It's full tank, just sitting in there, and they're like, yeah, you can spin on me, but who cares? Here we go. Lord of Push on the top tier 2.
He's pushing onto this tower, but they're making quick work of it. Doesn't even get the connection, so Simpsons able to defend once again here, but ACKERMAN is not done yet. They want more. They want to take every tower they can out of this push, and they continue to do that from last game to this game. They make even the first lore very, very detrimental, and on top of this, Simpsons have been unable to take a single tower so far, Dave.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because without a tower, that's the thing we're worried about on the EXP lane, right? And it seems like ACKERMAN just find their window of opportunity and just run with it. You know, pedal to the metal and just go to town. We had the first tower going to the EXP lane being taken down to the favor of ACKERMAN, and then that opened up the mid lane, opened up the bottom lane, opened up the lore fight, and really opened up Paquita's rotate to help the team, and that's exactly what's happening. You saw in the last lore fight as well. We have Masha, played by Promise, staying on the top side, find himself always late for any rotations. Meanwhile, on the other side, into the, you know, in contrary, you have Yureshi always one step ahead of his opposition, right? His counterpart, just coming to the team fight, 1 versus 2, you know, being nuances to the enemy team. And here we go. That's one more time. The Promise was not able to find any split push at all because Paquita just shoved the lane over and over once and once again. This is at this point, I do not see what Team Simpsons can do. Maybe wait until next lore fight. That might be the chance that they really needed.
Yeah, I mean, they still have that steal potential, but Fallen has not been able to pull it off. Tarzan's just been out retroing him back and forth, even with the lethal counter. So Simpson's going to need to find something to deal with Tarzan. He's the major problem right now. He's the issue. Promise, able to kind of handle Yureshi here a bit in the 1v1, like at least stalemate him. But the thing is Tarzan. And on top of that, you have Zia and Marcuti, who are also huge threats of damage, just burst potential from both of them. So Simpsons have a lot of questions that right now they just can't seem to find answers to.
Yeah, here we go. Lord one more time being started by Tarzan this time, pulling Lord to the side, but Cutie is taking a beating though. Meanwhile, top lane.
Yeah,
the 1-on-1.
You're actually able to pick that up, but Tarzan is alone this time, but we got to keep our eyes on Zia in this tri-bush. He's waiting for a moment to come in, probably when the Lord gets down to about 50%. Zia repositioning Tarzan, getting pulled back in, taking up his damage, but he's just too tanky. Cutie also here does have that wild charge ready to go, just waiting for the right moment to use it. Zia comes in, on the Blazing Duet comes out. Tarzan finds Damien, Cutie finds Promise, and Nate will be next. Fallen all alone as Cold World is the final one to drop. And this is very reminiscent of the past Lord. 4 members of the Simpsons down, and ACKERMAN stands strong with all 5.
ACKERMAN, You know, you've seen those discipline, you've seen those dives, the patience come out from Zia over and over again. We find the flank from a marksman, but before that here, this might just be the game track.
Yeah, they're moving in. A couple minions. Luckily, the spawn does come out, but they're going to take their time, move on to this bottom inhibitor, and Lord has not even connected yet. ACKERMAN trying to make work of this game as we creep into the 14th minute mark. Simpsons on the defense, but Lord is coming in just a few seconds.
Yeah, Lord pouring in. You already have 2 towers down. Only 1 tower remaining. That's a Numinous Lord. That means the tower's gone. This is the final push, and Claude is not even fully built to defend this. This might just be it.
Yeah, they are doing a good job, though, spreading things out a little bit. Lord already down to half health as Nate try to make work. LEGACi comes around the side. They connect onto Cold World. Nice getting overturned, but Cold World's still up. But they are on the base now, and they're doing damage down to 50%. Lord makes the connection, and the game goes to ACKERMAN. The base has fallen, and ACKERMAN are now leading 2-1.
Yeah, once again, we have emphasized on this Casters asset. You know, we talk about the mid lane, the mid jungle support rotation, how important that is. But a lot of time, the EXP lane has been drastically overlooked, right? Right now, the EXP lane is less about one-on-one, it's more about lane priority, right? That's why like EXP lane, or sometimes you look at the top teams, it's usually last picked. Unless you have the Paquito, you have the flex pick, then you can decide, okay, do I want to have Paquito jungle, or do I want this pick to go to the side lane? But most of the time, you've seen the differences in rotation, and how much of the difference that make. For the longest time, it's been completely even, 1,000 gold differences. Doesn't matter who gets turtle, who gets 1 or 2 kills. It's a little bit of back and forth. And once the top side, Paquito said, I'm ready. Come here, Tarzan, let's get this, you know, tower knocked out. And that's exactly what happened. With that first tower being knocked out, the snowball just begun, and it just never stopped from there.
Yeah, once ACKERMAN's just, it's something they're good at, whether it's in the mid, in the early, in the late. Once they kind of find that moment, once they get that all rolling, it is very, very hard to stop them, and it shows right there. Simpsons tried to pull out every trick in the book in those Lord fights, but just weren't able to do it. Fallen trying to get the retry over Tarzan, unable to do it. ACKERMAN, really, after losing that first game, they've come in now, they've readjusted, and they seem like they are just ready. Like the first game was just a practice, because now they are just fully dominating.
Here we go. Let's take a look at the final item builds. Look at the marksman side. Zia fully built out, 6 item decked out, monster here. Look at Claude, right? We're still sitting at 3 items. Right? The gold differences is just humongous, right? Like 3,000 gold differences on a singular player. The same as any other position. If you look at the jungle, Tarzan sitting at 11,000 gold. Kimberly Fallen, just like a retry tool in a sense, right? 8,500 gold. Not able to find any farm at all. And in the early game, you don't see that much, and then it just scale and scale and scale. Oh my God. ACKERMAN coming prepared to show you what a disciplined team look like. This is just, sugar to my eyes. Is that how you say it, Drax?
I guess. I think so. I don't know which one you were going for there. But,
it looks good. It looks good. That's what I said.
It looks great. I will say, you mentioned discipline, and that is definitely what we've seen from ACKERMAN in this last game. A lot of teams, you see a lot of them when they start to get that lead, they can make some mistakes. They can overextend. But Tarzan during those Lord fights was just so patient. The rest of the team, so patient. Zia hiding out in that tree, in that tri-bush, down in the bottom lane, waiting for the right moment. Everyone not trying to force it, even though they had a huge gold lead. And normally, you just want to try to hammer in, but they wanted to take their time and pick apart the Simpsons there, and they did it very well without making barely any mistakes.
Yeah, again, it's come down to a disciplined team with a coach, and I heard that ACKERMAN is actually getting professional coaching from some MPL coaches. So this is actually, I think, the difference maker here in this match, right? You saw those coordinated engages. Everybody was just kind of surrounding this area, but they're not really going in. They're not really reading skills. They're using skills. And the moment when Tarzan decided, hey, let's go, Zia jumped in and just action all over the place. The instant bloodbath. And he saw the Claude in the last Lord fight, right? Like wanted to go back, try to escape from the freaking Arathel, and just the moment he dashed back, he was have to face with the wall charger on the Grok, and it just instantaneous destruction here. So let's take a look at the replay tracks.
Yeah, I mean, all we can say really is that they just continue to dominate. Promise was trying, and there was a minute where Promise was doing okay, but I think right when this is a second death, you're actually 2-0 and 3. That was when we started to see the tides turn in that EXP lane, and you actually started winning out in those 1v1s. Now, this is the same exact thing we'll see in the next Lord. Fallen and Tarzan kind of going at it. This is when Zia comes in, bursts down Cold World. Cold World is not scaled enough. Even with the Blazing Duet, can't do anything to Zia there. Not enough damage there from the side of the Simpsons. Now, back into game 3? Game 4 draft. I'm sorry, it's a long day. Simpsons are on the gun with first ban, first pick. Is there something they need to switch up here, Dave?
I think ACKERMAN, sorry, for Simpsons, right now we can see the synergy they're going with. We're talking about in the mid lane, the concerns about like having lane prio. Again, the focus for every single team, the eventual focus has to be the late game insurance, right? Which marksman gets more farm? You saw the differences they made on Arathel. Right in the late game, despite that you have Wind of Nature on Claw, it doesn't matter. Arathel, I have Wind of Nature too. Well, who cares, right? And on top of that, I have 1 extra items. One other attack is 40% of your health. You have to pop that dash, you have to pop that ultimate, the Blazing Duet. And that's exactly what happened, is how to get that goal lane there. Right? And that's when we see the mid lane priority, the Grok. And this is also why Grok is such a prio pick right now in the meta. Grok plus any mage. Grok just made any mage instantly good. Doesn't matter who it is. The Kagura without a wave clear, Grok got you covered, right? Maybe I pick Xavier, I don't have wave clear, Grok got you covered, right? Maybe I pick some other mages. It doesn't matter. It's all about the lane priority and what you offer the utility, as you mentioned in the previous matches, to the team. And in the EXP lane, it's about the same, right? It's all about having the lane prio and having the pressure on the map. And that's something that we don't see right now from Team Simpsons. Are we going to see something different? We know that the first ban here is a blank, but we do have the Faramis, Valentina, and 1-1 being banned again, Trex.
Yeah, and it is just in the missing ban will be Lilia, Dave. So taking away some of that early game mage pressure, but also keeping things open for themselves. I think the 1-1, I don't think we see it again for the rest of this series. I think that is going to be a staple for both teams here, right? And I think it's just been a staple all night. Is she the new queen of the gold lane, right? Beatrix has been dethroned. 1-1 has arrived, because honestly, even the Claude, like, I know that it was Cold World, he didn't have the greatest game, but even the Claude, I'm feeling like the 1-1 may be a little bit of a better choice over it.
I think that overall, what the team would need to pay attention to is how to get to the gold lane to farm. Because we see a lot of marksmen shine. Even the last game, you have the meta #1 quote-unquote marksman, the Claude, being taken away by Simpsons. ACKERMAN has the Arathel, right? Somebody may say Arathel, okay, might be a secondary pick, but it doesn't matter. Arathel's still gapped. And that gap might not come from the gold lane alone. It's really just a team effort to get the marksman farmed. Here we go. We're going to have the third ban coming out. Melissa being banned. Are we going to have the Claw being first picked by Team Simpson? Is that a bait? Because we know ACKERMAN has a lot of strategies on the draft. Are they going to draft you to take the Claude? Okay, you take the Claude. But we're going to go ahead and take the Lilia and the Grok again.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Simpsons definitely have to think about it, right? Because that's what they just did last game, and it did not work that well. Whether it be just the way they approach those fights or the draft itself, there's something that has to change here, right? So I think maybe go for the Grok, go for some nice CC potential, or pick up a jungler. There you go. Damien picks up the Grok, swapped up immediately. So now they're not showing too much, right? They're showing that, all right, we can still play it, but Zia now blocks in the Claude.
Yeah, the Lilia is still up. I think this is a really smart strategy coming out from Team ACKERMAN, right? Like, they make sure they have one of the two best options. Oh, the Girls Goody Chow. They decided to leave the... Oh, Lilia is actually banned. Sorry, I forgot. That is one of the first things that's banned. It just didn't show, and every time I don't see it, it's getting me so confused. Sorry about that, guys. Lilia is actually banned in the invisible ban here from Team Simpsons, and that's why it's not allowed to be picked. And Chow and Claude, what a beautiful pick still.
Most definitely. I mean, we saw how dominating Gals Cutie was in the show last time. Nate, though, is going to pick up the Farza. So far from the side of Simpsons, we have a nice frontliner, we have a backliner, a decent front to back composition, right? Whereas ACKERMAN so far with the Cho and the Claude looking very divey, looking very aggressive. You have some early game possibilities with the Cho, and you're also securing some of your late game possibilities by putting Xia on this Claude.
Yeah, there's still many mages available, by the way. You have, remember, Kagura is still available, and you have the Chow to help you out, and you still have someone like even Kagura. You know, that's an option that you can think about to counter someone like Pharsa, play more like Assassin. You know, but you got to think about also Lunox, right? The dive for the Pharsa, and also have the option to shred the front line. And that's something that we might see that Team ACKERMAN take out here, because right now, look at how tanky Team Simpson is, right? You have the Grok, the Akai, and you already have Claude being taken out, which means you don't have the carry option anymore, right? So it's mainly rely on the mage options to do those damage. And I think Lunox might just be the most viable option to go with here.
Very, very true. The Lunox could definitely work, and it could also deal, you know, with all that CC, right? So it could definitely be a solid pick. Now, the Barats comes in from Tarzan. Tarzan's already shown that even against lethal counter, he can win out on the Retchery. So I think he feels good with this pick, even with Fallen on the Sakai. The only thing is the rest of the team. I do like, you know, the Grok Akai combo has definitely been fierce for a lot of teams, but once again, they're going up against the pick plays that Gal's Cutie can bring, right? They're going up against the pick play that Daytona's Welcomed can bring. So it's more of a, we're gonna pick you apart one by one, whereas OSP wants to bring in a big set, big wombo combo, as someone would say, you know?
Yeah. Remember, Melissa, Claude are all banned, well, Claude's taken, Melissa's been banned, and sure enough, we're gonna see some marksman focus ban coming out from Team ACKERMAN here, which make a lot of sense, you know? I think there's a Clint being banned away. We might see a carry ban. There's also other options, such as Irithel right now into the gold lane. I mean, but other than that, Clint being banned away, I think not too many choices left. You were looking at Bruno and Brody, and I think both of those can be a good option as well, because Bruno can actually do well against Chow when you dive in. You have the skill too to help you reposition, right? And then you can do a lot of burst damage in return. And so right now, even, oh sure, here we go. Speaking of Brody, that character will be banned away. And we have one last ban coming out. Is that going to be a Lunox?
There it is. Good call, Dave. The Lunox does get banned out. So both teams, really, are you the secret coach, Dave? Are you the secret coach?
Not this. I mean, this might not even be what they pick here. You have Pharsa being taken away. You have Miss Valentina being taken away. Now, this might be unorthodox, but for the side of Team ACKERMAN here, they're looking at not too many mid-lane choices. Eve being one of the options that get countered by Pharsa in a way, but they're both stationary. Nonetheless, it's still really, really good choice to help with the early game wave clear with Chow as well. Again, we're talking about Snowball, the wave clear, right? Because, yeah, Pharsa does counter on paper, but it takes that farm, it takes the item to be effective. So here we go. I think Eve is actually a really decent choice.
I'm wondering what ACKERMAN's gonna, well, never mind. I was gonna say what they're gonna pick up for their own, but they already have the Cho, right? So the only thing I see lacking from ACKERMAN is a little bit of slow rotations. Yes, the Eve is quick. We know Tarzan's not gonna be super fast, so he's gonna kind of have to do his own thing. I think his only job is gonna be farm his own jungle, maybe steal a camp here and there, and then go straight to Turtle. But Gal's Cutie and Mark Cutie are gonna be the duo we need to watch out for. But now the Paquito does get locked up for the EXP lane here. Your Airthil does come in as well. Yureshi, are we going to see the Phoveus again, maybe?
Yes. I mean, if you think about once you have, without I mean, there are not too many dashes. You have an Airthil 1 dash, but just Paquito alone, there are so many dashes available. Yeah, just Paquito alone. So, and you do well in lane with Phoveus. So that might be coming out. There are also Esmeralda being available. That can be an option to dive into the backline to offer the team a little bit more tankiness if that's something they go with. But right now, I think they need a little bit more early game damage. Eve, early game, didn't offer enough damage, offer the quad control, offer the utility, and yep, Phoveus will be the damage choice with the Demonic Force, with the ultimate. So, good call, Trax. That was a beautiful pick there from Yureshi.
You know they were definitely thinking about that, though, because the same reason we are, it's like, Phoveus? And, you know, they're sitting there, because it took them a while to lock that in. It's like, but the Esmeralda's open. But this is open, but this is open. But it's like, yeah, but but Phobius. So they do lock it in. Definitely looks clean. I mean, both teams kind of similar in compositions almost. They both have a nice high ground mage to try to create a zone for their team to fight in. I would say that the side of OSP has a little bit more CC, a little bit possibilities to make some big sets, but I don't see their early game being that amazing. It's going to really take for them to get to the mid till they can output some damage.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. As we finish the draft and walk into potentially the final game, the match form for Team ACKERMAN, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells and share the stream with your friends. And make sure to give the thumbs up to our incredible casters, Trax and Mirko, for putting on such a wonderful and, I gotta say, energetic show for the entire day.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun, Dave. And, you know, like Mirko said, NACT is going to be my caffeine today, and we are definitely working through it. And what a great finish right now to this night, 2-1. If Simpsons can even the playing field, it'll be an epic best of 5. But ACKERMAN, I don't think they want to let that happen, Dave.
Yeah, look at the mid lane. GalScuity already playing aggressive, but he's low though. So it's just going to be a trade-off on skills. But I think that little bit of a early game advantage with Simpsons Grok, look at the difference it makes, is able to help the entire set of Simpsons secure the first Lethal Wonder. And here's Eve though, just looking to poke.
I mean, both mid laners right now just kind of poking away. Eve will go back to base, and so will Farza here. Simpsons trying to reposition a little bit. Luckily, Farza will be able to wings back into this fight pretty quickly. Right now, overall, just like the past 2 games, the first laning phase, these first 3 minutes or so, are taken pretty slow. I think Simpsons taking it especially slow because they know a lot on the line right now.
Yeah, bottom lane is really a skill matchup, to be honest. You have Promise, you know, on paper has a lot of dash with Poquito, and you actually can just use the ultimate to counter it. But do you want to use the ult? Like just in that lane, you know, instead of saving it for the team fight? That's something we need to find out. And here we go, both players going to reach level 4 kind of with the next wave coming up, and the turtle has just spawned.
Yeah, Nate has not hit that level 4 yet, so he's not able to put too much presence, but there it is, and I think he's going to save that Feathered Airstrike for this Lord as Tarzan and GalScuity come in. Feathered Airstrike does come down, GalScuity looks for it, not quite able to get through that big wall. Nice heavy spin. Fallen, able to take the first turtle, but the Tonos welcomes him. Urashi also with the demonic force lands on top of Damien, then Promise trying to get away. It's gonna proc again. Urashi trying to get the finish and does. So it's a 2-for-0 trade, but the turtle does go to the side of the Simpsons.
And that's the early game damage that we're talking about from the EXP lane, right? It's about, there are 2 things in EXP lane you mostly talk about. Number 1 is, do you have lane prio? Number 2 is, what do you do in a team fight after you get the lane prio, right? So this is a skill match in the lane. I think both sides will probably leave each other alone, knowing that both EXP lanes are really, really good, that the mutual respect is there. Oh, here we go, GalScuity though, with no respect.
Oh, that is bad for Nate. GalScuity may go down here though. Cold World able to pick that up. Mark Cutie now forced to back off, so Simpsons find something in a dire time, but ACKERMAN still coming out on top.
Yeah, oh. Wherever even game, ACKERMAN has the 1,000 gold lead right now. I mean, I want to see, okay, look, top lane, the pressure coming out for Zia. Damien,
nice. So, Zia taking a lot of damage. Cold World trying to find it. Is he going to go into the tower? He doesn't bring in the dash. He doesn't want to over push it. I like the patience, but at the same time, sometimes you got to risk it, Dave.
You know, you want to risk it for the biscuit, and that's what that's just what happened, right? You didn't risk it for the biscuit, there's no biscuit. You know, that's basically what it is. And also, it shows one thing about Team Simpsons, the communication was just not there, right? I mean, the team wanted to communicate, but you can see the differences there. When Grok went in, Aretha wasn't able to follow up at that exact second, and that's posed a problem. Look at the bottom lane though, Phobius already cut the lane from Urashi. That means we're gonna have a little bit of lane prowl here from Urashi again into the next potential fight in 10 seconds at a turtle.
Yeah, I mean, Turtle coming up here actually has major priority over this. And with him coming up, they're able to zone Simpsons away here. GaussCutie trying to get the way of the dragon. Couldn't quite connect onto Nate there, but does get the knock up. And this gives even more space for ACKERMAN. But keep our eyes on Promise here. Hiding out, looking for someone, has the stacks ready to go. Turtle down to about half health. Fallen and Damien also making their way around. Fallen comes in, tries to get the knock up. Nate uses the feather airstrike. Again, able to take the again, get the pin onto Tarzan. Promise now trying to make his move. Comes in, but hits the way of the dragon and may go down to this. Tries to respond back as the proc keeps on coming. A nice wall from Damien separating Yureshi from him. Promise though onto the tower. Damien, Yureshi goes down. Damien picks up the kill. Simpsons finding something there and evening out the gold.
I was about to say, Promise might as well just stay in that bush, right? Like, they already got the objective. He got what it needed. Top lane, though, messed a little bit of action, one-to-one trade. But, I mean, he might just stay in the bush and not show up. And it was a heavy, heavy decision to jump in instead of the 1v4 there when the team's all backed out. But they made it work. That was a beautiful outplay from, obviously, having disruption from Damien with the wall over there. Truly just bridge the gap, or not, should I say break the bridge between those two players, and it made a difference, saved the player, and then obviously with the outplay was a volley charge under the tower. That was beautiful to watch. And at this point, I want to see the items here to see who actually finished the first item on the mage. Here we go, top lane though.
Wild cards though, Zia instantaneously deleted. Nate really finding some nice positions with these feathered airstrikes, and that is 2 towers down now. Now take us into the items.
Yeah, look at the mages. Both mages are probably even, right? 600 gold difference is not that much. Finish the first item. It's mainly the item difference that matters, right? The marksman side, though, look at the Iris, though, right? You have Windtalker, you have Berserker Fury, compared to one single item from Claude. And that's why Claude just now just got bursted by the far set, by the team, by the entire side of it, Simpsons. So right now, it's not really the milling diff anymore. It's more, you have to be worried about the gold lane scaling, because this Cold World right here on Arthel, if you just leave him alone, he might become unstoppable very, very, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially with 2 kills already on the board, right? And now he's able to rotate into these team fights more. We see him in the bot lane bullying onto Yureshi right now. This is going to give Fallen prioritization over this Turtle.
Oh!
Yureshi does get kicked, stuck under this, but he may be able to get away. Pops a sprint, continue to do more damage. Damien shows up just in time. MarkCutie goes down.
Cold World!
Double. Can he get a triple? Cold World wants more. The wall comes out, but he's not able to connect. Zia does show up with the blazing duet, and Cold World goes down, but still a very clean trade for the side of Simpsons as long as Damien can get away from this. Nate shows up just in time. While all this is happening, the rest of the Simpsons, Promise and Fallen, pick up another tower in the top side.
Wow. Do we see the swing in this game? When you take a look at gold, it's a roller coaster, right? For the gold, right? Look at that. Going back to the red. That's basically Bitcoin, you know, when Bitcoin wanted to be right now. You know, it's a little bit too much, right? It's back and forth. The bottom lane outplay from the marksman, from the Cold World is insane. But look at the mid lane here, Trax.
Yeah, Nate almost gets caught up, but a wasted Daytona's welcome. GaussCutie does find Promise, though. Promise may be bulky enough to get away from this, though. The rest of the team does not want to commit to it. So ACKERMAN disengages. ACKERMAN forced to kind of slow their tempo in this game. And with the way they've been playing the past games, I'm wondering how they play on the back foot like this at only 8 minutes in.
Yeah, but you see, like, when ACKERMAN play from the back foot, they have the Claude, right, with the Blazing Duet. Because Korra has not finished the Wind of Nature yet. I mean, at least if we didn't see it from the last item draft that we saw. I mean, I hope he got the item. Because if he doesn't, you bet Zia is going to find the opportunity to go to the back line and just swing through, right, with the Blazing Duet, just kill everybody. And last time he find the shutdown. If you look at the gold right now, I mean, between Zia and Cold World, I think there's not going to be that much of a gap anymore compared to the last time we saw it.
Most definitely, yeah. I mean, Zia definitely still has some opportunities here, especially Zia's going up against a much bulkier lineup than Cold World was last game. Yeah. So the DHS is going to come in a lot more clutch, I feel like. Even if Zia doesn't go for Cold World,
top lane, no.
Go Fallen up in the top side, though. Zia is in a bad spot. Lord is getting worked on. MarkCutie finds that kill onto Cold World. Damien, though, trying. It's okay. We got to try to take this Lord here, but URESHI and Tarzan don't want to let that happen. The rest of ACKERMAN are closing their jaws as Promise tries to keep Marcuti away. We have Nate dropping down that feathered airstrike. Lord is getting lower. URESHI does move on to Nate, pops Demonic Force, but the Lord goes to Fallen once again. He lost the Reggie's last game, but he's here now, and while this is happening, Promise finds Marcuti. Now, Fallen trying to get out of this, caught him between 3 members, but he is a bulky boy and should be able to walk away safely. A nice response from the Simpsons there, taking an even in deaths and also finding the Lord. But wait a second, Promise walks right into Gauss. Cutie gets caught by the way of the dragon, but still
Get out!
able to get away with a sliver of health.
What?
And Lord coming soon.
Oh my god, when your teammate make the mistake, you look to Damian and Fallen, right? What a beautiful combo there. Wait until Lord get a certain amount of HP. They're like, okay, this is the time when we can use our combo, 1 on the pin and 1 on the wall charge. And they pull it off flawlessly, right? This is a textbook. There's just wombo combo chin CC there, right? To make sure that Tarzan doesn't find the opportunity. He will CC from beginning to end when you have the window to really retreat, to execute on the Lord. And that's just so beautiful to watch from the entire set of Simpsons. But obviously, Cold War really have to step it up with the positioning, knowing you have the entire enemy team, positioned towards you. The little bit out of position might just get a team punished.
Most definitely, Lord does go down there, but they do break ACKERMAN all the way down to inhibitors, and this looks identical but reversed to the last game. Simpsons have not lost a single tower, but ACKERMAN is pushed up against the wall. The only thing about ACKERMAN is they're not as far behind in gold, right? It's only 3,000,
Yeah.
which to some may sound like a lot, but at 11 minutes, there's still a lot of room for comeback here. A lot of possibilities for ACKERMAN to still get into this game. I think the Simpsons just need to keep playing tight, keep securing those objectives, and they can seal it. ACKERMAN needs to find an answer to that.
Yeah, I want to see those items one more time just to see where the marksman at right now. You can see beautiful, beautiful item here come from Aerosol. 9,400 gold is still a little bit ahead, about 1,000 gold ahead compared to Claude, but the itemization about the same, 3 to 4 item each, right? Claude is closing on the 4 item as well. So, here we go. We're talking items though. One more action coming up from Promise.
Almost gets caught up, but he is a smooth criminal right now. Able to come in, and then the top side, Cold World taking advantage of this, able to take that tower. Another wall coming out from Damien there. Cold World just trying to escape. Gauss Cutie not able to connect. Nate also here drops that feathered airstrike as Tarzan tries to stop him. Simpsons able to take their first inhibitor of this game and possibly even steal this orange buff. Tarzan comes up, is able to secure it. So he's not too starved out here. The Simpsons not trying to overextend. They're backing off.
Wow. This is the black horse every single team in North America, every single viewer in North America has been wondering about, right? Who was the black horse, you asked? Here you go, Team Simpsons. I've never seen ACKERMAN, besides the match that went against entire Valley. Even against the Valley, they lost, probably the one early game in every match. They only lost like the final match based on the one little mistake they made at Lore Fight. And here we go, Simpson pushing ACKERMAN's back onto the wall and just beat them up. Look at this lore, look at the zone, look at the execution right now. This is absurd, Trex. This is just NA supremacy at this point.
Hey man, Simpsons are trying to show that they are a team to be watched. Definitely exciting to see. No matter who wins this, if Simpsons win this game right here, I am happy for both teams. We went all the way to 5, showing that there is not just 1 or 2 teams dominating in this tournament in North America, right? The Simpsons showing up right now. So Lord will be coming. Can the Simpsons end this here, Dave?
Yeah, this is Luminous Nord coming out from the top side. The bottom side already be cleared up. That means the next wave is going to be pouring in. The mid lane now need to be cleared by Farsight, and you see Farsight's moving towards that. So we're going to have like 3 humongous waves pouring in into the base. Now, there's a little bit of misalignment from mid to bot. I can see if Nate wasn't able to clear that wave in time. But I guess it's okay because the lore coming into the base right now. So it's all come to this push. Can Simpsons open up the entire base? Let's see it.
Yeah, they are going to start working on it. Mid tower getting a little chip down. Fallen gets the knock up on a Gauss QD, but still not able to fully push in. As you said, a little bit of mistake, but they do take the inhibitor finally. Greshi doesn't use that demonic force just yet. Mark Cutie bursted very down. Gals Cutie comes in, gets caught up. The wall. And Cold World gets killed. Urashi now maybe going a little too deep, trying to find Nate. Wings by Wings comes out, so he cannot get the finish. Now with him so deep, Mark go down. Promise sneaks into the backside like a thief in the night and takes him, but Promise not able to escape this time. Cold World and Promise out to 2 for 2 for the price of all 3 inhibitors. Simpsons just need to get away from this, and they still take the advantage on the
that flicker.
That was a rough flicker right there, bit of a misclick, but Nate, the feathered airstrike. ACKERMAN still trying to come in. Zia uses the blazing duet, not able to finish off Nate though, and is forced to back off. Minions on the base of ACKERMAN right now. Wow, Dave, wow.
I mean, if you look at the play just now for Phoveus diving onto Irithel, I think he really got lucky. Maybe Reshi was paying attention to where Irithel was hiding. Right, you saw the skill 2 into the bush, right? Scared to pull on the Cold World. He didn't even see it coming. He was sitting fine in the bush, enjoying a good time, drinking a cup of tea, you know? I'm gonna take a breather, maybe have a cup of water. But then he just got pulled, and the next thing you know, a big purple guy jump on your face, and you just get taken down. That was just one of the worst ways to go down here, but nonetheless, still, every single high ground tower is down, and look at the other side of the map. Right, only 1 tower down right now from team size Simpsons. Even though there's not too much gold difference still, and that's to the credit of Team ACKERMAN, right? Like still maintaining a 3,000 to 4,000 gold deficit. But the map control is where the money is at right now, Trax. Like with this map control, it comes pressure. With pressure comes the next Lord, and that doesn't be the game.
Yeah, I mean, and one thing that ACKERMAN's going to have to watch out for here as well is we saw the Simpsons win one of their games earlier today with that split push, with that sneaky backdoor, and with all these towers down. ACKERMAN has to completely worry about that. Look at them, already 2 members back at base. This is going to give the Simpsons a huge advantage. Turtle down to about 25%. Taking a bit of damage from Cold World. Cold World trying to get finished. Fallen finds the pin onto Tarzan. Nate brings out the feathered airstrike. Almost gets the stun. Zia is here though. Gets knocked up in the middle of the place to and goes down. And finding that kill. Tarzan will be next. Lord does reset, but 2 members fall. Urashi now in the midst of all of the Simpsons, and it's not going to be enough. Cold World getting the double kill. Promise going to now move on to this base. Gals Cutie and Mark Cutie trying to defend. Promise does get kicked by the way of the dragon, but Damien is also here. Promise finds it. Nate, the rest of the team show up. We don't want the Lord. We want the base. We want game 4. The Simpsons are here, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game 5.
Victory!
We are going to a game 5, and this is a game 5 claimed from Team ACKERMAN on the Chow, on Gals Cutie's Chow track. That was, you know, something we've never seen before. I don't think we've really seen Chow being defeated like this when Gals Cutie is on it. In fact, for most of the games, we have Chow being banned away as a respect ban, right? This time, not only did Gals Cutie get the Chow, and you have a systematic step-by-step, you know, advantage from entire side of Team Simpsons. Oh my God, Trex, I think a lot of people expected a grand finals between ACKERMAN and, you know, the Valley. What is happening right here, Trex? What's going on?
It might not happen. I mean, it may not happen. Can the Simpsons pull this off? We are down to the line, both teams at match point, 1 game to decide it all, right? So Simpsons, I mean, yes, the Cho was a good pick, but Simpsons had the answers. The Akai, the Grok, they were able to just see him when he tried to come in, and he had to work very hard to get a pick that was actually worth it, right? The only people he ever really got picked onto was Promise, and yes, Promise was helping a lot with the team, but he wasn't the one that Gals needed to get. Cold World went through that whole game barely catching any slack, and before it was too late, he was able to delete Urashi. He was able to delete the rest of Team ACKERMAN.
Yeah. I mean, that was just, again, we saw this again. This is basically what entire set of ACKERMAN did to their opposition, did to Team Simpsons right here, right? That's exactly what we saw in the previous match, was just reversed with Irithel going against the Claude. The pure damage on damage violence right here, and whichever marksman is stronger, but Irithel was more consistent damage, because we know Claude is more reliant on the one burst of blazing duet on their entire team to wipe out your team, but because Irithel is constantly on Zia's face, and in fact, not only on Zia's face, like 1 or 2 auto attacks is 90% of your health, right? You have a Farsight to worry about, and in this particular game, Farsight was on B with the airstrike. Every single one of them, you saw those accuracy onto the claw on Xia. It was just one of those games that Xia cannot find any luck at all. And beautiful job from Team Simpsons. I'm excited for Game 5, Trex.
Yeah, very, very excited for it. I mean, at this point, after seeing that, like after seeing the Simpsons come in so strong and just dominate, I no longer feel like, ACKERMAN has the big advantage here. I feel like it's a 50-50 split, Dave. Now, taking a look at these items, Cold World with a well-deserved MVP, and I love the choice of items, right? You got the Berserker's Fury for some nice crit damage, but then also one of his last damage items that he locked in, the DHS, to deal with Yureshi, to deal with Tarzan. So he approached both routes. Has the burst damage from Arcuti and Xia and Gals, but he also has that damage, that health percentage damage to deal with the heavy front line that ACKERMAN brought. So a nice choice from him there. Yeah,
the MVP, even though MVP was given to Cold World, I think he did really, really well in that particular match. But I think the MVP, my MVP, goes to the duel, right? The Mian and Fallen there. You saw those executions despite Cold World's. And by the way, he made plays, right? Look at this play right here. He got a double kill completely on his own, right? And then outplay over and over again. This is without Damian's help. And it's eventually, when he ran out of tricks, when the entire side of ACKERMAN comes in, when Xia jumps in with a Blazing Duet, that's when this monster finally got shut down. If this Xia never made it, it could have been just an absolute disaster to the side of Team ACKERMAN here.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, they just continued to steamroll in, and ACKERMAN had a couple moments where we thought they were gonna, maybe strike back, fight back a bit, but just like previously, when ACKERMAN didn't let the Simpsons breathe, Simpsons now responded with it. So we are into the final game of the day, the final game of this series, ACKERMAN against the Simpsons in match point for both, and Wanwan is the first banned.
This is the final game. When you mentioned that, it actually, there's something that just rhymed with me. Like that felt such a deep, heavy statement there. This is actually the final game, right? All the previous game, it might be the final game, might not be the final game. This is the final game. The best out of 5 played to its fullest by Team Simpsons and ACKERMAN. And again, this is to no one's expectation. If you look at the YouTube poll right now that we have, ACKERMAN still maintains over 70% majority vote. Talking about like the crowd's expectations on this team coming to this game. Oh my God, Team Simpsons, aren't they proving everybody wrong? This is just a great match, Trex.
I mean, it's time to start taking NA like you would, overseas or something when you see these 8 teams. And of course that happens as well. You see these big 70% votes. But just because ACKERMAN loses, it's not like if they lose here, it's not like, oh, they're terrible. Simpsons is a good team. There's a lot of good teams. Anyone can lose on this top 8 bracket. Now, the Akai will get banned out here. I think it's a solid ban from ACKERMAN. I don't think they want to deal with Fallen on that again. Valentina and Grok also banned from the Simpsons. So now some of those picks being taken off the board. A lot of those picks that we saw last game.
Yep. Where standard bans, Akai this time being taken out. ACKERMAN really didn't want that. Grok being taken out, really, really good ban here, knowing that how much of an impact. I think that Grok so far in this series at least had 100% win rate. And every team who gets it, doesn't matter what kind of picks you're given to the other side, if they get the Grok, it's always been this huge impact in the mid lane. So with Grok being banned out, I think Team Simpsons are looking with a lot of options now, on the equal playing field compared to the other side here. Now, what other choices are still available, right? One being banned away, you still have Claude, you still have Melissa. So those are 2 options being available. Lilia being all of a sudden very, very important pick on the table. Paquito being banned away. We still have Belmont now. Belmont looks better than ever at this point, by the way. Still, even you consider Belmont, you have Barats on the other side to counter. So even though it's a good pick, it's something you have to consider the counter for. So I think the most safest choices are probably just some of the early game mid lane choices like the Lilia. And again, we don't see the third pick right here, third banner here. Is that the Lilia again, Trex?
I think it's going to be the, it hasn't been banned yet. They're really taking their time, Simpsons. I mean, like, the last game, man. You don't want to rush things. I got a feeling we do still have the Fermies up, right? Simpsons haven't been
absolutely.
out, putting them in a situation right now where Simpsons have to think this over. We're down to the final seconds of this ban, and the Ballman comes in. Will ACKERMAN immediately snatch up this Fermies, or will they give it over?
I mean, ACKERMAN has not been a fan for Faramis in quite some time now, I think. Because in fact, when you talk to the team, when you interview team, they really have the strategy down, how to go against Faramis, right? Especially with the nerfed version of Faramis, the Cold Ultra, not being very strong. They're able to pressure you really, really strongly, especially when they get Lilia, get the early game aggression, get the mid lane aggression. If they have the lane prio, they push the advantage to the other lanes. Even you have the Faramis, they probably don't really care about that. So I think here it might be an interesting pick. It might be an unorthodox pick that people don't expect. I'm thinking maybe Lilia, to be honest. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, good pick. Are you seeing the game a few seconds before me or something, man? You got some sort of cheat codes here, man? I'm wondering. Lilia does get picked up here. Marcuti able to secure that. So now the Simpsons with the swing back, we might not see a Faramis this game.
Yeah.
Arza now picked up from Nate, which Nate's done really well on that Farza. So I think it's a solid pick, even with anything else in the field. Akai's gone. What do they put up here? Do they go for a tank now? The Atlas is open right now, but also the Diggy. So do you want to put yourself in that?
I mean, I think for Team Simpsons, right, they have the option to last pick that tank. Because right now, they don't really need to pick it. They can pick their jungle options. Sure enough, we have the Karina, but you have the other side. The pressure's really on Team ACKERMAN. Simpsons is really surprising me with their draft, right? Because they're playing this really patiently. If now they have the choice, okay, do we want to take out a Diggy or do we want to pick out Alice based on what ACKERMAN does? And then they have the ban option, right? Like if I take out Alice, I can ban the Diggy in the next round and you can't do anything about it. So this is just incredible. I like the Karina pick. It's tanky, it's good. It's just good in a lot of ways. Again, the Chow being taken out and the Claw, they're leaving those on the table. Arathel, I mean, or Atlas with a Diggy ban, who knows?
I think the Atlas could be solid here, right? But they go for the Arathel first. They want to make sure they lock in these gold laners. And I think that's a solid way, because ACKERMAN, you know, they're going to probably hone in on the gold laners if Cold World doesn't pick it up now. But at this point, ACKERMAN definitely going to probably ban out some tanks here. Now, Gauss Cutie should have a bit of a better game right now, right? Because there's no Akai, there's no Grok, there's nothing to really stop him, and it's going to be a bit easier to singularly pick down Fallen or singularly pick down Nate or Cold World. So that's something the Simpsons are going to have to watch for when we get into the game.
Yeah, and then right now, Team Simpsons is in such a good position for this ban right here. They can target this complete EXP lane knowing like what they have in mind, because they also have the option. Look, because if the next round they're gonna have the first pick, right? They can ban some of the options to get them a leg up for the tank. For example, they ban Diggy here, they have Atlas for the wombo combo, for the setup with Farsa, with Aracel for the burst, and they can save the EXP lane for the counter for the last pick. So right now they're just in a really good position. Whereas on Team ACKERMAN's side, don't get me wrong, their draft is absolutely beautiful. This is what we call those winning draft, right? The Claw, the Lilia, the Chow. I mean, you can't get more luxury than this. So it all comes down to execution right now. Are they going to focus more on this engage options, the tank options? I don't see those bans on Diggy, so that means, what does it mean here, actually, Trex? I actually cannot tell. Oh, Alice being banned away, though, by Team ACKERMAN.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, right? The Atlas could be a threat, even with the Diggy. I mean, even with the Diggy, the Atlas can still be, you know, pose something there, right? Now, they ban out the Yuzong, they ban out the Barats, taking away a possible jungle pick from Tarzan there, and they've already got the Karina in. So right now, they've really kind of limited Tarzan's possibility. No Paquito, no Akai, no Ballman, no Tarzan. Is there any more tank jungles he could really go for here? I don't know if I'm having a blank. The Thamus. Thamus is like a possibility. You know, maybe the Dairoth, or maybe just get crazy and pick up the Ling or something like that here. But the Simpsons do have first pick in the second phase.
Diggy?
There's that Diggy, which could come in clutch against this Cho.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Diggy just now, we forgot that, you know, for Team ACKERMAN, it's very unlikely they're going to pick out Diggy because we have a Chow. And it's very unlikely for Chow to go to the EXP lane. Or, I mean, we've seen Chow jungle before, don't get me wrong. And we know that Team ACKERMAN like those flex picks, like the Paquito and, you know, swapping the last second, going to the EXP lane. This Diggy here, one big thing for Diggy is all of a sudden you lost the setup, right? Like, where is the setup going to come from? Your jungle doesn't really have any CCs. I mean, the only CC that truly have right now is relying on Nate throwing the skill 1, right? And then landing some other skills. And you have to land that skill 1 to begin with. And Diggy with the pull, that's all they have. So are they relying on an EXP lane to provide them some CCs? If you look at all the options that are available right now, we don't see many good choices offering quality control, right? Unless they're going to go with the Fredrin. And then we know Fredrin does well, actually, against Masha. Oh, Esmeralda, I mean, it's decent in lane, but it's going to be good in quality control. Let's see. We go against Julian and Masha here.
Definitely, you know, I mean, you're right. Lacking a bit of crowd control, but have some decent dive potential as long as they don't get too far ahead of Nate. I think Nate may be the one to start a lot of these fights, or at least be the second man in, depending on when these feathered airstrikes fall, right? And of course they do have some defensive manners, but ACKERMAN right now, they did bring some CC. They have the Cho, and now with Tarzan picking up the Julian, those enhanced chains, Nate's going to have a tough time. Fallen could have a tough time if he gets caught up and popped up in same to Cole world. When I'm looking at ACKERMAN right now, I'm looking at, you know, ambushes. I'm looking at, you know, coming in, waiting for that moment for the Chow to get the kick, waiting for Yureshi to get around to the backside. A lot of possibilities, but this is the final game of the night. This is going to be a big one in a best of 5. Both teams at match point. Team ACKERMAN going up against Team Simpsons, and after this one, someone is definitely going home, and someone will move on farther into the lower bracket.
Is it going to be something that we all expect to happen, or is it something that's out of everybody's expectation? I'm ready to find out. Here we go, already a little bit of aggression in the early game clear, you can see with the Chow and Lilia. And ACKERMAN, again, they're just going with the same old strategy, which is, and it works every time, which is secure the mid lane priority. And that's been working out for them. We said that they have the lane priority. Here we go. Because look at the lane even with the lane priority 2 versus 3, they have no problem. Nonetheless, does seem like Julian want to give that up because this guy needs level 3. Before level 3, Julian is not it. But here comes level 3 though.
Yeah, Damien taking a bit of damage here. Gonna maybe be able to get away. A nice stun from Nate, but Tarzan does not want to stop. Fallen though is in that bush. A nice escape, a nice play from both teammates. Fallen, though, wants to contest for this. Able to secure that, I'm pretty sure. Promise now, possibly going to get gained up by Tarzan. Needs to be careful. Tarzan decides to go for the gold crab instead.
Look at both sides. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like with the Diggy, you already saw, like, not having the front line. What would do to you, right? Like, Damian almost survived, and that's because Nate with the interception, with the skill, with the stun, and the landed on Gale's QT. Other than that, I think we might see the first blood coming out. And who is going to be level 4 first? Is Gale's QT going to get the level 4 by taking the mid lane wave? Because we see Lily already moving to the top side, leaving Gale's QT in mid lane completely by himself. And that's a strategy ACKERMAN frequently find himself do to get the Chow the advantage. Meanwhile, Diggy is going to be stuck in at the level 3. You can see now Gale's QT just easily swipe through the wave with singular skill and then get that level 4. And Diggy is going to be level 3. That means Team ACKERMAN is walk to the first hurdle with 1 ult ahead of their opposition. Here we go.
And with Julian on the boss side, Damien brought very, very low. Nate does get knocked off from Gal's Cutie. Mark Cutie uses the black shoes though. Hurdle does get reset. Fallen trying to find another position, but Yureshi and Gals are here. Biding enough time for Tarzan to jump back into this. Mark Cutie will go down. Promise picks that up. Down goes Damien next though. Gal's Cutie able to collect that one. Gets away. On to Fallen. Fallen forced to back off. Bazia comes in, trying to clean things up. Can you get the final shot? Gals Cutie flickers in and picks up the kill. Then a knock up coming from Tarzan. Promise able to just walk away, but wait for Nate. Tarzan still gets the turtle. It's a 2 for 0 trade to the side of ACKERMAN.
The secret rotation from Zia made that turtle happen. That was really, really good, to be honest too. But you can see again, after the first hurdle, the goal differences really come from the kills, to be honest, right? Get beautiful execution from the entire side of ACKERMAN. Speaking of execution top lane,
Yeah, Promise in a bit of trouble here. He's going to need to try to get out of this. Nice way the Dragon, down to about 20%. They will get the finish, and a killing spree goes to Gal's Cutie. All 3 kills have been poured into the tank.
yeah, I like this strategy from ACKERMAN. Pretty cleared early game rotation. Really, really clean macro. They understand they want to get... Marshal's going to have a rough time in lane, so really helped out the lane. Because they know bottom lane, the other side's not going to do much, right? It's just... Irithel versus the Claw. The Claw's in the use. The Blazing Duet to clear the wave. And speaking of Blazing Duet, here we go again.
A little bit of action. A nice way the Dragon onto Fallen. Fallen gets caught off, and that's 2 deaths for him now on the board. Cold World trying to keep them away. Mark Cutie pops the black shoes, but is still able to get away safely. ACKERMAN taking the lead in this game early on, already at a little over 1,000 gold.
Yeah, this is why I didn't understand about a Diggy that much. It's really not providing any value. Because of the burst from Julian, right? Because of the engage from Chow, it just now entire set of Simpsons are pinning on the back foot again, right? All because of the... I think a lot of it because of the Diggy pick. It's really because they can't really do anything, right? They don't have any frontline presence. They can't really take any team fights. And they have a lot of options at a time. They had a Lolita they can take. They had a Franco to counter the Claude. They had many, many options with the Bloody Hound. But they decided to go with the Diggy, and look where it's putting them. Here we go. Mid lane.
A lot of damage. Promise trying to find it. Can he get the finish here? He does. Mark Cutie goes down. Simpsons find another kill on the board. Now they're going to start working on this turtle, but Tarzan doesn't want to give it up for free. Gal's Cutie along with him before members are the Simpsons are here. A little bit of reverse time and a falling Star Moon onto Tarzan. Very low, and Fallen able to pick up that turtle, keeping the gold deficit to a minimum here.
Oh, meanwhile top side, the trade, but nonetheless, I think it's actually Team ACKERMAN came off on top. Is because they traded the marksman, stopped Irithel from farming. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we're gonna find another KO here pretty easily. I think there's nothing this guy can do anymore. Just pick up across the map and on the key characters. But we gotta give credit to Promise, right? When the entire team's back is against the wall, it's Promise who stand up and carry the team forward. That zoning, the rotation to the other side, you know, in the lane, get the lane prio, get to the other side and start, you know, pushing the enemy jungle away, pushing the Julian away. Just beautiful job from Promise. And I think right now with the performance on Promise, if entire side of Team Simpson want to have a chance, it all comes down to the EXP later.
Yeah, I think him and Cold World has only taken the 1 death. I don't think it's completely game over for him. It's just going to be a long road. Yureshi taking a bit of damage here. Fallen and Promise trying to get it, but that is way too many health bars, way too many health points. And now another one is back. Yureshi really just hanging out in this lane. Now, take us through some of these items, Dave.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items right now. The marksmen are pretty even. One more time. Both marksmen have 1 item each, and let's take a look at the mid lane differences. It's completely even farm as well. Jungle side, you have Karina 37 on Julian 35. Very even match so far, even though total gold lean towards the Team Simpson, the ACKERMAN for a little bit. But Simpsons, the key characters who needed the farm are getting those farm. And that's something that you really need to worry about, because towards the late game, Diggy's power is going to come off online. Once Diggy get those tanky items, once you cannot kill him in 1 shot, you can get the bush clear, the bush vision control with the skill 1. A little bit of clock control, and obviously the time journey is going to save the team and have the counter play to really allow Irithel, allow Karina to ramp up those damage. So this is a skilled game at this point. Here we go.
Is using the feathered airstrike. Gal's Cutie forced to back off, but Yureshi finds Nate on the backside, starts doing some damage. Cold World finds Yureshi befall and picks up the turtle. Now Yureshi trying to move on to Nate. Nate does not have the wings of wings, but gets pulled back into the front of this fight, though. We do have a little bit of a clash. Yeah, now moving. Can he find it? Blaze Duet comes out. Damien trying to survive. Yureshi able to get away, but walks into Promise. And Promise, Cold World actually picks up that kill. Promise and Damien able to get away there, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Make that up. Cold World picks it up, takes out Tarzan. Now the playing field is starting to get leveled, but wait a second, Fallen going too deep, gets hit by the way of the dragon, and just when the Simpsons come out in that team fight, they fall out.
Absolutely, I mean, they fall in time and they're able to get a counter kill. Again, one more time, I just want to keep the highlight to Gals. able to find the counter engages. But nonetheless, Cold is such a shining light in darkness right now, right? Like, this marksman's position, he's able to foresee whatever dangers coming towards his way and position correctly, right? He played towards the far side. You saw the last team fight, the detailed positioning. They were killing each other, really, right? When Masha was clearly diving towards the far side, or either one of them, Arythel was there with Diggy to help each other survive, and both of them walked away. And on top of the fact, obviously eventually Masha got the kill, but Arythel was able to turn that table around and got a kill onto Julian, got the kill onto Masha. This guy is just doing phenomenal right now. He understands how to play front to back really well. I mean, it's gonna be a problem to be dealt with, because eventually when you have front to back strategy, you have a Diggy there to help you out, and that's gonna be so scary as we go. Once Arythel finishes items, once Arythel starts outscaling the Claude, that's going to be the problem you need to be worried about. And we have only 15 seconds to Lord. Both marksmen, I think at this point, is probably with 2 items. You know, if we can take a look at it one more time. Bottom lane, though. It's a little bit of trade on skills. Here comes the Lord.
Nothing too major there. Both teams really feeling this out, but Cold World is going to take that tower in the top side, which can be important for this Lord here, right? Nate using that feathered airstrike, maybe a little bit too early, gonna get pushed off from URESHI. Gonna take a bit of time until he has that ultimate back. And ACKERMAN know it. Zia starting to work on the Lord right now, but keep our eyes on Cold World. Gonna come in, URESHI getting stripped down. Tarzan misses the enhanced chains, and the Thunderclap is missed by URESHI. Simpsons now maybe wanting to strike back. They do have a couple ultimates under their belt. Zia also has that ready to go. Uses the Blazing Duet. Cold World trying to stop him. Zia forced to run away. You're actually trying to connect onto Cold World though.
Okay, Masha.
Him down. Get the finish. URESHI picks it up. Damien now also in trouble. Feathered airstrike comes down. URESHI taking a bit of damage. Promise also here though, and Fallen still up, so they still have the retry. ACKERMAN does decide to back off. Marcuti has fallen. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and no one takes Lord just yet.
Oh my God, it's a play on play on play. You know, you have a Cold World plus Damien running towards your backline. And it might not something you want to do here, but they want to get Zia, and they were so close to it until they forgot about URESHI, right? The 4-3 Rectum Wiz was being slowly but surely creeping behind them, and then once he caught up, the Thunderclap, you know, just, you know, now you have to pay your debt, right? It's overdue, you have to just pay it. Masha comes in, just clean it up. Let's take a look at this next lore fight here. Both teams are set up as a 5v5 clash, right?
It's getting pretty low. Fallen not trying to let it reset. I'm wondering if the Simpsons maybe should let it go back, and they do. Now things back to a standstill. Nate using the feathered airstrike to kind of push things back to normal. Promise going to start pushing up on this top lane, and I think that's where the Simpsons have won some of their games, right? The macro, the controlling the waves during these Lord crashes, and Promise needs to be able to do that for his team if he wants to secure a victory here. Now, Cold World very far away, also in the boss side, and I think ACKERMAN are on to this. They know that the Simpsons are down.
Yeah, here we go.
The wrong way though. Fallen now collecting onto Gals. Cold World dives into the midst of things as URESHI is forced to back off. Gals Cutie trying to recall back to base right now, but Damien knows he's there, hits a reverse time, and is just delaying things even more. This could be the one thing that buys the Simpsons enough time. Promise jumps onto Tarzan, keeping him away, and at this point, Lord should go to the side of the Simpsons. Fallen picks it up, and the Simpsons just need to back off and get ready for this push.
Oh my God. Team Simpsons has proven to us they're a team who can see opportunities and they take it, right? Decisively. You see the Chow come in, kick the Farsa, not able to connect into any damage, right? Just, you know, kick the Farsa into the tower. And then, okay, Gals, you have no ult, he's low. And then you have Asmara say, I got Julian, you guys do the Lord. That's exactly what happened. They have the eyes on the prize and they capitalized on it. A beautiful, beautiful job. Nothing short of perfection there in the execution. And now coming into the first mid-tower push. Here we go.
Promise comes in with the Fallen Star Moon, does not connect, but it's enough space. Wait a second, Cold World on it. Tarzan tries to get away, but there is no escape from a sprinting Arythel right now. The Lord will connect onto this base. Marcuti trying to defend, but the towers are falling left and right. Lord goes down, but the Simpsons got what they came for. They opened up the map completely, and next on their line of sight are these inhibitors. Oh
my God, this is history in writing here, to be honest. I mean, every single auto turret has been taken down. I don't know if this is intentional, but it's definitely textbook, right? I mean, it's like the first Lord Zia. It's going to be bursted down, and bottom lane, we still have the super cannon tower. That means the high ground tower is going down. This is so textbook from Simpson right here. The execution here is flawless. The step-by-step strategic advance, right? You have a Lord, the first Lord coming in. They understand it's not a Nuance Lord. It's not going to have the supercharge going to your base. So what they did is they took all the outer turrets and then looked for your opportunities. And sure enough, when Zero going in with the Blazing Duet, now to find anything completely by himself alone, they seize the opportunity, one-shot Zia, and just take the bottom high ground tower. Now let's look at the gold, the 5,000 gold. Look at the gold on individual characters. Aerothel once again sitting at the peak. 10,000 gold right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 Dactyl item going to the 5th. And you have Claude sitting at 3 items only. So this is an absolute destruction right here. Simpsons is showing a different kind of team that I've never expected to see. This is beautiful to watch, Drex.
I'm honestly starting to wonder, you know, maybe the Claude is not always worth the ban. Maybe the Claude is not as proud as everyone thinks it is, especially when Airthil is still up. The gold lane has just become more and more of a game of rock, paper, scissors, similar to what the EXP lane is, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, able to let them pick that gold lane first. Wait a second, could seal play, but all they do is get some map gain there. Nothing to find, no one to hook in.
Wow, Lord in 10 seconds. Look at the entire set of Simpsons. They're setting up. I mean, you're absolutely right. We talk about this over and over again in our broadcast, which is the gold lane is mainly just a team rely on a position, right? Like any marksman with superior farm, with more ahead farm, you know, it's gonna be a better marksman, you know? Even like, I make fun of Layla all the time. I use this example. Even with Layla, if Layla is 3,000 gold ahead of any of the players on your team, we know what happens, Rex, right? That's just math. You can't even reach her before you shred her entire health bar, and that's the competition in the gold lane. And guess what? Who make that happen? Your entire team. You know, so like this is just again, I think the Damian plus Fallen execution right here, plus Promise. Everyone from Simpsons this game, Promise has really stepped out of this game. I've never seen. This is a new Promise that I've seen today. Actually, I've never seen Promise perform like this. It's just build different gaming.
He's here to perform most definitely, but so is ACKERMAN trying to defend this push. The Lord getting melted down very quick. Nate uses the airstrike to open up a bit of space. The Simpsons just want this tower. Promise does use that falling Star Moon on top of LEGACi. The tower does finally go down. Cold World pops the ultimate. Tarzan goes down. Zia maybe next, able to get back, but the Simpsons continue to rustle in. The base is low. Simpsons trying to... And gentlemen, that is game 5. The odds have been tested. The team has fallen and Simpsons have risen. They will move forward in the lower bracket and ACKERMAN will sadly go home tonight. The Simpsons showed up and later on they will go against Team First Blood. What a performance.
I have chills. I mean, I'm pretty fur guy on my arms, Trex, and I think they're all standing up. Now the camera is not capturing it because I have a pretty cheap camera, but this is insane, you know? Damn the expectations, right? Who cares, right? Yeah, the chess says 70-20%, right? Maybe even 75 to 25%. Who cares? We're just gonna do our own games. We're gonna play our own games. Oh my God. ACKERMAN, we saw the first few games, how they were able to dominate the early game. And then the entire table was just shifted around. You know, like, what am I seeing here, Trex? You know, from the first game with, I think it was a Ling, right? Like, with the turnaround. Like, what's going on tonight, Trex? What's going on? I'm lost. I'm speechless.
Simpsons, man, they're going on right now. To all the viewers, drop those gorillas in the chat right now because the Simpsons have done it. Cold World, though, that's the player we got to keep our eyes on. Had an amazing series earlier today and then shows up again with this Airthil and just punishes ACKERMAN. And even in the beginning this time, ACKERMAN dominating performance. Gals Cutie getting like 5 kills under his belt. Several Way of the Dragons securing kills for his team. But the Simpsons hunkered down. They waited for their moment and they come out on top. Very, very epic performance.
Very epic performance indeed. Just show you one more time the teamwork, the momentum. This reminds me of BDK M3, to be honest, right? They ride the momentum. They had like just the drive. Despite every game that we're really seeing from ACKERMAN, they had early game advantage, you know, no matter, like, it's undebated. And yet, Simpsons find the opportunity to capitalize, right? Like the rotations, Promise with the outplays, with the out rotation, compared to someone none other than LEGACi, one of the best EXP laner we have seen in North America region. I mean, I don't know if it's outperforming or Promise has done a lot of homework and just stepped out of his comfort zone and really become a different person. Today's rotation from Promise single-handedly is only away the jungler, the mage, yes. Right? Like, this character is playing out his mind right now, Trex. Like, I don't know. Even the MVP was gained to Cold World. And by the way, Cold World, last time when we watched their match, he's a highlight, right? The 4 kills in the base with the 1-1. And this time it's also highlighted the backdoor with the carry, right? This time, again, these two players are just insane right now for the entire NA community to watch out for. We have a top 4, Trex.
That's a top 4 for the Simpsons in the M4 qualifiers. And you're right. You know, I've been focusing on Cold War, but Promise as well, man. I mean, just looking at some of these replays, and we said in you actually mentioned in the very beginning, you said, you know, Promise and Cold World haven't really taken many deaths, and we know that could end up being a problem, and it definitely became one. Yes, Damien fell off here and there. Yes, Fallen even took some deaths, but Cold World and Promise brought their team to the top 4 pedestal of NA tonight. Cold World getting the player of the series game 4 and game 5, running some decent KDAs, but both of those games being with the Aerithel, Dave.
Yep, the damage, person damage Aerithel did, the positioning, the detailed positioning from those Aerithels, not just the total damage dealt, but also like how do you position, knowing the enemy team is gonna dive you, look for you. And that's one thing really just differentiate all the goal lane, the carry players, right? Like, how do you find the opportunity to dive in? We saw Zia jumping in with the Blazing Duet. Wasn't enough. Just wasn't at the most opportune time. But you look at Cold World with those ultimate, with the positioning, the auto attacks. I mean, at this point, we really have an NA scene. I'm just excited for next year, to be honest. I'm excited for the grand final, obviously, but I'm excited for next year. Trax, walk us through the new bracket.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 teams left, and in America, the land of dreams, anything can happen, right? So at this point, everyone thought it was going to be ACKERMAN versus the Valley, right? That was the word on the street. That was the word in the Discord chats, in the DMs. That was the prediction. But today, things have changed. So it's the Valley, Vendetta, Team First Blood, and the Simpsons. Only 2 will survive all of this. Definitely excited to see who comes out on top. And guys, I will see y'all in Vegas.
Is the words in the alleyways, in the dark corners, Trex. You know, it's everywhere. You know, we expected the ACKERMAN going to the finals, but I gotta say, when I interviewed the team manager for Team Simpsons, right, Nami. I mean, I don't know how many people watch our interview. You have not. Go watch our interview on the official North American channel. This team is ready, right? Nami sitting with the manager, talking about the team, the pride she had with the team. Everybody in Team Simpsons works, go to school, and they play at night, they train at night, and she told me they train every night. Now, I didn't even know Simpsons train every night, because we don't know the scrim situation in North America is so sporadic everywhere, right? We might have to organize it eventually, but it's a team that's committed, right? It's a team that has the drive, and they deserve every single bit of it. Today, they demoed their ability to take on the giant, take on the odds, really, when everything's against them, including really the chat, the votes, right? 4,400 votes, and majority is going towards Team ACKERMAN, 70% overwhelming domination in expectations, but they proved everybody wrong. So I'm excited, I'm proud. I can't wait for another interview, Tracks. That's what I want.
We got to get Promise in here. We got to get Promise in here for sure. Now, everybody, thank you, Dave. Thank you for having me. To everybody, it was definitely a pleasure tonight to cast. It was a long day, but we had a lot of fun. The interviews with Mirko. If you're listening, Mirko, thank you. And if I can have one last word, support these teams, guys. Almost all of these teams work hard for this, and they've been Simpsons, ACKERMAN, all these teams have now made Instagrams. Go find them, follow them, drop comments. Don't just support us. Don't just support casters or streamers, but support the teams. This is how we grow in NA. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
No, I know Trex said that, but also remember to support our casters, right? Like, Trex has been absolutely awesome. He has been on desk for like 10 hours a day. Absolute amazing guy. Make sure to follow his socials to follow this guy's cast. Absolutely incredible analysis. But guys, walking into next weekend, we have the top 4 for North America, the absolute peak performance in the region. The Valley taking on Vendetta. Team First Blood taking on the Simpsons. 2 will remain to go to Vegas, Trex. This is the time for you to get the calendar ready. Like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. Do not be shy. Join us tonight. We'll see you guys next time. Bye for now.